Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 1, Kagetsu. The weather was pleasant. The sun hung high in the sky, but its rays were neither harsh nor overly warm. A gentle breeze swept across the rooftop, lightly lifting a hat. Pa. A slender, slightly youthful hand gently pressed down on the hat, keeping it in place against the breeze. Kagetsu's face was hidden beneath the hat, his eyes tightly shut as he focused intently on the card that appeared in his mind. On the card, a man dressed in strange clothes and heavy makeup grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of golden teeth. Talent card, Kurotsuchi Mayuri. World, Bleach. Quality, Blue, 77/1000. Effect, growing research talent. You are a natural scientist and researcher, and your talent will shine in the fields of research and development. Field, your talent in biology and neuroscience far surpasses that in other fields of research. Passive, biological transformation. Accumulation, any research you conduct will require extensive knowledge and material experimentation. All the knowledge you acquire will be understood and retained more efficiently, with alternative knowledge feedback given as rewards. Achievement, every time you create a work that gains recognition, the higher the recognition, the more your physical fitness and strength will improve. Obsession, to become a scientist who surpasses Urahara Kisuke. Kurotsuchi Mayuri, the Soul Reaper. As soon as Kagetsu saw the figure on the card, he recognized him instantly. How could he be so sure? It was due to the memories that lingered after his journey through time following his death. Among the three great scientific minds in the Bleach World, Kurotsuchi Mayuri might not be as powerful as the other two geniuses, and his greatest achievements may fall slightly short. But in critical battles, he could still contend for the MVP title with his exceptional research and development skills. Though Kagetsu felt a bit disappointed that his special ability didn't come from someone like Aizen or Urahara, who were both powerful and brilliant, he found comfort in Mayuri's dedication to science and research. Yet, this card had a profound impact on his mind. He often found his thoughts drifting into unsettling, twisted paths, just like the character it represented. Kagetsu lazily propped himself up with his hands and sat up from the roof eaves. At 6 years old, his limbs were thin like a small bean sprout, and his hair had the distinctive spiky style of the Nara clan. He was reluctant to leave the warm spot where he had been lying, which was his only place of relaxation. But unfortunately, his relaxation time was over. Kagetsu sighed. In his previous life, he had been a newly graduated doctor, neither outstanding nor terrible, and he died while working. It seemed like he got a second chance after traveling through time. Even though this world is unstable and dangerous, at least he's not an orphan with no one to rely on, he has a clan to depend on. Otherwise, it would be extremely hard for an orphan to deal with a special power that needs a lot of knowledge and resources. If he's lucky, he might survive the battlefield, get promoted based on his achievements, and learn some basic or intermediate ninjatsu. If he's unlucky, he could end up as cannon fodder on the front lines and be wiped out quickly. Finding a good teacher also requires a lot of luck. Since he had a relatively good start, he needed to make the most of it. Although the Nara clan's bloodline made him feel lazy and want to give up, he still pushed himself to absorb knowledge today. He jumped down from the roof easily, bent down, and landed on the ground with his hands. He stood up, brushed off his hands, and, after checking the direction, walked towards his house. The Nara clan, with its long history, has many secret techniques and collected ninjatsu, though most of it is related to pharmacology and the chakra pathway. As one of the three clans, Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi, that has a renowned jonin team known as Inoshikacho, besides their own secret techniques, they share a lot of knowledge and resources. The Akimichi clan has excellent knowledge about the chakra pathway and pharmacology for body strengthening. In this time when medical ninjas are still rare, the three clans, Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi, that focused on pharmacology and the chakra pathway, have quietly supported the newly established medical department. This knowledge is exactly what Kagetsu needs. At his current age, and with his body's talent, he can't match the real geniuses who quickly gain power. He can only build a strong foundation in other areas. Just like Mayuri Kurotsuchi, who doesn't rely purely on his own strength in another world, Kagetsu knows that the Nara clan also relies on their intelligence, even if it's used in different ways. Kagetsu's small room was cluttered with open books. Some of them had detailed diagrams of chakra pathway and anatomy. By the window, a fat green caterpillar rested motionless in a flower pot, looking like it was dead. Shikage picked up the book he had been studying and began his usual lessons for the day. Thanks to the Nara clan's high intelligence and his ability to apply what he learns like Kurotsuchi Mayuri, even complex and dull material is easy for him to grasp and enjoy, even as a 6-year-old. Woof. While he was reading, he was interrupted by the sound of a happy dog barking. Looking up, he saw a snow-white puppy, not quite fully grown, standing on its head with its front paws, trying to stay upright and bark cheerfully at him. When the puppy saw Kagetsu looking over, its tail wagged furiously, hitting its head and making a popping sound. Two hands then reached up from below, picking up the overly excited puppy, revealing a familiar face with camouflage stripes. "Kagetsu, it's time for feeding today," said Inuzuka Yama, holding the puppy in one hand and waving to Kagetsu with the other. He then hopped over the guardrail and jumped into the room. Woof woof. The puppy in Inuzuka Yama's arms wriggled excitedly upon hearing his owner's words. "It seems Yamamaru really likes the new food," Kagetsu said, standing up and taking the puppy into his arms. He held it up and examined it closely. Yamamaru, feeling Kagetsu's intense gaze, curled up and his excitement quickly faded. He licked his lips and stayed still. "After trying the new dog food at your place last time, my father noticed a big improvement in Yamamaru's health and energy. He mentioned he'll come visit your parents in a few days," Inuzuka Yama explained, excitedly detailing Yamamaru's progress and repeating what his father had told him. Chapter 2, Black Shadow Coffin. Nara Kagetsu's dog food. Quality, blue. Ingredients, herbs, meat. Effect, enhances the physical fitness of ninja dogs with no side effects. Best use during the puppy stage after weaning. Conclusion, highly attractive to dogs. Can capture an entire group of canines. If you attract one, you attract them all. Recognition, 780/1000, higher recognition leads to more inspiration and rewards in related fields. Reward, physical fitness +1, chakra amount +10. Nara Kagetsu sighed with relief as he watched Yamamaru, who was working diligently in a basin. The initial approval rating was only 10 out of 100, showing that some adults in the Inuzuka clan recognized the dog food's effectiveness. As a leading expert in dog breeding, their endorsement indicates the dog food's impressive quality. Inuzuka Yama's father had mentioned he would visit in the next 2 days, signaling his interest and potential for collaboration. Nara Kagetsu eagerly anticipates this. If he were a ninja genius, he might survive and thrive with the Nara clan's secret techniques, needing only time to grow. However, a research talent like Kurotsuchi Mayuri needs substantial resources, which are endless. For his safety and growth, Nara Kagetsu must plan ahead, prove his value, and find ways to make money early on. Even with Nara clan support, the clan's training, resources, and influence depend on talent and importance. If all goes well, he might receive generous startup funds from the Inuzuka clan and begin technical research within his means. Survival is the top priority. The soul of Nirvana signifies that while someone may seem invincible, they can never be truly killed, similar to how Uncle Snake can be defeated but never fully eliminated. In a dangerous world, survival is key to having a future. Woo-woo. He felt a touch on his knee. Looking down, he saw Yamamaru, who had just finished his business, rubbing his leg happily. Then, Yamamaru lay on the ground with his round belly exposed, making a whimpering sound. "I made this today. You can take it home when you leave," Kagetsu said, handing an open bag to Inuzuka Yama. He took it without surprise. This was similar to last time, he had taken 2 portions back to his clan and given them to his parents. He picked up the bag, knowing it was enough for Yamamaru to eat for 3 or 4 days. However, if his parents' companions were included, it would only cover today's rations. That night, Nara Shikakichi came home exhausted and saw Nara Kagetsu kneeling on the floor, looking up at him with bright eyes. "I did it, father." Just when Nara Shikakichi was trying to figure out how to handle and comfort his troublesome son, Nara Kagetsu's words caught him off guard. He was momentarily stunned, thinking he might have heard wrong. "What did you say?" Nara Shikakichi asked, wide-eyed, as he hurried over to Nara Kagetsu and sat down beside him. Nara Kagetsu didn't say anything else but showed his palm to Nara Shikakichi. In it lay a small peach. Under Kagetsu's intense gaze, a dark shadow quickly took shape in his palm, forming a tall, black rectangular block resembling a coffin. A black spike then suddenly protruded from the coffin, piercing into its interior. When the shadow faded, the little peach trapped inside the coffin looked battered, as if it had been sliced by a knife. Seeing Kagetsu, who was sweating and breathing heavily, even Nara Shikakichi, despite his sharp mind, was momentarily speechless. Although Kagetsu's technique was not perfect in his view, and the shape of the black coffin was a bit thin and unattractive, he couldn't deny that it was an advanced and impressive shadow technique. Recalling his past discussions with Kagetsu, Nara Shikakichi realized that the potential of this technique went beyond what was initially understood. It could even become a truly advanced in-release secret technique, not just limited to shadows. The essence of in-release is to give form to the formless and create something from nothing. This technique embodies that characteristic. Compared to other in-release techniques like illusions, the Nara clan's shadow techniques tap into a deeper power of in-release. While the Nara clan does have lethal shadow techniques, this doesn't diminish the significance of the black shadow coffin technique. The fact that it was created by a child under 6 years old is even more astonishing. Although Narashi knows this technique is based on the Nara clan's secret methods and the teachings of several clan elders, including himself, he was still surprised. He didn't expect such a technique could be developed so quickly, and by quickly, he meant over several years. The knowledge and understanding of in release required for this technique are beyond what Nara Kagetsu, at his young age, could master. Even with guidance from the elders, it's a significant challenge. Prepare a copy of your ideas and seals, Narashi said, taking a deep breath. This technique could undoubtedly become a new secret ninjutsu in the clan, and the clan would reward him accordingly. He knew this was something his son needed. Without hesitation, Nara Kagetsu handed some notes to his father, as if he had been ready. At the same time, another message that had been waiting for a long time echoed in his mind. Secret ninjutsu, new. Quality, A+, the plus indicates growth potential. Training requirements, mastery of in release. Advanced requirements, shadow imitation technique. Effect, this technique uses in release to turn shadows into physical weapons. The shadows are gathered into a black coffin that seals the target inside. The target will then suffer numerous wounds simultaneously. Warning, avoid getting caught by this technique. Recognition, 10 out of 1000, higher recognition can lead to more inspiration and rewards in related fields. The moment Nara Kagetsu saw this interface, his mind cleared. Knowledge about in release, which had once been unclear to him, suddenly became much clearer. At this moment, inspiration began to flow for the next stage of developing this secret technique. Chapter 3, Ninja Academy. Back in his room, Kagetsu glanced at the big green worm lying in the flower pot on the windowsill. He gently poked it with his finger, and the worm lazily flipped over, exposing its belly. It squirmed a bit, as if stretching, then went still again. This worm was a bonus that came when Kagetsu's talent was upgraded from white to blue. Along with it, he gained some basic knowledge of the Shinigami techniques. Of course, this Shinigami technique wasn't directly useful in this world. It wasn't like he could just start casting Shinigami techniques here and create a system completely different from the existing ninjutsu techniques. However, that didn't mean the knowledge was useless. It could at least serve as a reference, and after some adjustments, some of these concepts could be integrated into the ninjutsu system. The shadow coffin he had created was an example of this. It was a variation of the black coffin technique, a high-level Kido, from the world of Bleach. If it weren't for the fact that the Nara clan specializes in using in release to control shadows and has extensive knowledge and skills related to in release, along with the full support of Narashi, his father in this world, his ideas would have remained just dreams. As for the worm, which seemed like nothing more than a regular bug, when Kagetsu touched it, information about it popped into his mind. Name, unknown larva. Quality, white, plus. Traits, average, but it's strong, highly adaptable, and has excellent potential for transformation. Skills, crawling, eating, spinning silk. Evaluation, its growth potential depends on the care and resources provided by its breeder. Note, currently, it's a useless bug with 0 combat abilities. The information panel made it clear that this bug was pretty much worthless in combat. Even compared to the Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs, or even an ordinary bird, this bug was far less dangerous. Despite this, after days of consideration, Kagetsu finally decided on a way to nurture this unknown larva in its early stages. If he thought of it as a piece of hardware that could be upgraded based on the resources invested in it, then his job was to figure out the best combination of components and write an operating system and functional software for it. As a reference, the Ashisoji Jizo is a part of Zanpakuto's biological system. While it may not have overwhelming power, it is sufficient to trap others and protect yourself. First, Kagetsu sought help from the Akimichi clan to build a foundation. In his view, the Yang release secret technique of the Akimichi clan could solve the problem of the larvae's future size. Of course, this was just the initial stage of cultivation. To grow and cultivate the larvae to the ideal state, there were still numerous significant issues to resolve, issues that one person alone couldn't handle in a short time. As for whether the Akimichi clan would assist in this cultivation, Kagetsu had no doubts. His personal request might be denied, but a request made by the Nara clan would likely be accepted, given the strong bond among the Ino-Shikacho trio. The Akimichi clan was unlikely to refuse. After all, what the Nara clan was asking for was simply help in cultivating a special larva using the same method the Akimichi clan used to train their members. As for the Yang release secret technique, after centuries of cooperation, the 3 clans were well acquainted with each other's secret techniques. Unlike bloodline limits, secret technique is typically a ninjutsu developed by a clan, tailored to their unique bloodline or physique and chakra attributes as well as chakra pathway system, refined through extensive experimentation, and significant resource investment. Without these conditions, even if you managed to steal all of the clan's secret jutsu, it would be challenging to use them effectively. Even if you possessed the right attributes to barely use them, the results might not compare to using a different technique. Nara clan's shadow imitation technique, the Yamanaka clan's mind-body switch technique, and the Akimichi clan's multi-size technique were all gently taught from a young age through a methodical approach. Compared to the widely known ninjutsu, these secret techniques and resource allocations were the core heritage of a clan. Konoha Ninja Academy. On the podium, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Saratobi, was speaking while holding his pipe. Nara Kagetsu sat lazily in his seat, his somewhat vacant eyes scanning the surroundings. Among the crowd, he recognized many familiar outfits and faces. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans were present, as expected. A silver-haired, masked figure sat in the front row, while a child in a green leotard with thick eyebrows was doing push-ups in the aisle next to him, moving so fast that he almost left an afterimage. In a corner, a lonely child wearing sunglasses and a wide robe sat quietly, seemingly ignored by everyone around him. Almost all the children from the different clans were in the class. When Nara Kagetsu looked at them, he couldn't help but feel a strong desire rising within him, a desire fueled by his talents inherited from the Kurotsuchi Mayuri. These classmates, with their unique bloodline limit and special abilities, looked like perfect research subjects to him. He imagined drawing their blood or even dissecting them to study them in detail. But he quickly shook his head to clear those thoughts. If he actually did something like that, it would cause a huge uproar. He was just a kid with no strength to back up such actions, not even close to being considered a traitor. As long as the leaves continue to fall, the fire will burn, and the shadow of the fire will shine upon the village, bringing forth new leaves. With those words, the Hokage's speech finally came to an end. Unlike some of the students who were energized by the speech, Kagetsu remained lazy and uninterested, while others like the ever-calm Aburame student showed no reaction at all. Their attitudes made them stand out a bit from the rest. But it wasn't a big deal. Unlike other people who might be eager to fit in, like the Uchihas or the Hyugas, Kagetsu, as a member of the Nara clan, didn't feel any need to force himself to fit in or be liked. The Ino-Shikacho trio, along with the Saratobi clan, had always been natural allies. Even if the third Hokage noticed Kagetsu's lack of motivation, he would only smile and brush it off, knowing that the Nara clan was known for their laid-back nature. Just as the Akimichi were known for their love of food, the Aburame for their stoicism, and the Uchiha and Hyuga for their pride, these traits were well understood by everyone. Chapter 4, Ninja Academy's Assessment. In the 2 years right after Ninja World War II, all the ninja villages in the ninja world were recovering and working hard to train their ninjas. The end of the war brought new tasks and opportunities, making the demand for ninjas grow. As the winner of the war, Konoha Ninja Village took on a large portion of the ninja missions. Now, every ninja in the village was eager to use shadow clones to handle more tasks. Konoha Ninja Village, which had suffered during the war, was slowly getting back to normal and resuming various activities. However, the high number of war orphans at the Ninja Academy showed that the effects of the war, including the lingering hatred, were still present. Kagetsu couldn't remember the exact timeline, but he vaguely recalled that the gap between World War II and World War III seemed short, and World War III would have even greater destruction. He needed to make the most of this rare peaceful period and quickly gain the skills to protect himself. Recently, Inuzuka Yama's father had visited the Nara clan to discuss a new dog food formula and supply of medicinal materials created by Kagetsu. The deal was quickly made, and a few days later, Kagetsu received money and materials from his clan. Although his clan took most of the profit, Kagetsu could still earn some from this business. His plans, which had been revised many times, were finally moving forward with a real chance of success. Kagetsu used the money to buy some essential instruments and set up a basic laboratory in an empty house. At night. Is he still in his lab? Yuno Nara asked her husband with concern as she looked at the backyard. Hasn't he been there for a long time? Nara Shikakichi responded lazily, looking helpless. What's the matter? Yuno Nara's eyes grew sharp as she stared at her husband. I'm just going to check things out. Nara Shikakichi, sensing the dangerous aura around him, immediately got up, stretched, and walked towards the Kagetsu laboratory in the backyard. Although he didn't interfere with Kagetsu's so-called research, he always had concerns in his heart. As a strategist for the Hokage, he had helped 3 generations of Hokage with many affairs and reviewed numerous classified documents. He might not know all the details about confidential experiments related to human and biological research, but he could piece things together from the information he had. Despite his cold and indifferent demeanor, he always kept a close watch on Kagetsu's activities. Nara Shikakichi felt a bit frustrated. Why did the usually lazy and trouble-averse Nara clan produce someone like Kagetsu who actively sought out work? Are you done with your research for today? Before he reached his destination, he saw Kagetsu approaching with a flower pot in hand. Yes, I'm finished, Kagetsu replied. Can you tell me what kind of research you're doing? Shikakichi asked casually as they walked towards the main house's bedroom. It's just some preparation for tomorrow's practical exam, Kagetsu said openly. Shikakichi nodded and didn't press further. As long as it didn't involve those life-draining human experiments, Kagetsu's research was just a personal interest. Ninja Academy Playground. Fumato, Kagetsu's class teacher, was holding a battle sheet and announcing the assessment of each item and the opponents for the final practical battle to all the students standing on the playground. First up was shuriken and kunai throwing. Second was the release and performance of ninjatsu. Almost immediately, there was a noticeable difference between the clan ninjas and the civilian ninjas in the second assessment. Civilian ninjas, who only learn basic skills at Ninja Academy, lack the advanced training that clan ninjas receive from a young age. Clan members, even those from less prominent clans, have access to more advanced ninjutsu training as needed. For example, Uchiha Obito, who wore goggles, used the Great Fireball Jutsu, a technique not taught in the Ninja Academy, during the second assessment. Civilian ninjas who want to learn such jutsu often have to become genin to earn merit points and trade them for jutsu from the village. Alternatively, they might get the chance to learn 1 or 2 jutsu if they graduate and find a generous teacher willing to teach them. After the 2 practical assessments, the final test is a one-on-one combat match. This assessment is crucial and closely watched by at least Chunin-level ninjas. Performing well in this test can attract the attention of a Chunin who might offer to take him, her as a student. Historically, this was how Saratobi Hiroen and others became disciples of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Later, Hiruzen, who became the third Hokage, took on the Konoha Sanin as his students. Even those who aren't aware of these histories are eager to show their abilities in front of their teachers and peers. For instance, Uchiha Obito, with intense eyes, challenged a silver-haired boy. "Kakashi, come and fight me." Obito shouted as he stepped out of his team and into the fighting area, pointing at the silver-haired boy. His loud voice silenced the playground, drawing everyone's attention. "This idiot, Kakashi, wearing his mask, said with a sigh. Go back." The loud shout from Fumato cooled Uchiha Obito's excitement instantly. Obito looked at Kakashi, who seemed uninterested, with a hint of reluctance, then moved back to his original spot as everyone watched. In the first round, Nara Kagetsu vs Aburame Aayoshi. Fumato, after briefly watching Obito and returning to the team, cleared his throat and announced the first match according to the battle chart. The Aburame clan and the Nara clan. On the viewing platform, several Chunin-level ninjas looked at the arena with curiosity. Konoha is well known for these 2 clans' secret techniques, one controls shadows and the other controls insects. Even though it's not a battle between the 2 clans, it still caught their interest. As the 2 competitors took their places on the battlefield and prepared their stances, the battle began when the teacher, Fumato, stepped back. A swarm of black insects flew out from under the wide sleeves of Aburame Aayoshi's robe, silently spreading out like 2 black arrows heading straight for Nara Kagetsu. Chapter 5, Chapter 5.1, Kagetsu vs Aayoshi. A dark shadow quickly stretched out from the base of Kagetsu's feet, like a black snake slithering across the ground, rushing towards the opposite side where Aburame Aayoshi was standing. However, it seemed that Aayoshi had anticipated this. After releasing his insects, he almost simultaneously leaped backward, tapping the ground a few times with his toes, and finally flipped in midair to land safely on the ground. The black line extending from Kagetsu's feet came to an abrupt stop 3 meters away from Aayoshi, as if the rope had reached its limit. "What's that?" Uchiha Obito looked at the line extending from Kagetsu's feet, which seemed like a shadow stretched to its limit, his eyes widening in surprise. "It's a technique from the Nara clan. They are known for manipulating shadows," a somewhat indistinct voice replied from behind Obito. He turned around to see a chubby boy holding snacks, pouring them into his mouth and chewing as he spoke. "Don't talk to the last place loser." Behind the chubby boy, a little girl with a single ponytail tugged at his collar. "Okay, Yuki," Akimichi Chofu said, pulling out another bag of snacks from somewhere on his body and skillfully opening it to stuff into his mouth. "Who's the last place loser?" Obito was about to argue in response to Yuki's comment but was distracted by the surrounding crowd's reactions, refocusing on the ongoing battle. Nara clan's shadow imitation technique. Some say it can control a person's body, but as long as you keep your distance and avoid close contact, the technique won't work. After confirming the limit of Kagetsu's shadow, Aayoshi established a safe distance. Meanwhile, he continued to maintain this distance from Kagetsu and ordered his insects to attack. A dense swarm of insects, like an open dark bag, surged through the air towards Kagetsu under Aayoshi's control. The sight made everyone present shiver, and the girls, including Yamanaka Yuki, took a step back in fear, watching the unsettling swarm chase and surround Kagetsu. Kagetsu's shadow imitation technique has been seen through. Aayoshi had prepared for this, Yuki said, frowning as she observed Kagetsu dodging and weaving under the insect swarm's attack, trying to close the distance with Aayoshi. Her tone was filled with concern. "It's fine if he loses, he can just surrender. But Kagetsu probably won't lose so quickly, right?" Chofu paused, reflecting on his usual impression of Kagetsu, and gave his somewhat hesitant response. For him, losing a match was no big deal as long as no one stole his food. Children from the Akimichi clan were naturally optimistic. After all, those who weren't were often discouraged by the surrounding looks. Of course, his optimism was bolstered by friends like Kagetsu and Yuki, whom he had grown up with. These insects can be dealt with using a big fireball jutsu, Obito said, showing a bit of eagerness. He imagined himself casting a fireball jutsu to effortlessly eliminate the insects, defeat the dark, sunglasses-wearing opponent, and receive Rin's admiration and praise in the process. He looks a bit foolish. He looks a little stupid. After hearing Obito's comment, Yamanaka Yuki thought to herself, taking a step back and pulling Akimichi Chofu, who was focused on eating snacks, closer to him. After dealing with Kagetsu for a while, she had learned some truths from the team's smartest member, like, stay away from foolish people to avoid being influenced by them. Did you make a mistake? Several people in the audience at the training ground noticed Kagetsu stagger for a moment, then get surrounded by the insect mist that had been chasing him, which quickly covered him entirely. Soon, Kagetsu was completely enveloped in the thick, dark insect mist, making him hard to see. All that was visible was a figure stumbling forward, wrapped in a mass of insects. The girls, including Yamanaka Yuki, covered their eyes in unison. The sight of so many insects crawling over a person, as if they were going to devour him, made everyone uncomfortable and they couldn't help but gasp. Many people looked at Fumito and the Chunin ninjas on the viewing platform, expecting them to step in and stop it. But even Fumito didn't rush to intervene immediately. Aburame Aayoshi, who had been keeping a safe distance from Kagetsu, stopped in a safe spot and looked at Kagetsu, now tightly wrapped in insects. After a moment, he slowly raised her hand towards Fumito. Teacher, he has no combat power left, Aburame Aayoshi said. Fumito looked at the field, considered it for a moment, and was about to call an end to the battle when the situation suddenly changed. Shadow imitation technique, success. Kagetsu's voice came from within the swarm of insects. Instantly, Aburame Aayoshi lost control of his body. As everyone watched in surprise, confusion, shock, or curiosity, the insects surrounding Kagetsu began to peel away in large chunks. Under Aburame Aayoshi's worried gaze, some of the insects, sensing danger, started to escape from Kagetsu's body, flying a short distance before falling to the ground. As the insect layer peeled away, Kagetsu's face and body were revealed, and beneath him lay a pile of insect corpses, with shadows connecting the two people. How is this possible? At this moment, only his eyes and mouth could move under Kagetsu's control. I thought I was at a safe distance. That's what you're thinking, right? After successfully using the shadow imitation technique, Kagetsu said, releasing the seal he had been maintaining with his hand. You made me misjudge the distance on purpose, didn't you? Aburame Aayoshi, clearly sharp-minded, quickly realized what might have happened. Yes, from the moment you showed caution towards my shadow, I knew you were familiar with the Nara clan's jutsu. Since you had some knowledge and were on guard, it was unlikely you'd take a big risk to win. Your physical abilities far surpass those of the Nara clan. With the battle turning in his favor, Kagetsu didn't mind explaining further as he prepared for his next move, knowing he needed more time for the next technique. Chapter 6, Chapter 5.2, Advanced Preparations. So, you purposely didn't try to control me all at once, instead, you gave me a false sense of security with the distance. But what about my insects? How did you deal with them? Aburame Aayoshi confirmed his suspicions based on Kagetsu's words. However, what he still couldn't figure out was how Kagetsu managed to handle his insects. He had lost track of most of the insects he had spread out, and the sight of the insect corpses scattered around puzzled not only those watching but also himself. Could the Nara clan have a secret technique specifically for dealing with insects? It's just a neurological and physiological insecticide. I sprayed it all over myself during the battle, then deliberately allowed the insects to land on me. That was enough to kill them. As Kagetsu walked step by step toward Aburame Aayoshi, he was forced to move closer to him as well, the shadow imitation technique controlling his movements. Impossible. Aburame Aayoshi's immediate reaction was to reject Kagetsu's explanation. The Aburame clan's insects were incredibly diverse and multifunctional, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to defend against them unless they had specific information about the insects. The insects he had chosen weren't the most powerful in the Aburame clan, but it was the most versatile and practical. Whether it's for attacking, defending, healing, support, or scouting, the insect controlling technique is incredibly versatile. Due to its small size, it's hard to detect, allowing it to be surprisingly effective in many situations. If you want to create insecticides that specifically target these insects, you first need to understand their types. Most importantly, you need to have these insects for research and experimentation. The secrecy around these insects is something the Aburame clan has valued since ancient times. When it comes to understanding and countering insects, only the Kamizuru clan of Iwagakure, who also specialize in insect techniques, can rival them. Aburame Aayoshi couldn't figure out where Nara Kagetsu got the insecticides that could harm the Aburame clan's insects. He felt he had to ask. How do you know the nature of my insects? And how did you create targeted insecticides? Hearing Aayoshi's question, Kagetsu didn't reply. He was already preparing his next jutsu. A shadowy hand crept up Aayoshi's legs like a vine and finally reached his throat, tightening slightly. Aayoshi immediately felt something pressing against his windpipe and throat. Give up. Or do you want Fumito-sensei to make a judgment? Nara Kagetsu controlled the shadow, and after making Aayoshi feel the threat, he urged him to surrender. I give up. Hearing Nara's words, Aayoshi didn't insist on fighting back. He calmly admitted defeat while he could still speak. He knew Kagetsu was right. With his insects unusable and his movements restricted by the shadow imitation technique, it was nearly impossible to turn the fight around. Surrendering was the best option. In the first round of the assessment between Nara Kagetsu and Aburame Aayoshi, the winner is Nara Kagetsu. After hearing Aayoshi admit defeat, the examiner, Fumito, who had been watching from the sidelines, immediately stood up and announced the winner. He then had the two perform the seal of reconciliation and step down. After Nara Kagetsu released his shadow jutsu, Aayoshi regained control of his body. Instead of leaving immediately, he silently went to where the insect corpses had gathered, released another wave of insects, and cleaned up the remains. Well done, Kagetsu. Congratulations on your win. Kagetsu, who had just rejoined the team, received congratulations from his teammates for the first time. Yamanaka Yuki was the first to speak, with Chofa behind her nodding in agreement, adding, "Same here." Luckily, I did some preparation beforehand, Kagetsu replied, waving his hand. Although his current research conditions were quite rough and basic, he still managed to solve some problems that didn't need advanced equipment or a large team. In the first few days of academy, he didn't just sit around. He made a detailed list of some specific people in the class. This list contained all the information he could gather about those individuals, along with strategies to counter them in case of a fight. Aburame Aayoshi was one of them. "Can we talk, Kagetsu-san?" A low voice suddenly spoke behind Kagetsu, surprising Yamanaka Yuki and Chofa nearby. "When did you get here?" Yuki asked in surprise when she saw Aburame Aayoshi standing in front of them. Even with the sensory abilities that the Yamanaka clan is known for, she hadn't noticed him approaching, even though she wasn't fully focused. Aburame Aayoshi glanced at Yuki but didn't reply, his eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, focused on Kagetsu. Feeling ignored, Yuki was about to get upset, but Kagetsu quickly calmed her down with a gesture. "What do you want to ask?" Kagetsu looked at the two people who weren't on his list for the second round, which gave him some time to deal with Aburame Aayoshi. He already knew what Aayoshi wanted to ask, but he waited for him to speak. "Insects, insecticides," Aayoshi said bluntly. "Where did you get the insect nurtured on my body?" "Is that a question?" Kagetsu asked back. "No, just a conversation." "I want to know where I messed up," Aayoshi replied, shaking his head. Aayoshi figured that Nara Kagetsu couldn't have made a targeted insecticide without getting his hands on some insect samples, so something must have gone wrong on his end, and Kagetsu must have obtained some of his insects. As for the insecticide, it was probably developed by the Nara clan. However, as long as even one of the new insects, which had devoured the corpses of the affected insects, survived, it could breed and create a new generation of insects resistant to that insecticide. That's a characteristic of the Aburame clan's insects. Given enough time, enough insects, and enough chakra and food for them to evolve, they have the ability to quickly adapt and evolve to overcome specific threats. Chapter 7, Chapter 6.1, Saratobi Hiroen. "I accidentally collected a couple of your insect corpses," Kagetsu replied to Aayoshi Aburame. Aayoshi paused for a moment, thinking it couldn't be that simple. To do this, Kagetsu would have needed to carefully monitor him and his scattered insects, all while staying unnoticed. But Kagetsu's explanation made sense, so Aayoshi decided not to push further. He simply nodded at Kagetsu and walked away. Insecticide made by Nara Kagetsu. Quality, blue. Ingredients, neurotoxin, herbs. Effect, a potion specifically designed to kill the Aburame clan's insects by targeting their nervous system. Conclusion, extremely lethal to the insects, acting very quickly. Recognition, 50 out of 100, higher recognition leads to more inspiration and rewards in similar research. Rewards, +1 physical fitness, +10 chakra. Kagetsu watched as Aayoshi left, then checked his status. Sure enough, the insecticide had provided some feedback. After looking at the field, Kagetsu opened his talent and physical fitness panels again. Talent card, Kurotsuchi Mayuri. World, Bleach. Quality, blue, 120/1000. Effect, enhanced research talent, you're a natural scientist and researcher, excelling in R&D. Field, your research skills in biology and neurology are far above average. Passive, biomodification. Accumulation, research requires lots of knowledge and experiments. You absorb knowledge more efficiently, and your understanding grows, resulting in rewards. Achievement: each time your work is recognized, your physical fitness and strength increase based on the level of recognition. Recognized R&D products: dog food, insecticide, secret art, shadow coffin. Rewards: physical fitness +3, chakra +100. Obsession: surpass Kisuke Urahara as a scientist. Kagetsu felt a bit more refreshed, with his body and chakra restored from the earlier battle. While the panel didn't give all the details, based on his recent intense training and comparisons with his classmates, clan members, and teachers, Kagetsu could now make fairly accurate assessments of his growth. It's important to note that the information gathered here might not be completely accurate since the strength of a ninja isn't something that can be precisely measured or fixed. Given this, Kagetsu can only make rough guesses about his level as a ninja based on his physical fitness and chakra levels. To explain it simply, if the physical fitness of a student in the Ninja Academy is rated as 10, then a genin's physical fitness and chakra levels would range from 10 to 100. Thanks to his golden finger, Kagetsu's physical fitness has improved to over 30, putting him at the level of a genin. The same applies to his chakra levels. For example, a genin's chakra can range between 100 and 1000, which is estimated based on how many times they can perform certain ninjutsu. Right now, Kagetsu has enough chakra to perform 3 clone techniques in a row, plus a shadow imitation technique that can last about 10 minutes. The Nara clan isn't known for having a large amount of chakra. Among the Inoshikacho trio, the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, the Akimichi clan has the most chakra and physical strength, while the Yamanaka clan is known for their mental abilities and sensory skills. The Nara clan, on the other hand, tends to have lower physical fitness, despite their intelligence. Kagetsu has seen his clan members use tonics and medicine more than once, and his father, Nara Shikakichi, is one of them. Kagetsu sometimes thinks that the reason the Nara clan is so lazy, skilled in pharmacology, and good at helping others recover is because they're forced to be that way due to their poor physical fitness. Because of their poor physical fitness, they tend to be lazy. Because of their poor physical fitness, they've developed a deep knowledge of medicine and created a set of tonic formulas specifically for the Nara clan. It might seem unusual for someone to have poor physical fitness, but for the Nara clan, this is a common trait, which might be influenced by some kind of force. For example, it could be related to their shadow techniques. In the ninja world, chakra is a power that comes from combining the spiritual energy and the physical energy. When a ninja's chakra reaches a certain level, if their physical fitness isn't up to par, it can start to put a strain on them. Physically and mentally, the ninja clans face different challenges. Take the Uchiha, for example. As members of the Uchiha clan, which naturally embodies In, they often struggle with mental and psychological issues. Other bloodline limit clans also suffer from serious hereditary problems to varying degrees. In contrast, the Nara clan, which hasn't yet fully developed a bloodline limit, only suffers from minor physical issues, which is relatively fortunate. If it weren't for Goldfinger's help in improving his physical condition, Kagetsu might have been like most of his clan members, lazily unmotivated about anything. Now, in terms of physical fitness and chakra reserves, he's not at the top of his class, but at least he's no longer at the bottom. As he continues to develop and gain recognition for his inventions, his physical strength and chakra will gradually increase. Unfortunately, only ninjas with chakra can truly provide Kagetsu's work recognition. Otherwise, he could create simple, practical inventions that could be widely distributed, allowing him to gather more recognition and accumulate his own stats. Next match, Uchiha Obito vs Hatake Kakashi. The loud announcement from the referee brought Kagetsu out of his thoughts, and he looked at the field with great interest. Even though he knew Kakashi would win the fight and that Obito couldn't push Kakashi to his limits, there were still things about both fighters that intrigued him. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Saratobi Hiroen, having finished his official duties, was watching the matches using a telescope technique. He had visited the academy to give a lecture before and had noticed some promising students, both from civilian backgrounds and small ninja clans. Even though these student battles had many flaws in his eyes, as the Hokage, he could still use their performance to help decide how to assign them to teams in the future. For instance, which children should be led by Jonin, which by Chunin, and which needed special attention and training. Though there would be student grades and reports from the academy teachers, Hiroen still liked to personally observe and stay informed. Chapter 8, Chapter 6.2, Sanin. Your son, Nara Kagetsu, is doing very well. Just then, the match between Nara Kagetsu and Aburame Aayoshi had ended. Hiroen, who had watched the entire fight, put down his pipe and smiled at Nara Shikakichi, who was assisting with official business. Hokage-sama, you're giving me too much credit, said Nara Shikakichi, shaking his head. As he quickly processed the documents in front of him, he made notes on each one before setting them aside for the Hokage's review and decision. He was being modest with his words. Even Nara Shikakichi wasn't entirely sure about his own son. Unlike other children in the clan who practiced their secret ninjutsu, his son didn't seem as lazy. It appeared that his body was perfectly suited to handle the heavy demands of their shadow imitation techniques. Although his son wasn't full of energy every day, He behaved like a normal person compared to other children in the clan who were always looking for a place to rest and recharge. Based on his performance today, he's already a qualified shinobi. He's got brains and strength, and he can predict almost every move his opponent will make. Classic Nara-style combat, said Saratobi Hiroen, exhaling a puff of smoke, his face partially hidden by the smoke. His tone was full of admiration. The Inoshikacho trio were some of the biggest supporters of Hiruzen as Hokage. While their overall clan strength might not match that of the Uchiha or Hyuga clans, the three clans had unique advantages, much like how the Hyuga clan's Byakugan was irreplaceable in certain situations. As the brains of the trio, the Nara clan excelled at managing complex official affairs and served as a think tank during wartime. Many Nara women were also skilled in pharmacology and medical ninjatsu, forming the backbone of the medical department. The Akimichi clan, led by the second-generation disciple of Akimichi Torifu, could use their clan's secret technique, the multi-size technique, to have a devastating impact in battle, similar to that of a giant summon, especially in large-scale wars. The Yamanaka clan specialized in using their secret techniques for interrogation and information extraction. Many members of their clan worked in the torture and interrogation force and the Umbu. Kagetsu, being a child of one of Hiruzen's most loyal clans, was impressive not just because of his clan ties, but also because of his individual performance on the exam. At the age of 6, he could already use the shadow imitation technique and shadow strangle technique in succession, which was remarkable. What surprised Hiruzen even more was how a large number of insects from the Aburame clan suddenly died during the battle. From what he observed, Hiruzen could guess how Kagetsu achieved this, but the possibility left him uncertain. Can the Nara clan's insecticides already affect the Aburame clan's insects? Sarutobi pondered for a moment before asking Narashikakichi, who was standing next to him. Insecticides. Narashikakichi looked at the unsettling sight of dead insects on the ground displayed in the crystal ball and shook his head under the third Hokage's watchful eyes. I might need to go home and ask Yuno. She's the one who handles the clan's medicines. The third Hokage nodded, not pressing further. He was simply curious about how Kagetsu had accomplished this, but since Narashikakichi couldn't give a clear answer, he didn't dwell on it. Perhaps the Aburame clan is more interested in the formula and details of this insecticide than I am, he thought. As for any potential conflict between the two clans, the third Hokage didn't even consider it. Insecticide production isn't the Nara clan's main business, and these insecticides are minor compared to their work with medicinal herbs and medicines. The Aburame clan's insects aren't so easily defeated, that insect is just one type they breed, and they can develop targeted antibodies fairly quickly. After briefly reviewing the remaining parts of the combat exams, the third Hokage closed the telescope technique and returned to dealing with the backlog of tasks. After the end of the Second Shinobi War, Konoha received a significant number of mission requests. These requests kept nearly all of Konoha's ninjas busy, except for the essential defense forces that remained in the village. Over the past 2 years, Konoha's ninjas have been relentlessly accepting and completing missions. In contrast, the other ninja villages, having lost many of their ninjas during the war, retreated to their villages to recover and tend to their wounds. After the ninja war ended, the quiet merchants of various countries became active again. Konoha took a big share of the profits, and other major ninja villages received enough mission funds to recover and grow strong again after the war. Even though there are still fights and battles in each ninja village due to ongoing missions, and tensions remain high, it is not enough to start a new war immediately before full recovery. This is a rare time of peaceful development after the war. With the return of abundant funds, Hiruzen Sarutobi recognized the importance of medical ninjas. He decided to invest heavily to fully establish the medical department as Sunade had requested. At this moment, a middle-aged man with white hair was wandering silently through the village streets, as if searching for something specific. As he found a good spot and leaned in to look inside, a somewhat hoarse voice suddenly spoke from behind him. You're still the same as always, Jeriah. The white-haired man wasn't startled by the voice. He seemed to have expected it. He looked through the hole he found a few more times, then reluctantly stood up, turned around, and saw a pale-faced man in a white robe behind him. Long time no see, Orochimaru. Didn't Sunade come with you? Jiraiya said, clasping his hands behind his head with a smile of joy at their reunion. She's busy with her work in the medical department and drinking. Chapter 9, Chapter 7.1, Changed. At the Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant. The reunion of the three legendary Sanin didn't bring the joy one would expect after years apart. Or rather, Jiraiya was the only one showing any excitement about being together again, while Orochimaru and Sunade remained cold and distant. After a long time of trying to engage them, Jiraiya's enthusiasm began to fade. He looked at Orochimaru, who sat silently, radiating an icy aura, and Sunade, who was pouring more alcohol into her cup, her face flushed from drinking. His face tightened, seeing their lack of response. Bang. Jiraiya slammed his hand down on the wooden table, the sound echoing through the room. When his two companions turned to look at him, he angrily asked. It's been 3 years since we last met, and you two aren't even a little happy to see each other. You haven't changed a bit, Jiraiya. Orochimaru's raspy voice filled the room. Sunade, drunk, simply focused back on her drink. Is that all you can say? Jiraiya snapped, leaning in closer to Orochimaru, clearly irritated. It's a blessing, Jiraiya, Orochimaru said softly. Sometimes, Sunade and I are truly envious of you. Envious of me? Jiraiya was stunned, not understanding what Orochimaru meant. From childhood to now, since they started training under the third Hokage, both Orochimaru, the genius, and Sunade, the Senju princess, were the ones Jiraiya had always admired and tried to catch up with. He never imagined a day would come when he would hear Orochimaru say he was envious of him. At the same time, Jiraiya suddenly felt a strong disconnect between him and his two friends. The familiarity and bond they once shared seemed overshadowed by a sense of estrangement. It was as if the two companions he grew up with had become strangers. Explain yourselves. Jiraiya ruffled his hair in frustration. He hated how Orochimaru always spoke in riddles without fully explaining. Life is fragile, Jiraiya. You haven't experienced loss like we have. You haven't felt that deep emptiness and fear, Orochimaru said as he stood up, pulling back the curtain. As he left, he turned to Jiraiya and said, I envy you. But don't bother inviting me to these boring reunions anymore. With that, Orochimaru ignored Jiraiya's calls and quickly left. Feeling dejected after failing to stop Orochimaru, Jiraiya turned to Sunade, hoping for some comfort. But before he could say anything, Sunade wobbled to her feet, surprising him as she leaned on the table with one hand and patted him on the shoulder with the other. Is the gathering over? Then I'm heading home too, Sunade said, her breath smelling of alcohol. A young girl hurried into the room to help her out, and they slowly left together. In the blink of an eye, Jiraiya was left alone in the private room. It's only been 3 years. 3 years later, returning to the village and reuniting with old friends, Jiraiya found the familiar buildings and scenery unchanged, but the once familiar faces of his comrades now felt distant and unfamiliar. Tsunade's despair and Orochimaru's coldness filled Jiraiya with a deep sense of unease. Even with his somewhat dull senses, he couldn't ignore the growing distance between him and his two old friends, who had once shared an unspoken bond. It seemed impossible for the three of them to return to the camaraderie they had shared 3 years ago. Jiraiya felt a mix of anxiety and helplessness. Jiraiya, is that you? In the third Hokage's office, Saratobi Hiroen, having just finished his work, heard a slight noise from the roof and immediately knew who it was without even turning around. The umbu hadn't stopped him, meaning it was someone familiar who liked to enter through unconventional means. In the third Hokage's memory, only Jiraiya fit that description. Plus, he had already received information about Jiraiya's return to the village, so he knew who it was right away. Hey, old man, Jiraiya greeted as he flipped into the room through the window, reeking of alcohol. You've been a bit reckless this time. The third Hokage frowned as he looked at the drunken Jiraiya. If it weren't for your significant contributions during the war, and the official story that you were recovering and traveling, you would have been branded a rogue ninja by now. The war is almost over. Even without me, Orochimaru and Konoha would still secure the final victory. Jiraiya felt a bit guilty about his actions, but he knew he would make the same choice if given another chance. Since you're back, don't leave again, the third Hokage sighed. None of his 3 students were easy to deal with. Even Orochimaru, who used to be the most dependable, had been acting strangely and mysteriously lately. As for Sunade, she had become even more despondent. Although she was still the head of the medical corps, she barely ever showed up at the hospital, spending most of her time in bars or gambling dens, completely ignoring his advice. I plan to stay for a while, Jiraiya nodded. This time, he intended to spend some time in the village and catch up with his student, Minato Namikaze. After 3 years, he was curious to see how much his pupil, whom he once believed to be the child of prophecy, had grown. Will you take on another team of students? Old man, I already have Minato, Jiraiya shook his head. Besides Minato, he had just spent 3 years mentoring 3 other students, and he wasn't keen on taking on another group. He also had no intention of telling the third Hokage about those 3 students, as he believed they had their own paths to follow. Chapter 10, Chapter 7.2, A Chance Encounter. The third Hokage was silent for a moment after being refused but didn't press the issue. Compared to his other 2 students, Jiraiya's pupil, Minato Namikaze, was indeed quite outstanding. Although he came from a common background, he had exceptional talent. After becoming Jiraiya's apprentice, he gradually found his own path as a ninja. Among the new generation, Namikaze Minato had already started to make a name for himself in the ninja world. Perhaps, in the future, he could become as legendary as the Sanin. The third Hokage was quite satisfied and trusted this student of his student. Minato had good character, a great personality, strong abilities, exceptional talent, and a deep understanding of sealing techniques. He even combined the Flying Thunder God technique, invented by the second Hokage, with sealing techniques, creating his own unique fighting style. With such a disciple, Jiraiya didn't need to worry about leading a team anymore. What happened to Orochimaru and Sunade? Jiraiya asked after some small talk, expressing the doubt in his heart. In the past 3 years, his two teammates had changed so much that they felt like strangers to him. The third Hokage fell silent when he heard this, picking up his pipe and taking a few puffs. Finally, after Jiraiya's persistent urging, he coughed a couple of times and gave an answer. Dan is dead. Jiraiya's pupils contracted sharply, and his body hunched over a little. He finally began to understand why Sunade had fallen into such despair. The second great ninja war had taken both her brother and her lover. Such a blow. Sunade couldn't save Dan's life, and she developed hemophobia. She can barely even step onto the battlefield now, the third Hokage added, his expression also somber. And what about Orochimaru? After a moment of silence, Jiraiya asked again. He hasn't come to see me for a while now, the third Hokage replied, waving his hand. Now that you're back, if you can, try to talk to them. The third Hokage had originally hoped to have them both return to lead teams again, but considering that both of them were avoiding certain issues and even avoiding him, he hadn't found the right moment to bring it up. However, while he couldn't bring it up himself, Jiraiya's return could help convey his thoughts. He also hoped that Jiraiya's return might bring the three of them back together as they once were. I'll do my best, Jiraiya said, though he doubted his ability to complete this task, he still accepted it. At this moment, the joy and excitement Jiraiya had felt upon returning were gone, replaced only by a deep sense of melancholy and helplessness. In the dense forest above the Hokage rock, a green snake, more than a meter long, was coiled on a tree branch. Its green body blended perfectly with the leaves, almost like it was invisible, effectively hiding itself from view. If you weren't paying close attention, even if you were quite close, you could easily overlook its presence. Whoosh! A shuriken suddenly whizzed through the air, precisely hitting the green snake that had hidden itself so well. The snake's body convulsed in pain, curling and then uncoiling, before falling from the branch with a thud. It writhed and struggled on the ground. The third one. Nara Kagetsu emerged from the forest, picking up the injured green snake from the ground. The snake tried to struggle and fight back, but a black shadow suddenly covered it, paralyzing its body. Then, a hand reached out and grabbed it. The entire time, the green snake seemed completely immobilized, wrapped tightly by a layer of black shadow. Venom collected +1. Nara Kagetsu finished collecting the venom and tossed the green snake aside. He had caught over 100 similar venomous snakes recently, and dissected and studied about 20 or 30 of them. Venom was a powerful tool during the Second Shinobi War, famously used by Hanzo the Salamander and the puppet ninjas of the Sand Village. Even the mighty Leaf Village and the legendary Sanin suffered significant losses due to it. If not for a legendary medical ninja like Sunade, who developed antidotes specifically for these poisons, the outcome of the battles on the Sand Village front might have been very different. As for Hanzo, apart from the Sanin, nearly the entire Leaf Village ninja force present at that battle was wiped out. Venom, like explosive tags, kunai, shuriken, and senbon, became a standard weapon in ninja combat. You're collecting snake venom. A deep, raspy voice suddenly spoke from behind Kagetsu. He instinctively turned around, and the shadow beneath his feet shot out like a snake pouncing on prey. However, as soon as Kagetsu's shadow imitation technique connected with the other person's shadow, it was immediately broken. You react quickly, kid from the Nara clan. Orochimaru appeared behind Kagetsu in an instant, lowering himself to pat Kagetsu's head. Orochimaru-sama. Kagetsu felt both tense and relieved. Although Orochimaru was a dangerous figure, he hadn't yet reached the point of no return. Plus, he had recognized Kagetsu as a member of the Nara clan, so he probably wouldn't harm a child like him. You're collecting venom from snakes? Orochimaru asked again. Unlike other members of the Nara clan, Orochimaru sensed something unique in Kagetsu, something that intrigued him. This quality made him notice Kagetsu, observe his actions, and become a bit curious. Yes. Realizing that Orochimaru meant no harm, Kagetsu relaxed. Why? Does the Nara clan's secret techniques require snake venom? Orochimaru stood beside Kagetsu, looking at the bottle of venom in his hand. I want to create a special type of venom. Kagetsu thought for a moment, deciding to be honest with Orochimaru. You want to use venom? Orochimaru was genuinely interested. It was the first time he had seen a Nara clan member take the initiative to use venom. The Nara clan was known for being reliable as strategists and battlefield partners, but if possible, they usually avoided direct combat. I'm just trying to raise a special insect. Kagetsu hesitated but then decided to speak the truth. This insect has incredible adaptability and vitality. It can absorb venom and evolve organs and tissues that carry venom. The more powerful and complex the venom, the faster it evolves in this aspect. I plan to raise it to be my summoning beast in the future. Oh. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Having seen Hanzo's venom in action, Orochimaru didn't underestimate this kind of combat method. If the venom could reach the strength of Hanzo's salamander, it might even decide the outcome of a battle at a crucial moment. Even though it's not as deadly as Hanzo's poison, this kind of evolving poisonous constitution is frightening enough in its potential. It's something worth studying. Although right now, all of his focus is on how to become immortal and learn every jutsu in the world, today he felt a strange feeling in his heart. This feeling made him even more curious about the trait in front of him that was drawing him to Kagetsu. He wanted to figure out what it was. Can you show me that special insect? If it's really like you say, I can offer you a large variety of poisons, including snake venom, Orochimaru suggested, his gaze on Kagetsu revealing a few traces of scrutiny. Of course. At this point, what could Kagetsu say? He just didn't expect that on a routine outing, after so many uneventful trips, he would finally run into the master of kidnapping himself. But he wasn't searching for the meaning of life, nor was he lost enough to need someone to chase after or rely on. Chapter 11, Chapter 8.1, Visit. The arrival of Orochimaru greatly surprised Nara Shikakichi and his wife, especially when they saw Orochimaru holding Nara Kagetsu. Orochimaru-sama is very interested in my insect and wanted to come and take a look, Kagetsu said succinctly, his face displaying a look of obedience. Don't worry about me. This is just a minor visit, I'll look at the insect and then leave, Orochimaru said, nodding to the Nara couple and emphasizing that this visit was just an accident. Orochimaru wasn't concerned about what the clever Shikakichi might be thinking at the moment. As Orochimaru and Kagetsu walked towards the backyard, Shikakichi and his wife, Yuno, exchanged worried and helpless glances. The Ino Shikacho trio had managed to stay low-key and stable in Konoha for so long not only because of their intelligence but also because they understood when to ally and when to compromise. They had always been trusted advisors and allies of the Hokage. If possible, Shikakichi would prefer his son not to get too close to Orochimaru. The man was slowly walking down a dangerous and dark path, aligning with the route, which claimed to be the dark side of Konoha. Shikakichi didn't want his son to be involved with these matters. It seems your parents are quite worried about you being around me, Orochimaru said softly to Kagetsu, who was walking beside him. You must be mistaken, Kagetsu shook his head. It's not just about seeing, Orochimaru replied without showing any outward emotion. I sense their anxiety from their chakra. Chakra? Kagetsu looked up instinctively at Orochimaru's statement. While Orochimaru was most memorable for his immortality and mastery of forbidden techniques, his understanding and use of chakra were also remarkable. Orochimaru was one of the few who approached the six paths level in chakra mastery. Chakra is a product of the average mixing of life's spiritual and physical energy. It is said that chakra has the ability to communicate with and observe the inner thoughts of a person, creating a mental bridge for sharing memories and emotions. This notion may seem somewhat abstract, but experienced individuals who are very sensitive to chakra can sense the emotional state of the person from their chakra, Orochimaru explained to Kagetsu. Of course, some elite ninjas can maintain their inner calm very well or give a misleading impression. Kagetsu nodded, feeling that Orochimaru had a bit of a lecturing tone. Of course, this was only shown if the person lecturing had the talent and skills he valued. For instance, in his memory, his trusted aide, Kabuto Yakushi, was such a person. Are you doing some research too? Once they entered Kagetsu's workspace, Orochimaru glanced around and easily identified the purposes of the various instruments and inferred the type of experiments Kagetsu was conducting based on the materials present. Without asking for Kagetsu's permission, Orochimaru became interested and started browsing through Kagetsu's research notes on the desk, glancing at Kagetsu with a thoughtful expression. Feeling uneasy under Orochimaru's gaze, Kagetsu excused himself and went to fetch the insect he was keeping. And indeed, he brought it out. Once a palm-sized blue worm, it had grown to the size of an adult arm over the past few months. Its body was now soft and its once blue skin had become much whiter. Name: unknown larva. Quality: blue. After choosing its evolutionary path, it will undergo a period of intensive development. Once this process is perfected, it will form a cocoon and evolve into the next stage. Traits: ordinary, with the only notable trait being its strong vitality, adaptability, and excellent potential for modification. Skills: cocoon, crawling, eating, spitting silk, multiplication, hidden. Evaluation: its growth depends on the skills and feeding of its caretaker. Conclusion: it is now a worm with some combat ability, though not very high. Placing the worm from his arms onto the table, he watched as the pale blue worm, sensing its owner's departure, hovered its head, sniffed the air, and then crawled towards the direction of the owner, Kagetsu. However, the next moment, the worm was picked up by a hand. Startled by the sudden grab, the worm's color changed from pale blue to a more colorful pattern, and black liquid began to ooze from its body. Feeling the burning sensation on his skin, Orochimaru immediately used chakra to isolate contact with the worm. Seeing that its counterattack wasn't effective, the worm, in a panic, used its last resort. Its body expanded greatly, curling up into a ball. It managed to push open Orochimaru's hand with its size and weight, fell onto the table, rolled around, and quickly reached Kagetsu, pressing its head against the edge of the table, seemingly dazed, and complained to Kagetsu. Kagetsu quickly took out a black paste and placed it near the worm's mouth, calming the frightened creature. Now, with its intelligence as low as a human baby, the worm forgot its earlier panic upon receiving comfort from Kagetsu. It began to munch on the black paste with its head lowered, trying hard to swallow it. What is this? Orochimaru, who had shown little interest since arriving, now displayed a strong interest. His eyes glinted as he watched the worm eating and Kagetsu soothing it. Chapter 12, Chapter 8.2, Orochimaru's Decision. Was the liquid earlier the poison you made for it? Yes, Kagetsu nodded. So, what about its body suddenly expanding? Is that a characteristic of the creature itself? Orochimaru asked, shaking his head in confusion. No, this kind of expansion feels familiar. It's the Akimichi clan's multi-size technique, Kagetsu said honestly when he noticed Orochimaru's confusion. Multi-size technique? Orochimaru's interest grew stronger. Kagetsu's answer quickly solved his doubts. Orochimaru knew about the Akimichi clan's multi-size technique. During wartime, he even had members of the Inoshikacho trio among his subordinates. From what he had sensed earlier, it was quite similar to the multi-size technique he knew. What surprised Orochimaru was that this technique of the Akimichi clan appeared on an insect that seemed to have no intelligence, only instincts. The Inoshikacho trio had different physical traits. The Akimichi clan could rapidly digest large amounts of food and store it as fat in their body, releasing or exploding it when needed. This process was very much like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon. If someone else wanted to learn the Akimichi clan's multi-size technique, even with training methods, they would struggle with mastering yang release and their physical traits. Could it be that this insect's body is capable of adapting to the changes in the multi-size technique? Does it possess yang release? Orochimaru felt a sudden interest. The famous wood release and physical traits of the Senju clan, in strict terms, also belong to yang release. Life forms with yang release naturally have strong recovery abilities and can possess more chakra and endurance than ordinary ninjas. Now that he was seeking immortality, Orochimaru was naturally interested in yang release. Of course, yang release is a general term. For Orochimaru, the Senju clan was the most worth studying and pursuing. The Akimichi clan also had yang release, but its effects and power were far inferior to wood release. It wasn't worth his time. However, this insect and the research notes he had made Orochimaru curious about Kagetsu. The familiar trait on him made Orochimaru silently decide something. Let's go. Next time we meet, I'll give you a gift you need, Orochimaru said without asking further questions. After closing the research notes he had been flipping through, he took his leave. Kagetsu escorted him back to the front yard and, along with his parents, saw Orochimaru off from the Nara clan's residence. After Orochimaru's figure disappeared into the night, Kagetsu returned home. In the house, Nara Shikakichi asked Kagetsu about his meeting with Orochimaru but didn't inquire further. He told Kagetsu to rest well. Shikakichi only wanted to understand Orochimaru's intentions. From the questions, he could tell that Orochimaru didn't harbor any obvious ill intentions toward Kagetsu. Realizing this, Shikakichi felt a great sense of relief. Although reluctant to see his son becoming too close to Orochimaru and potentially being influenced by him, as the leading candidate to succeed the fourth Hokage, Orochimaru's reputation in Konoha was indeed formidable. If he were to have any ulterior motives regarding his son, there would be little that could be done about it. Inside the third Hokage's house, Saratobi Hiroen was somewhat surprised to see Orochimaru visiting him late at night. Recently, he had sensed growing distance and coldness from his disciple. He had thought this state of near-cold war between them would last for a while, but he didn't expect Orochimaru to show up suddenly tonight. Could it be Jiraiya? Saratobi Hiroen thought to himself that it might be due to Jeriah, who had just returned to the village. According to the ANBU reports, Jeriah had recently met up with Sunade and Orochimaru after coming back, and they had a private meeting. It's been a long time since you've come to see me on your own, Saratobi Hiroen remarked, looking at his favorite disciple. Orochimaru looked at his now somewhat aged teacher in silence. The passage of time had left its mark on him, and the teacher he once admired was slowly becoming a source of disappointment. Besides the deaths of his apprentice, Nawaki, Tsunade's lover, and the numerous lives lost in the war, the increasingly aged and unfamiliar appearance of Saratobi Hiroen was also a burden that contributed to his disillusionment. He couldn't imagine himself becoming as weak and indecisive as Saratobi Hiroen when he reached the third Hokage's age. A Hokage who continuously compromises was no longer worthy of his admiration. He needed a new pursuit, one that would interest him and help him avoid ending up like his teacher. But could he share these thoughts with his teacher now? Impossible. His teacher's thinking had become too outdated. Even if he was willing to communicate, they would only end up arguing over their differing views, which would further damage their relationship. With this in mind, Orochimaru quickly withdrew his previous impulse. I came to tell you that I want to become a team leader, Orochimaru said. A team leader. Saratobi Hiroen's right hand, holding his pipe, froze in midair. His cloudy eyes looked at Orochimaru with surprise. Why the sudden change of heart? Saratobi Hiroen had considered making Orochimaru and Sunade team leaders before, but neither showed any interest in leading kids. Jiraiya had at least Minato Namikaze to show for himself, but Orochimaru and Sunade. Sunade's despair was due to the deaths of her brother and lover. Orochimaru, on the other hand, had lost his motivation to be a team leader after failing to protect Nawaki, which led to his death. I've found an interesting kid, Orochimaru said, licking his lips as he remembered the traits of Nara Kagetsu, which reminded him of himself in some ways. Who is this lucky child? Saratobi Hiroen smiled. In his eyes, Orochimaru was the one who truly embodied the definition of a genius, talented, intelligent, and with exceptional insight and learning ability in ninjutsu. Compared to Jiraiya's obsession with a vague prophecy and Tsunade's despair, Orochimaru represented a significant part of his expectations. It's a child from the Nara clan. Orochimaru paused before naming Nara Kagetsu. Shikakichi's child. Saratobi Hiroen immediately recalled information about Kagetsu and the performance he had seen on the day of the examination. If someone else, like Minato Namikaze or Jeriah, wanted to become Kagetsu's team leader, he might have hesitated. But with Orochimaru as the candidate, these concerns could be ignored. He is indeed a talented kid, much like you. As long as you gain Shikakichi's approval, I agree, Saratobi Hiroen nodded. Are there any other candidates? Add Mitarashi Anko to the list, Orochimaru suggested, including a former subordinate of his. Chapter 13, Chapter 9.1, Generous Reward. A clearing in the forest of Konoha village. Kagetsu stood under a tree, feeling a mix of emotions. His mind kept replaying the scene from 2 days ago when Orochimaru visited his parents and asked to take him as a disciple. As one of the legendary Sanin and a potential future Hokage, Orochimaru had even received permission from the third Hokage, Hiruzen Saratobi, to personally visit the Nara couple and make the request. This alone showed how much Orochimaru valued Kagetsu. This wasn't just like the teachers assigned to students after graduating from the ninja academy. It was a step further, a true master-disciple relationship where the student is seen as a successor. Your team leader is just your superior, and how much they teach you depends on their willingness. But in a true master-disciple relationship, the master doesn't hold back and shares all their knowledge. A clear example is the future Team 7. Kakashi was the leader of Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto, and Sakura, but the only one who truly inherited his techniques was Sasuke. Similarly, such a formal visit showed not only how much Orochimaru valued Kagetsu but also that there was no room for refusal unless they wanted to offend Orochimaru. So, whether Kagetsu liked it or not, from the moment Orochimaru visited, he had already become Orochimaru's disciple. Even his father, Shikakichi Nara, couldn't do anything about it. Today was the agreed-upon day for their first meeting since Kagetsu became Orochimaru's disciple. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed by. A girl, around 8 or 9 years old, wearing a Chunin forehead protector and a mesh outfit, jumped down from a tree branch above and lightly landed beside Kagetsu. Are you the kid from the Nara clan? She asked, raising an eyebrow as she looked at Kagetsu's traditional Nara clan attire. You're already here. That's good. Before Kagetsu could respond, a familiar raspy voice suddenly echoed nearby, as if someone had been waiting for a long time and suddenly decided to speak. The sudden voice startled both Kagetsu and the girl. Orochimaru-sensei. Orochimaru-sensei. 2 young voices called out simultaneously. Compared to Kagetsu's unenthusiastic tone, the girl's shout was filled with energy and undisguised admiration. This made Kagetsu instinctively move a little further away from her. By now, he had already figured out who this slightly immature girl was. Anko Mitarashi. Orochimaru's only surviving disciple after he defected from Konoha. The reason Kagetsu thought she was the only survivor was that he wasn't sure if Anko was truly the last disciple after Orochimaru's other student, Nawaki. Though she wasn't known for any remarkable achievements, she had been taught by Orochimaru himself, so she must have some talent. If she were completely untalented, Orochimaru wouldn't have taken her as a student or passed on the Ryuchi Cave contract to her. Let's introduce ourselves. I'm Orochimaru, your future team leader. I like exploring and learning all the ninjutsu in the world. I dislike people without talent and those who are foolish beyond help. Orochimaru led the two to a nearby clearing and stood facing them, about 5 or 6 meters away, waiting for their introductions. I'll go first. I'm Anko Mitarashi. I just turned 10 and am about to graduate from the Ninja Academy. I hope to become a powerful ninja like Lord Orochimaru. As for dislikes, I don't dislike anyone at the moment. Anko eagerly raised her hand and shouted, beating Kagetsu to the introduction. Kagetsu Nara, 6 years old. I'm still attending the Ninja Academy. I like doing research that interests me. I dislike troublesome things that have nothing to do with my research. Seeing Orochimaru's gaze shift to him, Kagetsu also gave a brief self-introduction. Before I start teaching you, I need to test you first. You can use any means necessary, working together with the intent to kill me. Don't hold back. I need to understand your current strength and abilities, Orochimaru said. He licked the corner of his lips, and a bell dropped from his raised fingers. Using his foot, he drew a circle around himself. See this bell? If any of you can take it from me, you'll pass the test. To be fair, I will stay within this circle and not move. What happens if we can't get the bell? Anko raised her hand, eager to start. She knew they couldn't possibly defeat Orochimaru, but if it was just about taking the bell, maybe with teamwork, it could be done. As she thought this, Anko glanced at Nara Kagetsu beside her and felt a bit overconfident. Then you'll fail the test, and there will be a very harsh punishment, Orochimaru said with a smile that sent a chill down their spines. But, if you succeed, I will give you a reward, Orochimaru continued, as a small scroll the size of a palm slid out from his sleeve. Under the watchful eyes of Kagetsu and Anko, Orochimaru made hand signs to unlock the scroll. Poof! A cloud of smoke dispersed, revealing a giant scroll almost as tall as a person standing in front of Orochimaru. This is the summoning contract scroll of Ryuchi Cave. If you manage to get the bell or perform exceptionally well, I will write your names on it after the test. Orochimaru's tone was full of temptation. Anko's body trembled with excitement. A summoning beast. Who wouldn't want to have a powerful summoning beast? Especially one from Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sanin. She didn't need any more encouragement from Orochimaru, she was already filled with fighting spirit. Kagetsu took a deep breath, feeling like this reward was meant specifically for him. But no matter what, Orochimaru's reward struck a chord in his heart. With the influence of his talent cards, his desire to study one of the 3 sage regions, Ryuchi Cave, was boiling over. Even just for the sage arts, Kagetsu was ready to give it his all. Chapter 14, Chapter 9.2, Bell Snatched. It seems you're both satisfied with the reward. Let's begin. Orochimaru tossed the scroll onto a nearby tree, signaling the start of the test. Kagetsu and Anko exchanged a glance but didn't attack immediately. Instead, they quickly ran off in different directions, far out of Orochimaru's sight. Are they planning a surprise attack? Or are they trying to understand each other's abilities? Orochimaru observed their actions with a hint of satisfaction. If they had rushed at him recklessly, he would have been a bit disappointed. You must know the Nara clan's secret techniques, right? Anko asked Kagetsu as soon as they were out of Orochimaru's sight, stopping to catch her breath. Kagetsu nodded. All right then, here's the plan. You use your clan's secret techniques to support me, and I'll handle the main attack. As long as you time it right and coordinate with me, we have a chance to grab the bell while Lord Orochimaru can't dodge. Anko quickly assigned the roles. She didn't expect much from Kagetsu, not because she doubted his talent, but because he looked too young. If he could just use his shadow techniques to assist her at the right moment, she might succeed. Kagetsu didn't argue with her. After all, her plan made sense. It's fine if you take the lead and I assist, but we have no teamwork, and it's hard to develop that in such a short time. If we had a third person, especially someone from the Yamanaka clan, it would be perfect. With their mental techniques, we could communicate telepathically. Kagetsu agreed with Anko's plan but pointed out the challenge of coordinating their efforts. Experienced and mature ninja can coordinate without knowing each other well, but expecting 2 people who aren't even proper genin to work together perfectly is unrealistic. So, what do you suggest we do? Anko's cheeks puffed up in frustration. Since we don't have good teamwork, let's stop worrying about it, Kagetsu responded calmly. We'll break down our attack into individual steps and assign them to each of us. We just need to focus on doing our own steps like a pre-programmed routine. There's no need to worry about what the other person is doing or how to synchronize with them. Just follow the plan step by step. Will that really work? Anko thought about it carefully. Kagetsu's plan made sense, but she still had doubts. Can we succeed like that? Of course, it won't be that easy. This is just a shortcut. With Lord Orochimaru's sharp eyes, he'll likely see through it right away. So, our only chance is during the first attempt when he might not expect us to use such a sneaky method. We don't need a lot of tactics, just one well-prepared plan. Kagetsu shook his head, not feeling very confident himself. After discussing their strategy and some simple coordination methods in the dense forest, the 2 immediately circled back to the testing grounds. Serpent, dragon, hare, tiger. Dragon fire technique. From the dense forest behind Orochimaru, a towering pillar of flame suddenly shot out, heading straight for him and engulfing the area in a sea of fire. But soon, at the peak of the flaming pillar, a rotating water shield rose up, clashing with the flames. In an instant, thick steam spread out in all directions. Anko's eyes lit up as she performed the dragon fire technique. She quickly glanced at Kagetsu, then created a clone. Together, they dashed towards Orochimaru. During her attack, Anko had already memorized exactly where the bells were hanging on Orochimaru's body. She had rehearsed the steps in her mind over and over again. Kagetsu also sprang from the forest, and before the steam could clear, a black shadow under his feet transformed into a dark rope, snaking across the ground like a vine, heading towards the memorized spot. As the mist began to clear and both sides regained some visibility, Kagetsu's shadow had already connected with Orochimaru's shadow. At the same time, the two Ankos had reached Orochimaru, one attacking him, while the other reached for the bell hanging on his waist. Orochimaru noticed Anko's movements, but in that instant, he felt his body lose some control, becoming momentarily numb and sluggish. In that brief moment, Anko's fingers brushed against the bell. Their coordination, both in timing and strategy, was surprisingly flawless. It was as if the two had been partners for a long time, understanding each other perfectly. A flicker of surprise flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Just as a smile formed on Anko's lips, thinking she had successfully grabbed the bell, she suddenly stumbled. Her outstretched fingers missed the bell by a hair's breadth. A snake coiled up from Anko's foot, quickly binding both Anko so they couldn't move, while the other Anko, who was attacking Orochimaru, was caught by his hand and thrown aside. With a puff, she burst into a cloud of smoke. Kagetsu's shadow imitation technique wasn't strong enough to hold Orochimaru for long. As Kagetsu mentioned earlier, all he could create was that brief moment of stiffness, a fleeting opportunity. After dealing with Anko, Orochimaru's gaze shifted to Nara Kagetsu. He noticed Kagetsu's fingers moving swiftly, forming hand seals like a butterfly fluttering through flowers. Orochimaru watched with interest as Kagetsu finished the hand seals. Suddenly, a black curtain of shadow rose from the ground and enveloped Orochimaru. Shadow coffin. The black shadow curtain only lasted for a moment before it began to collapse and fade away, revealing Orochimaru inside, his skin slightly cut. This is an interesting technique. Why have I never seen it used by the Nara clan before? Orochimaru ignored the bleeding cuts on his body, focusing instead on Kagetsu with curiosity. He instinctively felt that this jutsu was unique to Kagetsu. The bell is in my hand, Orochimaru-sensei. Kagetsu's face was pale from chakra exhaustion as he raised his right hand, where a familiar bell jingled softly. Interesting. So this unfamiliar jutsu was just a feint. You used the shadow imitation technique to hold me, an unfamiliar shadow technique to distract me and cut the bell's string, and finally, the shadow sewing jutsu to take the bell from me. Orochimaru quickly deduced Kagetsu's strategy. Was Anko also part of your plan? Orochimaru's gaze swept over the still struggling Anko on the ground. Being well acquainted with the Nara clan, Orochimaru instinctively included her in the equation. Perhaps, there was even a hint of understanding of himself in this. Chapter 15, Chapter 10.1, Meeting Jiraiya and Minato. You've passed the test. Orochimaru dismissed the summoned snakes and freed the struggling Anko, announcing that the two had successfully passed his test. The bell-grabbing test was a method used by the third Hokage when he assessed them. According to the third Hokage, they also went through this kind of test when they trained under the second Hokage. This testing method has become an unspoken tradition among the Hokage's line. Although the test involves grabbing the bells, the real purpose is to observe whether the student's actions meet the examiner's expectations. In this test, the highest-ranking person present is a Kage of the village, while the weakest is at least an elite Jonin. And who are the participants? Most of them are genin who just graduated from the Konoha Ninja Academy, with only the rare chunin among them. Given this disparity in strength, if the examiners didn't go easy on them, no team would ever pass. Kakashi Hatake in the future is a good example. Therefore, those who pass this bell-grabbing test usually do so because the examiner sees certain qualities in them and then allows them to succeed. Every examiner has different expectations, which means that although the test method is the same, the way to pass it varies. Some like those who use any means necessary, some value camaraderie, while others prefer those who are smart and think strategically, and so on. For Orochimaru, he never expected the two of them to actually grab the bell from him. He just wanted to see what talents they would show during the process. Once he saw what he was looking for, even if they didn't get the bell in the end, he would still let them pass. And Kagetsu and Anko clearly surprised him. Did we pass? Anko, who had just picked herself up off the ground, couldn't hide her joy, despite her disheveled appearance. You passed. Orochimaru patted Anko's head and led them to the tree where the Ryuchi cave scroll was placed. He spread it out in front of them and stopped at the last blank section. Before you sign the contract, I need to give you both some advice, Orochimaru said, his gaze intimidating as he looked at the two of them. The pressure in his eyes made Anko, who had been overjoyed, suddenly shiver. Her rosy face turned pale instantly. When you're not strong enough, don't summon the giant snakes from Ryuchi Cave lightly. Just because you're a contract holder doesn't mean they'll obey you. They're also a source of danger, Orochimaru warned. Kagetsu and Anko nodded. Orochimaru was just giving a reminder, knowing that with their current chakra levels, they couldn't summon any large summoning beasts anyway. At most, they could only call upon some ordinary snakes from Ryuchi Cave. Those snakes were just cannon fodder in Ryuchi Cave, there were countless of them. A normal ninja could handle them easily as long as they weren't facing a whole swarm. Do you still have the strength? Orochimaru asked, looking at the two of them. Yes, Orochimaru-sensei. Anko raised her hand, but it was clear to anyone that she wasn't in great shape. Kagetsu, standing beside her, looked even paler. The shadow coffin technique he had used to restrain Orochimaru for that brief moment, along with the shadow imitation and shadow sewing techniques, had almost drained all the chakra from his body. That's enough for today, Orochimaru said, seeing their poor condition. We'll meet here again tomorrow. I'll teach you some new jutsu. What should we do next? How about we celebrate with some barbecue, Orochimaru-sensei? Anko quickly nodded and suggested the next plan. It was obvious that her admiration for Orochimaru was overflowing, her enthusiasm unhidden. Orochimaru glanced at Anko, who was eagerly looking at him, and at Kagetsu, who finally showed some of the Nara clan's usual laziness. After a moment of thought, he nodded. Let's go then. Lifting the curtain of the barbecue restaurant, Orochimaru led Kagetsu and Anko to a semi-enclosed booth. But halfway there, as if sensing something, Orochimaru paused and then lifted the curtain of another booth. Inside, a trio consisting of a blonde, a redhead, and an elderly man with white hair stopped what they were doing and looked at the person who had just entered. Orochimaru. Jiraiya, his white hair falling loosely, stood up in surprise when he saw who it was. Orochimaru-sama. The blonde in the booth also greeted him, pulling the red-haired girl beside him to do the same. It's Minato and Kushina, Orochimaru said, noticing that this was a long-awaited reunion between master and disciples. Just as he was considering whether to leave, a small head peeked out from behind him. Sensei. Anko asked hesitantly, but when she saw who was in the booth, her expression first turned confused, then as if she realized something but wasn't sure, she looked up at Orochimaru. Sensei. Jiraiya, noticing how Anko addressed Orochimaru, looked at him with surprise. Are you leading a team again? Jiraiya, this is Nara Kagetsu, Orochimaru said as he pulled Kagetsu out from behind him and pushed him forward. He placed a hand on both their heads, he just became my disciple today. This is Jiraiya. You two should keep your distance from him. And this is Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya's disciple. Orochimaru introduced everyone, but he skipped over Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina didn't seem to mind being ignored. She was used to this kind of treatment by now. In the past, she would have lost her temper, but with Minato by her side, she felt unusually calm. Besides, she never really liked Orochimaru, who always gave off a cold and creepy vibe. Chapter 16, Chapter 10.2, Summoning Contract. Hello there, Minato said warmly, waving at Kagetsu and Anko. Under their curious gazes, he pulled out two uniquely shaped kunai with forked ends from his pockets and handed them over. I don't have much to give you right now, so take these kunai, Minato said kindly, scratching his head. Kagetsu fiddled with the special kunai. They had strange, almost scribbled symbols on them. Since he hadn't yet learned about sealing jutsu or other techniques beyond his clan's shadow techniques, he couldn't decipher what the symbols meant. But he liked the gift anyway. The symbols might be worth studying when he eventually learned sealing jutsu. Kagetsu glanced at Minato and felt a sense of comfort and trust coming from him. People who are very sensitive to chakra can often tell a person's character through it. For example, Karen Uzumaki, in the future, could determine someone's emotional state based on the warmth or coldness of their chakra. Minato-senpai is so kind. A sudden, overly enthusiastic voice interrupted Kagetsu's thoughts. He looked over and saw Anko's eyes sparkling, leaving him speechless. Is Anko really this much of a fangirl at this stage? Would you like to join us for a meal? Consider it a joint dinner for our two teams, Jiraiya said with a hearty laugh, extending the invitation. Orochimaru didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked at Kagetsu and Anko. Sensing her teacher's unspoken question, Anko quickly nodded and gave Kagetsu a slightly threatening look. Kagetsu, not wanting to cause trouble, nodded as well. The atmosphere in the room quickly livened up again. Jiraiya grilled meat while chatting non-stop, boasting about his adventures and the different cultures and places he had seen over the years. It was clear that Jiraiya's experience as a writer and his travels around the world collecting information made his stories captivating. Kushina, who was confined to Konoha under surveillance, and Anko, who was just curious and impressionable due to her young age, were quickly drawn in by his lively storytelling. Even Kagetsu, while trying to regain his strength by eating, was also listening intently. After they were full and satisfied, one side was happy to speak, and the other was glad to listen. Both sides left feeling content. After being sent home, Kagetsu went to his research lab to feed his hungry blue-white bugs. Then, he decided to test the summoning technique he had just learned in the open area of his yard. He bit his finger and smeared the summoning contract's medium, his blood, onto his palm. Boar dog rooster monkey sheep. He performed the summoning on the ground. With a puff of smoke, a snake, as thick as a baby's arm, was summoned from the distant Ryuchi cave. Kagetsu felt the chakra in his body begin to drain again, and he also sensed a mysterious connection with the summoned snake. The summoned snake slithered on the ground, coiling its body into the shape of a mosquito coil under Kagetsu's gaze. It raised its head, its forked tongue flicking out with a hissing sound. Its golden eyes swayed, eventually locking with Kagetsu's gaze. Kagetsu felt that he could control this summoned snake. Its limited intelligence was not enough for it to think or resist. This snake seemed to be the most ordinary and lowest-level venomous snake from Ryuchi Cave. After testing his control over it, Kagetsu felt a bit disappointed. Although the snake was obedient, it wasn't smart enough to understand even slightly complicated commands. Commands like, attack a specific target, or, search for living creatures nearby, were easier for it to follow. The simpler the command, the faster it executed it. However, if the command was slightly more complex, like adding a label of ninja or beast when searching for creatures, it would become confused for a long time. Conclusion: summoning this snake was a waste of chakra and served no real purpose. To create any real damage, he would need to use a large amount of chakra to summon a sea of snakes, causing an indiscriminate poisonous disaster. Kagetsu continued experimenting multiple times until his chakra was completely drained. Only then did he gain a more realistic and profound understanding of the summoning technique from Ryuchi Cave. The more chakra consumed, the stronger the summoned snakes from Ryuchi Cave would be. This includes giant, destructive snakes. Among these snakes, there are higher-ranking ones with intelligence. These intelligent snakes understand human language and can communicate with people. However, they also have the right to refuse a summoning contract. During his experiments, Kagetsu once tried to summon one but was refused. The next day, when Kagetsu's team gathered at the training grounds, the first thing he did was ask Orochimaru about tried doubts and theories, hoping to get confirmation from him. Orochimaru glanced at him and agreed, the true power of Ryuchi Cave lies in the intelligent snakes that can communicate with humans. But these snakes have their own personalities and tempers. If you want to summon them for battle, you must first satisfy their desires. So, signing a summoning contract is just the first step. To summon those powerful, intelligent snakes, you need to make a specific agreement with them. Is that correct, Orochimaru-sensei? Kagetsu asked for confirmation. Yes. For example, when I summon Manda, the agreement is that he will respond to my summons and fight for me when needed. In return, after the battle, I must offer him an adequate sacrifice. Orochimaru confirmed Kagetsu's understanding and gave an example. Sacrifice. Anko was puzzled. Humans. Orochimaru stated flatly. His raspy, magnetic voice made Anko's skin crawl. Manda likes to eat humans, but there are no humans in Ryuchi Cave. Anko shivered again. If you want to summon a giant snake with power like Manda's, you must go to Ryuchi Cave and negotiate directly with one of them. During the negotiation, you must have the strength to protect yourself. Otherwise, even if you are the summoner, there's a good chance you could become their food. Orochimaru hinted, equal strength is the basis for negotiation. Is summoning really this dangerous? Then. Anko felt conflicted. It's just that Ryuchi Cave is special. If your contract is with Mount Miyaboku or Shikatsu Forest, you generally won't encounter much danger there. The toads have much better personalities than the snakes, and Sunade's slugs are the most gentle of all. At this point, Orochimaru decided to explain a bit more to Kagetsu. He even compared the other two summoning beasts of the Sanin. Finally, he squinted slightly, looked at Kagetsu, and with a cold smile, added one last thing. Although Ryuchi Cave follows the cruel law of survival of the fittest, if you are strong enough, you can conduct any research or experiments on the snakes there. You won't have to worry about retaliation or complaints from the Ryuchi Cave's white snake sage. Chapter 17, Chapter 11.1, Medical Ninjatsu. For the next while, Kagetsu and Anko trained every day under Orochimaru's guidance. Thanks to the third Hokage's notice, the Ninja Academy in Konoha turned a blind eye to Kagetsu's frequent absences. Anko focused on learning ninjatsu and completing missions under Orochimaru's supervision. As for Kagetsu, after Orochimaru learned about his plans, he took him to visit Sunade of the Senju clan, asking her to personally teach Kagetsu some medical ninjatsu for a period of time. Orochimaru didn't decide for Kagetsu what ninjatsu he should learn. Kagetsu had a clear head and a set path for his future skills. Orochimaru admired that, seeing a bit of himself in Kagetsu. This made him value Kagetsu even more and gave him the willingness to support his growth while watching from the sidelines to see how far Kagetsu could go. Although Sunade was too depressed to perform surgeries and use medical ninjutsu anymore, she was still more than capable of teaching the theory and offering guidance. It was only because Orochimaru asked that she agreed. If it had been someone else, even the Nara clan leader, the disillusioned Sunade would have ignored the request entirely. "I'll leave the kid in your hands," Orochimaru said to Sunade inside her residence, dressed in his full jonin attire. "Let me be clear, I'll teach him, but if he can't keep up or doesn't learn anything from me, that's not my problem." Sunade, slightly drunk with flushed cheeks, burped but remained alert enough to negotiate with Orochimaru. "Of course. If Kagetsu can't keep up or fails to learn from you, then it just means his talent is limited." Orochimaru agreed to her terms without hesitation. "I'll take him away when the time comes." "Fine. He can stay, but I'll only teach him for 2 months. How much he learns depends on him. Also, my lessons don't come cheap." Sunade leaned forward, bracing her hands on the table, staring intently at Orochimaru with a determined expression. "We agreed on the terms." Seeing his teammate obsessed with money, Orochimaru felt a slight headache. However, he still pushed a box full of money towards her. Does Sunade need money? Technically, she doesn't. Does Sunade need money? When it comes to entertainment, she absolutely does. Among the Sanin, only Jiraiya was truly wealthy. His mission fees and the earnings from his books made him a rich man. On the other hand, despite inheriting the assets of the Senju clan, Sunade had the least money. During her years of despair, she had gambled away all her mission earnings and inheritance in casinos and bars. If it weren't for her status as Konoha's Senju princess, Sunade might have already needed to consider running away with Shizune. It's hard to say whether she accepted Orochimaru's request purely out of old friendship, or if the generous payment played a role. "You can leave now," Sunade said, closing the box after a quick glance inside. She suddenly seemed in high spirits and gave Orochimaru an abrupt dismissal. "Sunade. I know. I'll teach him properly, and I'll also teach Shizune while I'm at it," Sunade interrupted, waving her hand impatiently. "You staying here is just going to interfere with my teaching." Orochimaru's eyes showed a hint of helplessness. For a moment, he wasn't sure if giving Kagetsu to Sunade for training was a mistake. However, under Sunade's piercing gaze, Orochimaru finally stepped back, let go of Kagetsu's hand, and left the Senju clan's grounds. "A kid from the Nara clan, huh?" After Orochimaru left, the slightly drunk Sunade stared at Kagetsu for a moment. Then, she grabbed her box of money, staggered to her feet, and after wobbling for a second, steadied herself as if her feet were glued to the floor. "Go read and study on your own first. Shizune will take care of you. When I get back, I'll start training you." As she passed by Kagetsu, Sunade patted him on the shoulder and eagerly rushed towards the gate. Watching as Sunade disappeared in an instant, Kagetsu shifted his gaze to the girl standing nearby, who was about his age. Noticing Kagetsu looking at her, Shizune, who was being stared at, almost felt like crying. She didn't dare complain about her guardian, Sunade, so she tried her best to look calm and composed. "Follow me." Shizune's voice trembled a little at first, but she quickly led the way, signaling Kagetsu to follow. They stopped in front of an old-looking house. Inside, they pushed open a door, revealing boxes and scrolls messily scattered around. The room was filled with shelves, clearly meant for storing scrolls and books. Many of them were collecting dust in the corners, looking like they hadn't been touched in years. Some scrolls were already opened. Shizune, who wasn't much taller than Kagetsu, walked around the room, picking up scrolls or books now and then. Eventually, she gathered a large pile of scrolls and books, carrying them outside to where Kagetsu was sitting under the eaves, and put them down beside him. "These are the books Lady Sunade asked me to study. I think you'll need them too," Shizune said, catching her breath. She began sorting the scrolls and books, her face serious, as she carefully explained them to Kagetsu. "This is the full set of information on the mystical palm technique, along with all of Lady Sunade's notes on it." Shizune handed the sorted scrolls and notes to Kagetsu. "If you don't understand something, you can ask me. If I can't answer, you'll have to wait for Lady Sunade to come back." "You started learning with the mystical palm technique?" Kagetsu asked, surprised. The mystical palm technique, an A-rank jutsu, rapidly heals wounds by activating the cells in the injured area. It sounded simple, but seeing that it was an A-rank technique meant its difficulty and control requirements were extremely high. Chapter 18, Chapter 11.2, Sunade's Teachings. Yes, Lady Sunade said that as a medical ninja, learning the mystical palm technique is a must. If you can't master it, you'll only become a mediocre medical ninja with limited impact, Shizune responded seriously, having relaxed more as she spent time with Kagetsu. Medical ninjas are unique and have high entry requirements. Generally, to become one, not only must you possess or develop yang-type chakra, but you also need very fine control over your own chakra. To put it simply, if we consider the chakra output needed for a ninja's jutsu as a value of 10, Ninja A might use 7 units of chakra, while Ninja B only uses 5 for the same jutsu with equal power. This means Ninja B has better control over their chakra than Ninja A. However, this doesn't mean Ninja A is weaker than Ninja B. It just means Ninja B can achieve the same destructive power using less chakra. When it comes to learning jutsus that require delicate control, Ninja B would learn faster and show more talent than Ninja A. So, are these all medical jutsus? Kagetsu didn't mind reading, and as he looked at the room filled with scrolls and books, his eyes lit up with excitement. There was no other clan in the village, except for the Uchiha, that could rival the Senju in terms of their library and knowledge. There are also quite a few ancient texts on clan history, and the rest are research materials left behind by the second Hokage, Lord Tobirama, Shizun answered honestly. Research materials left by the second Hokage. Thinking of Tobirama, known as the inventor of forbidden techniques, Kagetsu became even more intrigued by the books in the room. Of course, he knew that even if Sunade allowed him to browse the collection, it didn't mean he'd find anything valuable. Sure enough, Shizun quickly added, actually, anything of real value was already moved to the Hokage's office during Lord Tobirama's time. A few years ago, the third Hokage also sent the Umbu to review everything and took more of it away. What's left here now is mainly research material, and some medical jutsus that Lady Sunade added later. There's no longer any forbidden techniques or jutsus left for you to learn here. Oh, by the way, have you tested your chakra nature yet? Shizun suddenly remembered something and asked in a bit of a panic. Yin, Yang, and Lightning, Kagetsu replied. If he hadn't discovered his Yang nature, Orochimaru wouldn't have sent him to train under Sunade so soon. That's great. Otherwise, you'd have to learn how to control the Yang attribute first, Shizun said with a sigh of relief, patting her small chest. Kagetsu didn't mention that his Yang attribute was only slowly developing over time. Instead, he focused on the scrolls and books in front of him. For Kagetsu, learning from scrolls was no different from having someone patiently teach him. In fact, with his talent, he might even learn faster on his own by absorbing the knowledge directly from the scrolls. When Sunade came back, storming in and smelling of alcohol, she saw 2 small figures in the yard, taking turns messing with a half-dead fish. Lady Sunade. Shizun had just failed in using the mystical palm technique, her face dripping with sweat. Realizing something, she looked up and saw that Sunade had finally returned home. Why are you still here? Sunade ignored Shizun's greeting, glancing at the darkening sky and then at Kagetsu standing beside her. She rudely demanded an answer. Sunade-sama, we're waiting for you. Didn't you promise Orochimaru-sama that you'd personally teach Kagetsu medical ninjutsu? Shizun raised her hand, a bit unhappy with Sunade's attitude. She always felt that her Sunade-sama was great in every way, except she was too lazy and unmotivated, which drove her crazy. Didn't I already ask you to show him some ninjutsu scrolls? The Nara clan, being a big name in pharmacology, doesn't really have any barriers when it comes to reading and learning medical ninjutsu, right? Do I really need to teach him step by step from the beginning? Sunade said, trying to avoid the responsibility. Sunade-sama. Shizun's face immediately turned red, and her usually soft voice got louder. All right, I get it. Let me see what you two have achieved today. Sunade, looking a bit annoyed, scratched her head and moved toward them. She glanced at the fish in the basin that had been experimented on so much it didn't even want to move. Her face showed no expression. A ball of green light suddenly appeared in Sunade's right palm, glowing with vibrant, life-filled yang chakra. Watch closely, I'll show you just once. As she spoke, Sunade demonstrated the mystical palm technique to the two of them, and along the way pointed out areas they needed to improve and control. Although the healing process took only 2 or 3 minutes, during that short time, Sunade carefully pointed out their weak points and shared her own insights and experience with the mystical palm technique. Sure, Kagetsu and Shizun could eventually find their mistakes and weak areas through repeated trials, but that would take time and multiple attempts, not to mention the issue of chakra consumption. However, even just a few minutes with a top-tier medical ninja like Sunade helped Kagetsu and Shizun deepen their understanding and mastery of the mystical palm technique much faster. As for how Sunade could instantly see their weak points and the areas they needed to improve, it was likely something she sensed from the fish's body while performing the technique. During the healing process, she targeted those issues and used them as teaching moments. Despite her appearance of being drunk and unmotivated, when it came to her specialty, Sunade was still the top medical ninja in the ninja world. After finishing the lesson, Sunade casually tossed the now lively fish to Shizun. Prepare this fish, we'll eat it tonight. Orochimaru-sama gave us money, didn't he? It's so late already, can't we just buy something to eat? Shizun clumsily caught the fish and complained a bit. Sunade's expression instantly changed, and she showed her usual impatient look again. Do you know how expensive it is to eat out? Next time I'll have Jeriah treat us. Did you lose all the money again? Hearing Shizun's slightly cold voice behind her, Sunade stumbled for a moment, then quickly disappeared from sight. Chapter 19, Chapter 12.1, Konoha Hospital. Kagetsu quickly became famous in the entire Nara clan. It wasn't because he became Orochimaru's disciple, or because he learned medical ninjutsu from Sunade, the #1 medical ninja in the entire ninja world. It was because Kagetsu didn't act like a typical Nara clan member. The children of the Nara clan are usually lazy and avoid trouble, never seeking things to do on their own. But Kagetsu was different. He always seemed to be looking for something to do. Kagetsu created the shadow coffin technique and contributed it to the clan's secret techniques, earning the admiration of all the elders. Every once in a while, they would evaluate his progress. Even though Orochimaru had handed Kagetsu over to Sunade for medical ninjutsu training, that didn't mean he was completely free from Orochimaru. Kagetsu still had to spend time learning ninjutsu and training as a ninja under him. At the same time, Sunade's medical ninjutsu training required a lot of his time and energy. With all these responsibilities combined, Kagetsu's schedule was packed every day, leaving him almost no time to rest. By the time he got home, it was always late at night, and he was so exhausted that he seemed even more tired than the laziest Nara clan members. This intense training continued for a while, and it shocked the entire Nara clan. Even the Akimichi and Yamanaka clan knew about Kagetsu's special routine, gaining their surprises. But Kagetsu didn't care about all that. After a few days of studying under Sunade, she and Shizen sent him to the Konoha hospital. According to Sunade, after learning the basics, hands-on experience is the best way to master a jutsu. Especially medical ninjutsu. Although Kagetsu and Shizen were still beginners, they had mastered the basics of the healing jutsu, mystical palm technique, and could help treat some patients. The Konoha hospital, which had only been officially established for a little over a year, was seriously understaffed at the moment. In fact, in any ninja village, medical ninjas are incredibly rare. Unless it's a special team, it's very difficult to have a medical ninja assigned to it. Only Konoha had taken the step of training medical ninja on a large scale. The Konoha hospital was built thanks to Sunade, the Nara clan, Konoha's abundance of talent, and the fact that Konoha had won the war. Because of the shortage of staff, Kagetsu felt like a workhorse again. Luckily, the department heads understood that he and Shizen were still children, so they didn't assign them too many patients. Otherwise, with their current chakra reserves, they'd probably collapse from exhaustion within 2 weeks. But even so, Kagetsu and Shizen made great progress during their time at the Konoha hospital. Being a ninja is a very dangerous job, where injuries and even death are common during missions. As the victors of the war, Konoha's mission requests had skyrocketed, and there were also injuries from both Konoha residents and ninja training. At the hospital under the Konoha hospital, Kagetsu and Shizen saw all kinds of injuries and learned many specialized treatments. Their understanding of medical ninjutsu grew rapidly, and all the knowledge they had been cramming into their heads was quickly absorbed and turned into practical skills. Although Sunade seemed unreliable most of the time, when it came to being a teacher and training medical ninjas, she was experienced and trustworthy. The tasks she assigned were tiring and tough, but they were the quickest way to learn and master the skills. At the Senju clan's estate, Sunade was sitting slumped in her green robe, her body relaxed. She had one hand propping up her cheek and the other holding a sake cup, staring at the liquid inside with a dazed expression. Her thoughts were interrupted by Kagetsu and Shizen, who had just returned. "What's for dinner today?" Sunade put down her cup, stretched her arms high, and yawned, rubbing her eyes with a hint of boredom. "Grilled meat. The secret recipe from the Akimichi clan." Shizen cheerfully shook the wrapped food box in her hand and then opened it up in front of Sunade. "Can't you just hand over the meal expenses to me? I'm the head of the household and your teacher." Sunade slapped the table, clearly unhappy as she looked at Shizen and the men behind her, Nara Kagetsu. "Sunade-sama. I think Kagetsu is right. If you had the money, you'd just lose at gambling again." Shizen puffed out her cheeks. "Fine, but if you two don't meet the standards in today's assessment, don't blame me for being strict," Sunade said, looking at Shizen's clear and doubtful eyes for a long time before finally looking away with a guilty expression. She realized that recently, her position at home, or rather in Shizen's mind, had fallen to its lowest point. Her authority was almost gone. The culprit was clearly Nara Kagetsu, who was nothing like a typical Nara. "Kagetsu and I have been working hard. We've already mastered the new jutsu you taught us and can use it properly now," Shizen said confidently. The three of them finished their meal together. Under Sunade's watchful eye, Kagetsu and Shizen each demonstrated their medical jutsu, mystical palm technique, extraction technique, and chakra scalpel. These were the three most commonly used and practical medical jutsu in the department. Mystical palm technique heals wounds. Extraction technique removes toxins and transplants organs from a living being. Chakra scalpel forms a sharp surgical blade from concentrated chakra in the hand, allowing precise internal cuts without external damage. It can be used as a primary attack method for medical ninjas. Unlike other jutsu that simply require release and hitting the target to be effective, these medical techniques, besides the mystical palm technique, require a good understanding of medical knowledge and human anatomy to use well. In simpler terms, mastering them requires some skill. You two have learned very well. At least in the field of medical jutsu, you both have a unique advantage in talent, Sunade admitted, acknowledging their skill despite her dissatisfaction. Though they weren't at the level of professional medical ninjas, being able to use these jutsu proficiently in just a month deserved praise. Chapter 20, Chapter 12.2, Tsunade's Decision. It was a pity, though. Looking at Kagetsu, Tsunade's eyes showed a hint of regret. But she quickly shook off that feeling. After all, they weren't her students, so why worry? At her current state, she didn't want to take on any new students. Can Tsunade-sama teach us new medical jutsu today? Shizen asked, her face beaming with joy and her eyes fixed eagerly on Tsunade's face. Forget it for today, I'm not in the mood, Tsunade said, waving her hand in a dismissive gesture, signaling that she was done for the day. Nara's kid, you can leave now, Tsunade said, shifting her gaze to Shizen, who had been standing quietly to the side, and giving her a hint to see him out. Shizen was a bit confused by Tsunade's sudden change in mood but held back her questions. After saying goodbye to both Shizen and Tsunade, the young Nara was escorted out of the Senju clan's grounds. Tsunade-sama. Back inside, Shizen looked at the silent Tsunade in the courtyard with some confusion. Keep your distance from that guy in the future. Actually, it's not necessary, Tsunade said, feeling inexplicably irritated. Tsunade-sama, why? The people in the Konoha hospital, both the doctors and the patients, really like him. They praise his talent, Shizen said, finding Tsunade's reaction a bit strange. You don't understand, Tsunade said, gently patting Shizen's head. Seeing Shizen's continued confusion, she softened her explanation. I'm worried about you getting involved in trouble. My teammate Orochimaru isn't exactly a rule-abiding person. Though I don't know what he's up to or what he wants, I always have a bad feeling about his future. Orochimaru-sama. Shizen pondered. Despite her youth, children in the ninja world mature quickly, especially those who have lost loved ones. Remembering Orochimaru's always gloomy, forbidding appearance, she found it hard to feel close to him. But what does this have to do with Nara Kagetsu? Do you think Nara Kagetsu will be a good medical ninja in the future? Tsunade asked softly, having easily read Shizen's shifting emotions and sighing. Kagetsu-kun will definitely become a great medical ninja. He has such a talent and is well liked in the Konoha hospital, Shizen answered almost without hesitation. Not necessarily, Tsunade replied with an unexpected answer. Does Tsunade-sama think Kagetsu lacks medical talent? Or? Shizen was momentarily puzzled. It's not about that. I don't see any passion for being a medical ninja in him, Tsunade said, rubbing her head. He just learns medical ninjutsu as a tool. Do you understand? He thinks he'll need these skills in the future, so he has to master them, which is why he's learning from me. He will become a skilled ninja using various medical techniques but won't be a pure medical ninja. He doesn't have that ambition. Being a good medical ninja requires a lot of knowledge and skills, and generally, one can't afford to practice other techniques during the training period. So medical ninjas are often the weak link in a team. Kagetsu gives me the impression that after reaching a certain level, he won't delve deeper into medical ninjutsu unless one day he feels his skills and knowledge are insufficient. Shizen was silent, unsure of what to say. But still, does that mean I should distance myself from Kagetsu-kun? Shizen finally added weakly. I see some traits in him similar to Orochimaru's. I didn't understand why Orochimaru suddenly became so interested and went through so much trouble to take Kagetsu as his disciple. But after spending some time with Kagetsu, I noticed many similarities between him and Orochimaru. I even feel some traits in him that remind me of my great-grandfather. These troublesome characters. I have a feeling that this master-disciple pair is going to cause some big trouble in the future, Tsunade said with a troubled expression and impatience in her voice. Shizen found Tsunade's intuition hard to understand. Could it be that Orochimaru and Kagetsu will still harm Konoha in the future? How is that possible? If nothing unexpected happens, the fourth Hokage is likely to come from among the legendary Sanin. Sunade herself isn't interested, and Jiraiya reportedly isn't interested either. That leaves Orochimaru. If Orochimaru becomes the fourth Hokage in the future, what could he do to harm Konoha? Forget it, you're still too young. You don't know anything about the village matters, so why am I telling you this? Tsunade decided to end the topic. Even though she seems disheartened and indifferent now, as the princess of the Senju clan and one of the legendary Sanin of Konoha, she still has her own subordinates and channels of information. Although she finds some things annoying, many issues are unavoidable for her. The legendary Sanin seems glamorous and powerful, but she always feels that the invisible ropes around her are tightening, making it hard for her to breathe. Was her grandmother Mito bearing these pressures and frustrations until her death? Tsunade thought about her grandmother's appearance in life. Her disheartenment and apathy are partly due to the deaths of her brother and lover, as well as her fear of blood. But returning to the village and constantly feeling the expectations and pressure from her clan, along with her own helplessness, are also significant factors. The remaining clan members only need her to be a role model and representative, not to become someone with absolute authority like Mito. Would release experiments. Even if everyone is keeping it from her, can they really keep it from her? The Konoha hospital is her territory. Changes in personnel, reporting of news, and consumption of experimental materials, despite no one tipping her off, Sunade, with her position and grasp of medical ninjas, could notice if she paid attention. But even if she knows, what can she do? As the disciple of the third Hokage and someone whose clan wants to revive using would release, she has no way to intervene or advise. Even if she wanted to get involved and keep things in check, her fear of blood means she can't accept the departure of familiar people anymore, and she can't do it now. She wants to vent, but there's no real target to vent her frustration on. All she can do is distance herself from those involved and completely shut herself off. Forget it, let's not think about these irrelevant matters. Hey, Shizun, would you like to go on a journey with me? In this oppressive environment, Sunade suddenly had the idea of leaving everything behind and traveling with Shizun to escape from this troublesome place. Once this idea came up, it quickly took hold. Chapter 21, Chapter 13.1, 8 Inner Gates. Konoha Hospital. A man dressed in a strange outfit, a green jumpsuit, stood nervously, watching as Kagetsu checked a young boy who looked like a smaller version of him, also wearing a green jumpsuit and sporting a bowl cut. There's nothing serious, just overtraining. His body is overworked and has reached its limit, Kagetsu concluded after finishing his examination. The medical record listed the names Might Dewey and Might Guy, clearly marked as father and son. Is it really okay? Might Dewey sighed in relief but still asked with concern. His body is handling training that it shouldn't be at this stage. If this continues, it will greatly affect his future physical development, Kagetsu said, a bit shocked by the condition of Might Guy's body. The way he had pushed himself to the absolute limit, draining every bit of his potential, left his body fragile and empty. Even medical nin find it hard to sustain such extreme training without causing long-term damage. I know, but Guy and I are not geniuses. We don't have any natural talent. If we want to become ninjas, we can only focus on taijutsu. Other than the taijutsu I know, I can't teach him any ninjatsu. Might Dewey's face was filled with guilt. It's okay, father. I'll keep training in taijutsu and become a ninja, said Might Guy, weakly getting up from the bed. I can still train with you, father. Did he push himself this far because of some demanding taijutsu? Kagetsu knew about the forbidden technique this father and son practiced, but instead of mentioning it outright, he asked carefully. It's nothing much. It's a forbidden technique that pushes the body to its limits, called the 8 Gates. To use it, you need a body that can withstand constant extreme strain, Might Dewey admitted openly. Can I take a look at this technique? Kagetsu asked without hesitation. He was honest, saying, maybe after studying it, I can help you with your training, using medicine and medical ninjutsu to keep your bodies as healthy as possible. If you don't trust me, I can even ask my teacher, Orochimaru, or Lady Sunade, who taught me medical ninjutsu, to help. Kagetsu didn't try to trade for some other ninjutsu, knowing that the father and son clearly lacked talent in ninjutsu. Even if he gave them a high-level technique, they wouldn't be able to use it. The best way to help them was by addressing their current problems, even if only partially. He was genuinely interested in the 8 Gates, a technique known for its impressive results, but had no intention of learning it himself. The fact that it was labeled as forbidden already showed how dangerous and difficult it was. In the original story, it was clear that this technique wasn't about talent, it was about relentlessly pushing yourself to the limit for years, honing your body through sheer willpower. In other words, it's a technique that requires unwavering determination, demanding more than a decade of constant, extreme training just to use it once at its peak. Might Dewey and Might Guy never treated the 8 Gates as a secret to be guarded. After all, very few ninjas were willing to dedicate every single day to physical training and pushing their limits. Take Kakashi, for example. He learned the 8 Gates, but in the end, his body could only handle opening the first gate. But could anyone say Kakashi wasn't talented? No problem. Here's the scroll that records the 8 Gates. As expected, Might Dewey didn't hesitate and handed Kagetsu the scroll. As a well-known student of Orochimaru, Kagetsu's reputation had spread throughout the ninja academy. He no longer needed to attend classes, except for exams, since he was receiving personal training from Orochimaru. Might Guy was one of the students who had heard about this and had mentioned it to his father. I'll write a few prescriptions to help with recovery and strengthening your body, Kagetsu said, taking the scroll and immediately jotting down several prescriptions for them. He instructed them to use his name at the Nara clan's pharmacy, where they could get the medicine, and he would cover the cost. Writing a prescription to strengthen the body and improve health wasn't difficult, especially for the Nara clan, who had a vast collection of such remedies. After all, the Nara clan often needed supplements, and the Akimichi clan frequently relied on medicine to adjust their physical conditions. Consider this a reward for giving me the 8 gates technique. As a genin, even if you take on missions non-stop, it would still be hard to constantly afford all the medicine needed for such intensive training, Kagetsu said as he handed over the prescription, worried that Might Dewey might refuse. Might Dewey clearly understood the issue. He glanced at the bedridden Might guy, then gratefully looked at Kagetsu and tightly held the prescription in his hand. Later, when his chakra was fully depleted, and it was time to rest, Kagetsu hid in a corner and opened the scroll that contained the 8 gates technique. The scroll displayed a diagram of the human body's chakra pathway system, marking the locations of the 8 gates: gate of opening, gate of rest, gate of life, gate of pain, gate of closing, gate of joy, gate of shock, and gate of death. It was filled with dense, tiny text, followed by Might Dewey's personal understanding and explanations. In terms of depth, it wasn't too difficult to grasp. Understanding the human body and its tenketsus was the biggest hurdle in mastering this forbidden technique. Everything else depended on time and effort. However, the reason it was considered forbidden was because of its great danger. It wasn't just about training hard for 20 years to open all the gates. Without a special, resilient body, the strain would likely cause your body to collapse long before reaching the final gate. Though death might be avoided, the possibility of becoming crippled was very high. Kagetsu was interested in reading this technique to understand its principles and see if it could inspire any new ideas for him. Chapter 22, Chapter 13.2, Discussion. That night, at the Senju clan residence. After a satisfying meal, it was time for the usual Q&A session. For the past few days, Sunade had been unusually diligent, which puzzled Kagetsu. Normally, during this time, she would get irritated if asked too many questions, often snapping at him. Her explanations would sometimes come with a few personal insults as well. Although Kagetsu usually ignored her words, treating them like background noise, Sunade's sudden change in attitude and her thorough, no-nonsense explanations caught him off guard. Still, while it was a bit uncomfortable, the increase in the quality of her teaching was something to celebrate. In fact, even when Kagetsu asked deeper, more advanced questions or brought up random side topics, Sunade patiently answered them. She no longer gave him the cold look and said, "Kid, that's not something you need to know right now." "Lady Sunade, do you know about the 8 gates technique?" Nara Kagetsu asked at the end of the lesson. "The 8 gates?" Sunade frowned. "It's a taijutsu technique. Since it involves unlocking hidden power within the body, I find it really interesting and wanted to ask for your advice." Kagetsu took out a scroll of the 8 gates and spread it open in front of Sunade. Sunade glanced at the scroll briefly before tossing it aside. "This technique isn't suitable for you. You wouldn't be able to learn it. Even if you forced yourself, you'd never open all 8 gates. With the Nara clan's physical constitution, it's hard for you to even open the first gate." Sunade said bluntly. "I don't intend to practice it. I'm just fascinated by the idea of tapping into one's potential and releasing a power greater than one's usual strength at crucial moments," Kagetsu explained, shaking his head. "There are plenty of ways to boost your strength at critical times. Take the Akimichi clan from the Inoshikacho trio, for example. They have a technique that allows them to enhance their abilities by drawing on their hidden strength," Sunade said, resting her chin on her hand. "But these kinds of techniques all drain your life force, the energy of your cells. So, these bursts of power are short-lived. The longer you push it, the faster your body will start to break down. This is a last-ditch technique for desperate situations. The 8 gates put a lot of stress on the body, but what if a medical ninja like you used it?" Kagetsu suggested. "I'm not sure," Sunade admitted, surprised by the question but then thought for a moment. In general, the power of a technique is directly proportional to the amount of chakra you use and the toll it takes on your body. With each gate you open, the power increases, but so does the strain on your body. When you reach a point where your body can't handle it anymore, it'll start to collapse and break down. Because of the danger, this technique is classified as a forbidden jutsu. It not only harms your enemies, but also damages your own body. I don't have the same powerful healing abilities as my grandfather, but my medical ninjutsu and yang-release chakra grant me a strong healing factor. If you're talking about opening the 8 gates while simultaneously using medical ninjutsu to heal the damage and try to balance the two, I think it's almost impossible. Is it because the 8 gates are just too intense?" Kagetsu asked thoughtfully. Sunade glanced at Kagetsu. Over time, she had come to understand that Kagetsu truly possessed the Nara clan's sharp intellect, and his talent in ninjutsu and research was exceptional. This kind of insightful observation no longer surprised her like it once did. Now, she was used to it. "Yes," Sunade nodded. "The 8 gates technique unleashes all the hidden power in your body. Once activated, all of your strength and chakra are drained at once. And this overwhelming power, beyond your control, can only be released through sheer force, using punches and kicks. During the gate opening stages, the chakra inside you erupts like a volcano, becoming wild and uncontrollable. On the other hand, medical ninjutsu requires delicate and precise control. One is chaotic, the other requires control. They're naturally in conflict, almost impossible to coexist. Almost possible. So, there's still a chance. Kagetsu keenly picked up on a subtle detail in Tsunade's words. If one's control over medical ninjutsu can reach my level, then balancing the 8 gates and medical ninjutsu might be slightly possible. But this is only possible for the first 3 gates. The more gates you open, the harder it becomes to maintain balance, and the chakra control required increases exponentially. If you can't release that power fully, it will backfire inside your body, damaging it. And if you use medical ninjutsu to heal, you're essentially wearing yourself down without thinking. This forbidden jutsu is meant for risking everything in a battle, not for long, drawn-out fights, Tsunade replied after thinking for a moment. That's a pity. I thought this technique would pair well with medical ninjutsu. If it worked, it might improve a medical ninja's ability to defend themselves, Kagetsu said with regret in his voice. That's not something for you to worry about. You're not exactly a pure medical ninja, Tsunade bluntly pointed out. Medical ninjas' lack of self-defense only applies to those who focus solely on healing. Training in this forbidden technique is too extreme, and it takes too long. Only a few people, those with special bodies and determination, can train to the point of opening the 8 gates. Tsunade-sama's strength is already incredible, so she doesn't need this jutsu, Shizun, who had been quietly listening, chimed in. Superhuman strength, huh? Kagetsu immediately thought of Tsunade's frequent displays of raw power, like when she angrily demolished things. A single punch from her could rival a B-rank jutsu in both damage and destruction. Medical ninjas have their own combat style, but it requires exceptional talent. Medical ninjutsu already demands fine chakra control, and its forbidden techniques are even stricter, Tsunade sighed. Are you also researching combat styles suitable for medical ninjas? Kagetsu asked softly. I'm just trying to find a path that suits my own power, Sunade said, frustrated as she scratched her head. If only she had her grandfather's would release, she wouldn't have to struggle so much. The path and the power limit would already be set before her, all she'd need to do is master would release. There'd be no need to explore other areas. But perhaps forging your own path of power, or following one that others have tread before, is something a ninja must experience to become a Kage. Look at the strong and unique ninjas, and those who carry the title of Kage. They don't rely on flashy, complicated techniques, but instead push their own strengths to the very limit. Chapter 23, Chapter 14.1, Creating New Jutsu. The 8 Gates technique is a powerful form of ninjutsu. However, for most ninjas, including Tsunade, this technique is often seen as something not very useful but also too valuable to discard. Only someone like Might Dway, who had no talent for ninjutsu and focused entirely on physical strength and endurance, was truly suited for this forbidden technique. He could endure the constant, grueling training needed to push his body to the absolute limit. It's important to note that even though ninjas are far stronger than regular people and possess chakra, they still have physical limitations. Once the body reaches a certain level, physical growth slows down. In this nearly stagnant stage, how many ninjas are willing to keep pushing themselves through intense training, risking their lives to break through these limits and improve their physical capabilities? For most ninjas, it's already an achievement to maintain their current strength. This technique didn't come from the Nara clan, did it? Tsunade rolled up the scroll on the table. It came from a genin ninja named Might Dway, Nara Kagetsu replied honestly, sharing his entire interaction with Might Dway with Tsunade. You're quite resourceful, Tsunade snorted, not giving much of an opinion on Kagetsu's actions. The value of what Kagetsu offered was hard to compare with the 8 Gates technique. It was unclear who got the better deal. To Kagetsu, this forbidden technique was something he couldn't personally learn, but he could use it for reference. For Might Dway, this technique could help set a strong foundation for his son, Might Guy, while reducing the physical risks that came with using it. In essence, both sides got what they wanted. Tsunade clearly saw this and gave her own assessment. She had a lot of trust in the Nara clan's intelligence, and while she didn't like scheming, she didn't mind this kind of thoughtful strategy. Does this forbidden technique really not help you at all? Kagetsu waved the 8 Gates scroll in his hand. It depends on how you see it, Tsunade replied, continuing to answer questions diligently as always. If I were purely a taijutsu specialist or used taijutsu as my main form of attack, then yes, this forbidden technique would suit me. At the very least, I could use it in a desperate situation to turn the tide of battle. But I'm not. I have my own fighting style, and forcing this technique into my combat strategy wouldn't help much. It would only waste my time and energy. Unless I could open at least 7 of the 8 gates, it wouldn't be worth it. What this technique can do, I can already achieve with less strain and for a longer duration. It wouldn't make me stronger, instead, it would just be an unnecessary burden. Of course, if it were Orochimaru, he wouldn't bother learning this technique, but he would probably be delighted to keep it as a rare collectible. What if it were improved a bit? Kagetsu asked softly. Sunade, who was about to say something else, suddenly stopped and stared at Kagetsu's calm but slightly youthful face. You really are like Orochimaru, Sunade chuckled, her smile neither approving nor disapproving, neither warm nor cold. Just like my second grandfather, she thought to herself. After the smile faded, Sunade looked at Kagetsu, who was still waiting for a response, and in a rare moment, reached out to ruffle his spiky hair, messing it up. Are you planning to help? Kagetsu's eyes lit up. He didn't mind that Sunade had messed up his hair. All he could think was that if Sunade joined, his project's chances of success would become much stronger. When it came to medical ninjutsu and the secrets of the human body, no one was more knowledgeable or experienced than Sunade. If they could also bring in his teacher, Orochimaru, who had deep knowledge of ninjutsu and chakra, even though the team was small, it would be far more powerful than the old elders of the Nara clan. So, hearing Tsunade's tone, Kagetsu made up his mind, he had to convince her to join the team. That depends on whether your idea can impress me, Sunade said, pouring herself a drink. She gulped it down and exhaled with satisfaction. I want to modify it into a new jutsu. Or rather, I want to borrow part of the 8 gates and extract its core, turning it into the foundation of a different technique. This new technique would be called blood armor. It would use chakra to fill the chakra pathway, enhancing physical strength and overall power. As Kagetsu spoke, he stepped forward and clearly explained his entire plan to Sunade. The 8 gates is a technique that removes the body's limits on chakra, allowing excess energy to be released. Within the chakra pathway system, there are 8 tenketsus that suppress and control chakra: the gate of opening, gate of healing, gate of life, gate of pain, gate of limit, gate of view, gate of wonder, and gate of death. These gates place limits on the body's chakra, but the technique forces the chakra to go beyond these limits, unlocking strength tens of times greater than usual. However, opening each gate puts a massive strain on the body. Kagetsu didn't plan to copy the 8 gates entirely or even improve it. In fact, the jutsu was already near perfection. If the damage it caused were reduced, it would break the foundation of the technique and greatly weaken its power. After all, even Might Guy, who had studied the technique for 20 years, couldn't lessen its strain on the body. Kagetsu didn't believe he could make it any more perfect than it already was. What he wanted to do was exactly what he explained to Sunade: extract part of the technique as the foundation of a new jutsu, creating a completely different path that better suited him. So, it's a combination of 2 techniques, one for active offense and one for passive defense. Sunade, who hadn't been that interested at first, couldn't help but become intrigued after hearing Kagetsu's idea. She was even surprised to find that many aspects of Kagetsu's idea matched her own thoughts or were very similar. This meant that his idea could even provide some inspiration for her own research. Chapter 24, Chapter 14.2, Blood Armor. Go call Orochimaru. Sunade, feeling a burst of inspiration, slammed her hand on the table, breaking it into pieces, and told Shizune. Then, she pulled Kagetsu along to discuss the further development of blood armor. Of course, it was mainly Kagetsu presenting his ideas and questions, while Sunade solved the difficult parts and offered her expertise. In no time, Tsunade's expertise in medical ninjutsu easily helped Kagetsu solve many of the issues related to the body. While they were in the midst of their heated discussion, Orochimaru arrived at the Senju compound, led by Shizune, who had been waiting for him. He joined Sunade and Kagetsu in the courtyard. As soon as Orochimaru arrived, without much time for small talk, Sunade pulled him into a seat and into the discussion. Orochimaru patiently listened to Tsunade's explanation, his snake-like eyes glancing with surprise at Kagetsu, who was sitting nearby. Even though this technique was still in its early stages and not yet fully developed, the concept alone was enough to impress him. The idea of blood armor, which Kagetsu had suggested, intrigued him even more. So, the blood armor is divided into 2 parts. First, there's the active blood armor. This uses the 8 gates technique to stimulate excess chakra in the body's chakra pathways, creating a powerful boost in attack. The intensity can be controlled, minimizing harm to the body. Second, there's the passive blood armor. This combines the 8 gates with medical ninjutsu, forming a protective layer over the body's surface and nourishing it. The active blood armor can be activated when needed, while the passive blood armor, once perfected, can be maintained continuously without interruption. Did I understand that correctly? Orochimaru quickly summarized what Sunade had explained. You got it, Sunade nodded. So, what exactly do you need from me? Orochimaru asked, though it was clear he already understood why Sunade and Kagetsu had called him here. Even though he had plenty of his own tasks, the uniqueness of this technique, combined with its growth potential, made him willing to invest some time in it. Besides, this concept had come from Kagetsu, his own disciple. As his teacher, especially with Sunade so eager to help, it wasn't in Orochimaru's nature to stand idly by. You'll be in charge of the seals and the technique. I'll handle the medical and body-related aspects, Sunade said enthusiastically, waving her hand. It wasn't just the excitement of the technique itself that lifted her spirits. She had realized that this technique could help her overcome some obstacles in her own research. She had been working on these problems alone for a long time. But now, with Kagetsu's ideas and Orochimaru's expertise in techniques and chakra, she felt that the breakthroughs she had been searching for were within reach. If successful, she might still have her hemophobia, but her ability to defend herself in dangerous situations would greatly increase. With her growing strength, it would be much easier for her to leave the village and explore the world. And so, Sunade didn't hold anything back. She shared everything she knew about medical ninjatsu, including her own related research. The passive blood armor, which involves medical ninjatsu and yang-release chakra, is similar to a technique I'm working on. I've named it Creation Rebirth. By gathering chakra in a specific area over time, it can be released when needed to stimulate rapid cell regeneration and fully heal wounds. But the downside is that it shortens your lifespan. The passive blood armor can maintain itself for a long time after being mastered, according to theory. But compared to my Creation Rebirth, it weakens healing abilities while increasing defense. If Creation Rebirth is a healing-type jutsu that allows me to fight without worrying about injuries, representing a shield, then the other jutsu I want to create is based on monstrous strength, greatly boosting my attack power and representing a spear, that's the 100 Healings technique. I've already created both of these jutsu, and I'm refining them. They can keep me in an immortal state during battle. However, they consume a huge amount of chakra. Even for me, I can only use them as a last resort or when I need to decide the outcome of a fight. Now, what I want to solve is the issue of the chakra consumption for both of these techniques. I've ranked Creation Rebirth and the 100 Healings technique as S-rank jutsu in terms of difficulty and power. Although the blood armor is different from these two, it likely also requires a massive amount of chakra to maintain. What an astonishing technique. I thought you, Sunade, had lost your spirit and had become nothing but a drunk and a gambler. But it turns out you secretly created such powerful jutsu. Orochimaru was equally surprised by the fact that Sunade had quietly developed two S-rank jutsu. This made him take a fresh look at his teammate, while also feeling a sense of urgency within himself. Clearly, Sunade had completely broken through her own power system and walked far along that path. If it weren't for her hemophobia and long absence from battle, she would likely be even harder to deal with now, stronger than ever. And what about his path? Eternal life and immortality. Looking at the confident Sunade, who no longer appeared defeated, Orochimaru re-evaluated her and reflected on himself. Perhaps it was time for him to choose his own future path in ninjutsu. The third Hokage's way was becoming less and less suitable for him. There are many ways to solve the chakra problem. If you trust me, I can share some of my research results with you. Though they aren't perfect yet, Orochimaru uncharacteristically offered. But Sunade shook her head. Of course, you can share, but you don't need to give me all of your research. I already have a prototype idea in mind. I have a feeling that once I complete the blood armor, my prototype technique will also come to fruition. Suit yourself. But I should still thank you. I didn't expect you'd be willing to get involved in something as troublesome as this, Orochimaru said softly. He genuinely hadn't expected Sunade to involve herself in something like this. You paid me, didn't you? Besides, as his half-teacher, isn't it my job to help solve his problems? Sunade snorted, crossing her arms. The three of them immersed themselves once again in discussing and researching the creation of the technique. Kagetsu provided the requirements and ideas. Orochimaru handled the technique and chakra issues, while Sunade focused on the body's tenketsu and chakra pathway system, and connecting Kagetsu and Orochimaru's ideas. She evaluated their suggestions based on her understanding of the human body to determine whether their ideas were feasible. If an idea was feasible, they would continue to explore it. If not, they would reject it and find another approach. Unconsciously, time passed little by little amidst their debates and the sparks of inspiration. The three of them were so engrossed that they talked all night long. When the Nara clan members came looking for them and saw this scene, they were taken aback. They could only quietly leave as quietly as they had come. Chapter 25, Chapter 15.1, Angry Anko. Jutsu isn't something that can be developed overnight. Even after discussing it the entire night, the three of them only managed to establish a rough framework and direction for the jutsu. With a clear direction, combined with Orochimaru and Tsunade's expertise to overcome obstacles and solve problems, it was only a matter of time before the jutsu on paper would be successfully created. Because of this, Kagetsu had another task to do every night, which made him return home later and later. This also made the Nara clan members give him strange looks. However, Kagetsu no longer had the energy to care about that. Hokage's office. The third Hokage stood by the window, puffing out smoke. Behind him, sitting casually without a care, was Jiraiya, who had been summoned by him. "Old man, what do you need from me?" Hearing Jiraiya's loud and carefree voice, a hint of helplessness flashed in the third Hokage's eyes. He turned around and looked at Jiraiya. Didn't I tell you to reach out to Sunade and Orochimaru more often these days? I did reach out. Jiraiya's voice dropped slightly, but he quickly regained his usual spirit. Your version of reaching out is just meeting up with them once. The third Hokage was frustrated. He wanted Jiraiya to help fix the situation, but Jiraiya didn't seem to get the seriousness of it. Isn't that enough? Jiraiya shrugged helplessly. They don't really want to see me anyway, and besides, Minato needs me too. Forget it. The third Hokage opened his mouth to say something but fell silent when he saw Jiraiya's carefree grin. Why did he even expect Jiraiya to help in this situation? If that's all, I'll head back now. Minato's waiting for me at home. Jiraiya stood up, jumped over to the window, and opened it, looking back at the third Hokage. The third Hokage waved him off. Without hesitation, Jiraiya leaped out of the window. It wasn't that Jiraiya didn't understand the third Hokage's hints. He just didn't want to get involved and make the already strained relationship between the three of them even worse. As a ninja skilled in gathering intelligence, even though he hadn't returned to the village for 3 years, enough time had passed for him to piece together some things, whether he was supposed to know them or not. That was precisely why he didn't want the third Hokage to pull him into the situation. The current situation was already complicated enough, he didn't want to stir up more trouble. He couldn't solve the core issues, nor could he convince Sunade or Orochimaru, let alone his own teacher. So, what was the point of getting involved? Wouldn't he just get stuck in the mess too? It was better to focus all his energy on training Minato and make up for neglecting him as a teacher over the past 3 years, avoiding the village's whirlpool of chaos altogether. After all, he didn't want the position of Hokage, right? At the Akimichi barbecue shop. You two are so unfair. Anko's eyes were wide with anger as she glared at Orochimaru and Kagetsu. Sunade and Shizen stood nearby, arms crossed, watching the amusing scene in silence. You both trained in secret and left me out. We didn't, Orochimaru replied calmly. Kagetsu and I were just creating a new jutsu. That makes it even worse. Anko's face turned red with frustration. Are you questioning my intelligence, Orochimaru-sensei? What he means is, he's creating this jutsu specifically for us, mostly for you, Kagetsu added, instantly making Anko freeze. The jealousy that had been burning inside her cooled off significantly. No way. You're lying. Anko's expression quickly hardened again. She didn't quite believe Kagetsu's words, but as she denied it, her eyes kept darting over to Orochimaru's face. It's true. I'm from the Nara clan, so I mainly focus on our clan's secret techniques. Orochimaru-sensei has no reason to create another jutsu just for me, Kagetsu said seriously. You make a good point, but I still feel like you're just trying to avoid trouble and trick me. Anko listened carefully, and logically, Kagetsu's explanation seemed flawless. Yet her instincts told her something was off. She wasn't the sharpest with her mind, but her intuition was surprisingly strong. It wasn't the first time Kagetsu had noticed Anko's sharp instincts. Kagetsu was grateful that his natural talents didn't come with the same bad temper and personality traits as Kurotsuchi Mayuri. So he had no intention of teasing Anko or getting on her nerves. As long as he calmed her down and kept her from ruining the mood, that was enough. You don't have to trust me, but you can trust Orochimaru-sensei. Kagetsu didn't hesitate to pull Orochimaru into the situation with him. Once this jutsu is complete, you'll be the first to learn it, Orochimaru said after thinking it over. Anko's face immediately flushed again, but this time, it was from happiness and excitement, not anger. Orochimaru-sensei is the best. Anko shouted. Doesn't she realize she's being tricked? Shizen whispered into Tsunade's ear after watching the whole scene unfold. Don't ruin the kid's excitement, Tsunade replied softly. The jutsu they were working on, blood armor, had already reached its first prototype after a period of research. However, since it was based on extremely complex and powerful forbidden techniques at the S-rank level, it was very difficult to master. S-rank. But when split apart, it can be divided into 2 A-rank techniques. This is a rough, simplified first version, making it easier to practice. If you add nature or shape transformation, the 2 split techniques can evolve into the full version, classified as S-rank forbidden jutsu. It's like Tsunade's creation rebirth and strength of 100 technique. But for now, the basic version is enough. They needed to test it first. Orochimaru and Kagetsu didn't care about keeping the technique secret. Especially Kagetsu, who was already satisfied as long as it was created successfully. And as for teaching it to Anko, Kagetsu didn't object. In fact, he was the first to suggest it. Even with Shizen and the others, Kagetsu had no intention of holding anything back. After all, this jutsu was technically the creation of the 3 of them, with Orochimaru and Sunade playing the biggest roles. Chapter 26, Chapter 15.2, Experimentation. So, as the students of Orochimaru and Sunade, Anko and Shizun were free to choose whether or not to practice the technique. Compared to Anko, Shizun, with her solid foundation in medical ninjutsu, had a clear advantage when it came to mastering this technique and could practice it more fully. As for Anko, she would have to first learn the offensive active blood armor before studying medical ninjutsu. Once she met the requirements, she could then move on to learning the defensive passive blood armor. After finishing their barbecue, Orochimaru and the group didn't go their separate ways. Instead, they headed together to the clearing in the back mountain that served as a training ground. This jutsu was just created, and there's still room for improvement. If you feel anything wrong with your body, make sure to say it. Sunade patted Anko on the head as she watched Orochimaru step forward to start the lesson. She had come along to prevent any accidents. After all, the blood armor involved the body's chakra pathways and unlocking hidden potential. If used carelessly, it could cause serious harm and strain to the body. Orochimaru explained the key points of the active blood armor and showed Anko the hand seals. He patiently answered all her questions, correcting any misunderstandings she had. As someone approved by Orochimaru, you had to either be smart enough to assist him or have natural talent and potential. In Anko's case, it was her talent in both her ninjutsu and taijutsu that stood out. She quickly mastered Orochimaru's style of taijutsu and had a natural gift for learning ninjutsu at a fast pace. While she wasn't on the same level as true geniuses like Kakashi, many people still considered her a prodigy. Fueled by her admiration for Orochimaru, Anko pushed herself to the limit to understand the technique and follow Orochimaru's guidance in her training. After failing again and again, 3 days later, Anko finally managed to grasp the basics of the active blood armor. Orochimaru-sensei. Feeling like something within her had been unlocked and her power suddenly surged, Anko instinctively looked toward Orochimaru standing in front of her. Is that form Anko's blood armor mode? Shizun, watching the glowing aura surrounding Anko, asked curiously. Want to give it a try, Sunade? Orochimaru, satisfied with Anko's active blood armor state, glanced at Shizun beside Sunade and asked. During their time here, Orochimaru wasn't the only one teaching Anko and Kagetsu. Sunade had also been training Shizun. Because of her background in medical ninjutsu, Sunade had successfully guided Shizun in mastering the passive blood armor form, which specialized in defense. Do you want to step in, Shizun? Sunade looked down at her and asked for her opinion. I'm ready, Lady Sunade. Shizun nodded. Despite her youth, seeing Anko, who was about the same age as her, made her eager to spar and test herself as well. Besides, with Lady Sunade here, even if she got hurt, there would be no danger to her life. Both could experience each other's techniques. Let's have a friendly spar, but no serious injuries. Orochimaru stepped out of the arena. As one of the creators of the blood armor techniques, this was the moment to check the results. I'm coming, Shizune-san. Feeling the endless surge of power coursing through her body, Anko gave Shizun, standing across from her, a quick warning before launching her attack. Whoosh! Thud! Anko's figure rushed past Shizun in an instant. Unable to control her strength, she overshot and darted straight into the dense forest behind them. She quickly jumped back, her face a bit flushed, and immediately charged at Shizun again. How embarrassing. In front of Orochimaru-sensei, no less. Anko hadn't expected her body to be enhanced to such an extent that she couldn't fully handle the sudden surge of power inside her. Like earlier, she meant to land right in front of Shizun to attack but ended up overshooting her because of the overwhelming power boost. It seems the power increase is significant, even doubling her speed. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with excitement, paying no mind to Anko's earlier mistake. Even if this enhancement didn't double his own power as it did for Anko, it would still be a huge advantage in crucial moments. This time, Anko managed to control her strength and successfully landed a hit on Shizun. However, when her punch connected with Shizun's abdomen, it felt as though she had struck a steel wall. Black vein-like patterns spread across the area where Anko's fist hit, like a spider web, absorbing all the force she had applied. Noticing something was off, Anko quickly did a backflip to increase the distance and threw a few shuriken to block Shizun's advance. Clink, 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 clink. The shuriken hitting Shizun had no effect and were deflected away. Is that the passive blood armor the teacher mentioned? It's so tough. Anko observed the black markings on Shizun's exposed abdomen fading and shook her slightly aching hand. She began to recall the details her teacher had shared about the passive blood armor. If close combat doesn't work, then let's settle this with ninjutsu. Anko's combat instincts kicked in, prompting her to switch tactics. Her fingers quickly formed seals, then she took a deep breath, arched her back, puffed out her chest and abdomen, and launched a fierce stream of fire towards Shizun. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. A fire-based ninjutsu with concentrated killing power. Compared to the one used earlier during the bell test, this Dragon Flame Jutsu, amplified by the blood armor, was even hotter and more intense. Water style, Water Barrier. A swirling water shield erupted in front of Shizun. In just a moment, the water shield evaporated, but Shizen used the opportunity to escape and dodge the dragon flame jutsu's attack. Alright, you can stop now. Orochimaru used water style to extinguish the flames and, along with Sunade, jumped into the arena to stop the fight. Orochimaru-sensei. Anko dismissed the blood armor and nearly staggered, almost falling to the ground. This feels so weird. Once she regained her balance, Anko felt a bit down. The sensation of being filled with power and feeling like she could do anything was so wonderful. After experiencing that brief illusion of omnipotence, returning to normal felt uncomfortable. How do you feel now? Sunade, with Shizen by her side, asked Anko. I'm very hungry. I want to eat a lot of things, Anko pouted. She had just had grilled meat not long before the training. It seems that as long as you manage the time, the only after effect will be hunger, Sunade examined Anko's body and concluded. Then it seems the blood armor technique was a success, Orochimaru said with satisfaction. Chapter 27, Chapter 16.1, Sunade leaves village. It's a pity that the two modes cannot coexist, this technique hasn't reached perfection yet, Orochimaru said with satisfaction but also a bit of regret. Once you activate the blood mode, active blood armor, it's hard to maintain the armor mode, passive blood armor. Similarly, keeping the armor mode makes it difficult to activate the blood mode. These are two different chakra operation modes. It would be easier to make them work together in my 100 healing jutsu and creation rebirth, Sunade, who was deeply involved in developing this technique, pointed out the problem directly. Both modes operate on the same tenketsu routes. Activating one will inevitably shut down the other. It's not impossible to solve, for example, by reducing the overlap of tenketsu routes or dividing the body into two areas, but achieving this might be possible if used in two separate cases. Another approach could be body modification to adjust the body for this technique. However, both methods have their own flaws. The first requires further optimization and raises the training threshold again, while the latter focuses purely on adapting the body to this technique, potentially locking in the maximum power level. Sunade was already satisfied that this technique was created during this period, even if it seemed like a half-finished product. It allowed successful practice, and that was enough for her. She didn't want to further optimize it. She had done her part, and now it was time to leave the village with Shizen for a long journey away from troubles and worries. Kid, give this to Might Dway, Sunade said, pulling out a scroll from her chest and tossing it to Kagetsu. After tossing it, she turned around, waved her hand, and left the area with Shizen. I've already checked their bodies. As long as they continue training in the 8 gates, the strain and damage to their bodies will be continuous. All I can do is enhance their physical strength as much as possible. It looks like she's decided to leave the village, Orochimaru observed, a hint of disappointment in his golden snake-like eyes. He had noticed the changes in Sunade over the past few days and vaguely guessed her decision and purpose. After this parting, it might be a very long time before they meet again. You two have 2 days to adjust. In 2 days, I will take you out of the village for a mission, Orochimaru said to Kagetsu and Anko, retracting his gaze. He didn't try to persuade Sunade or stop her, he understood the mental struggle she was facing. This struggle involved not just her clan but also him and the third Hokage, her former teacher. Tsunade's departure might be the best solution for the village, her clan, and herself right now. So, why should Orochimaru stop her? Even if the third Hokage knew, he would likely remain silent and just help her wrap things up. Kagetsu didn't pay attention to Orochimaru's current emotional state, his panel had just updated again. Ninjatsu creation, new. Name, blood armor. Level, A/S. Effect. Active blood armor, blood mode focuses on offense, significantly increases physical strength and chakra. Requires activation. Passive blood armor, armor mode focuses on defense, forms a chakra membrane under the skin to enhance physical defense. It provides strong resistance against taijutsu, weapon attacks, and ninjatsu. Summary, a powerful ninjutsu combining offense and defense, but requires significant training. Approval rating, 900/1000, a higher approval rating will provide more inspiration and rewards for related works. Reward, +3 physical fitness, +100 chakra. Note, after reaching the physical limit, the increase in chakra will stop. Sunade and Orochimaru, both elite ninja, instantly raised the approval rating to a very high level. At this moment, a lot of related inspirations about this technique appeared in his mind, like a flash of insight showing a new path. Although Kagetsu's current knowledge and skills are not enough to immediately evolve this technique or transform it completely, he now has a direction for improvement and adjustment. It's similar to Kakashi's Chidori, which has advanced variations like the Raikiri and various derived ninjutsu. After reading the explanation behind the rewards, Kagetsu pondered and speculated, physical enhancement has a limit. When the body's physical capability can no longer improve, will the chakra refining and output also reach a limit? Of course, this might not be the correct interpretation. Kagetsu set this thought aside for now. He doesn't need to worry about distant future issues. At less than 7 years old, his body and chakra are still developing. For at least the next 10 years, he shouldn't need to worry about this problem. Talent card, Kurotsuchi Mayuri. World, Bleach. Quality, purple, 1900/10,000. Effect, growth type research talent. Field, your research talent in biology and neurology is far superior to other research fields. Passive, biological modification. Accumulation, research requires a lot of knowledge and material experimentation. All the knowledge you master will be understood and remembered more efficiently, then rewarded with alternative knowledge feedback. Achievement, for every recognized work you create, a higher approval rating will improve your physical fitness and strength. Recognized research products, dog food, insecticide, shadow coffin technique, S-level ninjatsu, blood armor jutsu. Reward, +3 physical fitness, +100 chakra. Obsession, to become a scientist surpassing Urahara Kisuke. The quality of the talent has also been upgraded, indicating that Kagetsu's learning and comprehension abilities have further improved. Then we'll dismiss. You've done very well these days. Your talent has surprised me. If you want, I can share some of my research resources with you, Orochimaru said, admiringly looking at Kagetsu. At least for now, he felt that Kagetsu was to his liking. Chapter 28, Chapter 16.2, Contribution. Can I take this ninjutsu back to my clan, Orochimaru-sensei? Kagetsu asked as he was about to leave. Do as you wish, Orochimaru replied indifferently. He enjoyed the sense of accomplishment that came from creating techniques, but in terms of ownership, he didn't really care. At least with this blood armor jutsu, he didn't mind. Moreover, this technique already belonged to Kagetsu in part. He had the right to decide whether to turn it over, keep it, or pass it on to his clan for training. Kagetsu felt relieved after getting Orochimaru's answer. In the original story, many characters are known for their impressive ninjutsu skills, including iconic figures like the second and third Hokage, and Orochimaru himself, who mastered numerous forbidden techniques. However, in this world, the flow of ninjutsu is quite restricted. No village is willing to let ninjutsu spread uncontrollably. Even at the Konoha Ninja Academy, students mainly learn foundational knowledge. The ninjutsu taught before graduation are just basic techniques, like the body flicker technique. Later, based on the second Hokage's 3-man cell system, the 3 genin graduating from the academy are assigned to work under a jonin, forming a task force through a teacher-student relationship. Of course, as a high-ranking jonin, the leader can decide if the 3 genin under their command pass the evaluations. If not, they have to go back and try again. Another way for the talented is to join the umbu or take on missions independently. Might Guy, for example, takes on tasks like finding lost cats or retrieving items to earn money as an independent genin. Regardless of the path, there are always hurdles to obtaining ninjutsu. In a 3-man team, even the leading instructor won't easily pass on their jutsu. Instead, they usually provide guidance on combat experience and training. For the umbu, jutsu are earned through merit and require coordination with teammates. Regardless of the type, ninja organizations led by the village strictly control the leak and circulation of jutsu. When Kagetsu asked this question, Orochimaru's response meant he was willing to back him up and handle any potential issues that might arise, even though such chances were slim. With a reliable ally like Orochimaru, Kagetsu naturally chose to make full use of the opportunity and minimize potential problems. Before heading home, Kagetsu first went to find Might Dway, who was training with Might Guy in the village, and handed over the scroll given by Sunade. This is Sunade-sama's solution for you. It won't solve the after effects of the 8 gates, but it can make your body more resilient and durable. Sunade-sama. The faces of Might Dway and his son, Guy, were immediately filled with strong emotions, their feelings shining as brightly as their exposed teeth. Shaking his head, Kagetsu planned to leave. Although this father and son duo would become famous in the future, their infectious enthusiasm and resilience were too strong, good to interact with, but not for extended periods. Once Might Dway and Guy finished their emotional moment and realized Kagetsu had already become a distant figure, Dway, holding the scroll that seemed to bring warmth, shouted about youth with tears in his eyes and made Guy do an extra 100 frog jumps. Don't you need to go learn from Sunade-sama today? In the Nara clan's territory, Nara Shikakichi and Nara Yuno were slightly surprised to see their son come home so early. During this time, they had only seen Kagetsu occasionally, and the entire Nara clan was abuzz with talk of Kagetsu's peculiarities. Training has wrapped up for now, Kagetsu said, sitting down in front of the lazy Shikakichi, unconsciously yawning and supporting his head with his right hand. I thought your mental and physical strength would far exceed the rest of the Nara clans, but I didn't expect you to feel tired too. Seeing Kagetsu's helpless and lazy demeanor, Shikakichi smiled inwardly. It was nice to see a bit of the familiar Nara spirit in the current Kagetsu. Has that technique succeeded? Before Kagetsu could respond, Shikakichi asked with a hint of anticipation. Kagetsu working with Orochimaru and Sunade on a new technique wasn't a secret to the Nara clan. Orochimaru and Sunade had never intended to keep it hidden. With the shadow coffin technique as a precedent, Kagetsu's new technique also attracted the attention of the Nara clan elders. Including Shikakichi, once the technique was created, the Nara clan would definitely gain the rights to use and teach it. At that time, Kagetsu would also receive additional resources and recognition from the clan. The genin named Might Dway came to Nara's pharmacy with a letter from Kagetsu to exchange for medicine. This was part of the respect the elders showed Kagetsu. Without the shadow coffin in front and Orochimaru solemnly accepting disciples behind, talent, future, and potential were starting to show. Shikakichi couldn't just let Kagetsu act recklessly. Yes, it's already a success, Kagetsu said, pulling out 3 scrolls from his pocket. This is the 8 Gates technique, the jutsu that Might Dway practices. The blood armor was inspired by it. The core also draws from its concepts. This is the active blood armor, the main offensive technique. This is the passive blood armor, the main defensive technique. Shikakichi glanced at the 8 Gates technique scroll and set it aside. It wasn't that the technique wasn't strong, but no Nara clan member would practice it. The grueling training involved was something the Nara clan avoided. So, this technique would just be stored and collect dust in their hands. Shikakichi focused on the other 2 scrolls. He laid the 2 scrolls side by side on the floor. The scrolls were filled with detailed diagrams of human chakra pathway and tenketsus, along with explanations and interpretations. The Nara clan's sharp minds allowed them to read quickly and understand the scrolls in no time. Even with Shikakichi's extensive reading practice from working in the Hokage's office, it took him a while to get through the rich content of the scrolls. The room fell silent as Shikakichi read rapidly, while Kagetsu stood by, lost in thought. After a while, Shikakichi finished reading and closed the scrolls. He took a moment to reflect. This is an excellent technique. It covers many aspects and requires some medical knowledge to fully understand, Shikakichi remarked. It was a technique that combined offense and defense, like a spear and shield. With the right user, it could create a powerful ninja at the Jonin level. What's more, its versatility meant that as long as you understood it, you could learn and master it. Even if someone was a bit slow, with enough effort, they could become highly skilled in one aspect of this technique. This technique. Go ahead, Kagetsu interrupted, as if he knew what his father was going to say next. These are Orochimaru-sensei's exact words. Is that so? Then we should indeed thank Lady Sunade and Lord Orochimaru, Shikakichi said with a smile. Chapter 29, Chapter 17.1, Out of the Village. No one understands the importance of ninjutsu as a resource better than the ninja clans. Monopolizing ninjutsu is like monopolizing books and knowledge. The ninja clans are families that pass down secret ninjutsu. Take the Inoshikacho trio, for example. What do you plan to do with it? Nara Shikakichi quickly sensed a deeper meaning behind Kagetsu's words. It wasn't just about Orochimaru being willing to vouch for the ownership of this technique. Kagetsu had his own plans for it too. The active blood armor would suit the Akimichi clan very well, Kagetsu explained. It certainly would, Shikakichi thought for a moment and nodded seriously. The Akimichi clan's multi-size technique put significant strain on their bodies. Along with the specially crafted 3-colored pills, which enhance their abilities based on their unique body constitution, the Akimichi are prime candidates for the active blood armor. In fact, if you think about it, the passive blood armor would be just as perfect for the Nara clan. With its defensive properties, the Nara clan's shadow techniques, like shadow imitation, could become even deadlier. They could restrain an enemy, then simply draw a kunai and cut their throat. With the protection from the passive blood armor, the Nara clan would face minimal risk or even no cost while eliminating a restrained enemy. Let's offer this technique to them as something shared among the 3 clans, Kagetsu suggested, bringing the Yamanaka clan into the conversation as well. Even though the Yamanaka clan, known for their support-style jutsu, might not have many members interested in training with it. A clan with a well-established legacy wouldn't easily change its ways or its training methods. As one of the founding clans of the village, it's not as if clans like Inoshikacho lacked access to high-level ninjutsu. So why do these secret technique clans remain so focused on their own clan's inherited jutsu? It's because their ancestral path is one that perfectly suits them, a system of ninjutsu that fits their bodies. They don't need to look outside, because everything they need is within. A powerful ninja is someone who takes one of their outstanding traits and pushes it to its absolute limit. Just like how a Kekkei Genkai ninja relies primarily on their bloodline ability. That's why ancient clans like Inoshikacho, with hundreds of years of history, are so cautious when it comes to learning new jutsu. Even if a technique fits them well, they'll take their time, slowly verifying its value before officially incorporating it into their clan's jutsu repertoire. Otherwise, the decision to learn or not would be up to the individual. Kagetsu knew that even if this technique was offered to the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans, it would likely be shelved, or at best, only a few members would take the time to study it. Unless, one day, its importance rivals their clan's signature techniques, it might never spread widely. But regardless, as long as someone trains in it, Kagetsu would gain recognition for it. Naruto took all 3 ninjutsu scrolls. Any one of them could help a ninja rise to power, giving them the foundation to build a small ninja clan. By the way, in 2 days, Orochimaru-sensei is taking me and Anko on a mission outside the village, Kagetsu mentioned as he headed to his room for rest. Naruto lazily waved his hand, indicating he understood. Missions outside the village are something every ninja must experience, and with Orochimaru accompanying them, he wasn't too worried about Kagetsu's safety. Time passed quickly. After receiving a B-rank mission, Orochimaru led both Kagetsu and Anko out of the village. "Sensei, are you going to become the 4th Hokage?" Anko, who rarely left the village, seemed particularly curious as they traveled. Although she remembered the rules taught in academy and by Orochimaru about conducting missions outside the village, her constant glances around revealed her inexperience. "Why do you ask?" Orochimaru's gaze instantly shifted to Anko beside him. Startled by his sudden attention, Anko puffed up her cheeks. "If you become the 4th Hokage, that means I'd be a student of the 4th Hokage, right? Maybe when you step down, I could take over and become the 5th Hokage. You want to be Hokage too?" Orochimaru seemed lost in thought for a moment after hearing her words. From his younger self to Nawaki, his student who died too young on the battlefield, and now to Anko, everything felt like it was coming full circle. Did he still want to become Hokage? Orochimaru wasn't sure anymore. The desire for immortality had begun to occupy a significant part of his thoughts. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Hokage were also cool. "I want to be as strong as them and you, sensei." Anko's understanding of the Hokage was simple, they were the strongest person in the village. "What about you, Kagetsu? Do you want to become Hokage too?" Orochimaru turned to Kagetsu on the other side. "Of course, but only if it doesn't interfere with what I want to do." "Like my research," Kagetsu replied honestly. Orochimaru smiled. "You still haven't answered me, sensei. Will you become the 4th Hokage?" Anko felt ignored by the conversation between Kagetsu and Orochimaru, so she spoke up again, trying to draw their attention and include herself in the discussion. Whenever Kagetsu and Orochimaru started talking, Anko always felt like an extra. Even though her talent wasn't bad at all. Maybe. But it could also be Tsukumo-san who takes the position, Orochimaru said ambiguously. He no longer tried to guess his sensei's thoughts. "Tsukumo-san is really strong," Anko muttered when she heard Hatake Tsukumo's name. It was true. The 4th Hokage candidates weren't just the Sanin, there was also Hatake Tsukumo, whose reputation was on par with theirs, and perhaps even surpassed them in some ways. "Let's focus on completing the mission for now." Orochimaru patted Anko's head, making her blush instantly. "A B-rank mission, it involves other shinobi, right? I'll do my best and show you how well I can complete it, sensei." Anko stammered, her voice filled with excitement and determination. "This mission isn't important, it's just something I did in passing," Orochimaru shook his head. "This time, I left the village to take you both to a place, to meet someone." "Who are we going to meet?" Anko looked up, a bit confused. Chapter 30, Chapter 17.2, Yugo. "Yugo," Orochimaru said, revealing a name Anko couldn't figure out no matter how hard she thought. Kagetsu, on the other hand, glanced at Orochimaru with a strange expression. Even though his memory wasn't entirely clear, he still remembered some key people and events. Yugo, that was the foundation of Orochimaru's research. Almost all of Orochimaru's later experiments started with Yugo. Thanks to him, Orochimaru was able to create the incomplete curse mark, improve his reanimation jutsu, and take a big step toward immortality. In Kagetsu's view, the curse mark and reanimation jutsu were basically a weaker version of the Otsutsuki clan's kama, which they used to resurrect themselves. The only thing limiting Orochimaru was his body and chakra, which weren't quite up to the task yet. This showed just how brilliant Orochimaru's research talent was. The only problem was that his vision was still too limited, which made him overly obsessed with the power of the Sharingan later on. As for how Orochimaru, who had been in the village, knew about what was happening in the outside world, Kagetsu didn't even bother to think about it. A ninja of Orochimaru's level was bound to have underlings who handled dirty work for him or loyal followers who gathered and reported all sorts of information. What surprised Kagetsu, though, was that Orochimaru had already surpassed Jiraiya and was well on his way to becoming the Kage-level powerhouse of a new generation of shinobi. Too bad he eventually missed out on the most valuable thing in the Land of Rain. Ninjas can travel quickly, and if it weren't for Orochimaru having to accommodate Kagetsu and Anko, he could have gone even faster. After several days of travel, they finally reached their destination. This place. Anko shifted uncomfortably as they stopped in front of a rundown village. Suddenly, she glanced toward the dense forest to her left. "I found you." Anko pulled out a kunai from her pouch, and with a swift motion, threw it into a specific spot in the forest. Clang! The kunai hit something hard in the forest and bounced away. A shadow, riding the wind, leaped out from the trees. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Orochimaru, having anticipated this, used the body flicker technique, and the three of them instantly vanished from their spot. In the next second, the ground where they had just stood was smashed by a heavy force, leaving a large crater. That looks a lot like Lady Tsunade's chakra-enhanced strength, Anko muttered, her eyes twitching as she saw the damage. If that hit her, even if she had mastered the armor mode, she wasn't sure she'd survive, let alone now, when she hadn't yet mastered it. She turned her gaze to the shadow that emerged as the dust settled. She wanted to see who dared to attack the three of them head-on. Die, all of you. A violent roar filled the air. The young man, half of his body already transformed with strange limbs, looked at Kagetsu and the others with eyes full of madness. Swoosh. The young man's figure vanished from where he stood, then came crashing down towards Kagetsu and her group like a cannonball. Another huge crater formed. At the center stood the young man, eyes scanning them like a wolf searching for its prey. Don't run. Let me kill you. If I kill you, I can finally find peace, the young man muttered incoherently, looking for the three of them. Blood mode, activate. Fire style, dragon flame jutsu. From the shadows, a scorching column of fire erupted, hitting the young man before he could dodge. The flames spread wildly, turning the area around him into a sea of fire. The fire raged for a full 10 seconds before it finally died down. Anko, breathing heavily, stared at the still-burning ground and muttered, "Is he dead?" Unfortunately, no, Kagetsu and Orochimaru exchanged a glance, stepping forward to shield Anko behind them. Damn it, that hurts. The young man's furious shout scattered the surrounding flames, revealing him once again. His body bore signs of severe burns, but strangely, he was rapidly healing his wounds by consuming an immense amount of chakra. At the same time, his body was transforming even further, almost completely. If he still resembled a human before, now he looked more like a wild beast. His skin had thickened into a protective layer, both insulating him from heat and increasing his defense. As he spoke, steam began to shoot out from the holes on his body, dispersing the heat. What is that? Anko couldn't believe what she was seeing. She had never encountered or even heard of anything like this. Could it be some kind of unknown Kekkei bloodline limit? Anko couldn't help but wonder. From what she knew, the most logical explanation was that this was some sort of unique Kekkei. More power. The mutated boy attacked again. Suddenly, a giant golden snake, as thick as an adult's thigh, sprang out from Orochimaru's sleeve. It coiled around the mutated boy rapidly, wrapping him up in layers and lifting him into the air. It seems his mental state has been deeply affected, communication is impossible now, Orochimaru said, looking at the boy, whose body and even golden eyes were filled with madness and bloodthirst. Orochimaru seemed a bit bored. A beast with no intelligence, no matter how strong, is still just a beast. Besides, it's not as powerful as expected. Genjutsu binding. Pulling the mutated boy closer, Orochimaru immediately used a genjutsu on him. Genjutsu binding, although a D-rank genjutsu, forces the target to confront their deepest fears, manifesting their inner terror. The stronger the fear within the target, the more intense the impact of genjutsu binding. Under the effect of Orochimaru's genjutsu, the mutated boy had almost no resistance and fell into a mental breakdown, eventually losing consciousness due to the overwhelming shock. At the same time, the mutated parts of his body began to slowly fade away, revealing a face that seemed somewhat youthful. It looks like he's quite lucky, Orochimaru said with interest, observing the unconscious boy, his long tongue licking his lips. He's been found right away. Anko poked her head out from behind, looking at the boy lying on the ground in surprise. Is he the person you were looking for, Sensei, the one named Yugo? Why is he like this? Is it some kind of bloodline limit? No, his body has mutated from prolonged exposure to a high concentration of natural energy. His loss of control is due to the natural energy surging and affecting his mind. Orochimaru clearly had enough information. Chapter 31, Chapter 18.1, Kind Yugo. Natural energy. What's that? Anko asked in confusion after hearing her teacher's explanation. Natural energy is the power used for senjutsu. You don't need to worry about it for now, Orochimaru briefly explained. This place is full of natural energy, making it a good spot for training in sage jutsu. But it's useless for us. Why is it useless? Isn't sage jutsu really powerful? Anko pressed on. Ninjatsu is powered by chakra. Do you know where chakra comes from? Orochimaru, in a good mood, summoned a large snake and threw the unconscious Yugo onto its back, while testing Anko. Chakra is a mix of physical and spiritual energy from the body, Anko replied without hesitation. Sage Jutsu is formed by balancing physical energy, spiritual energy, and natural energy. You can think of it as a higher level of energy above chakra. Ninjatsu powered by sage energy becomes more destructive and deadly. And that's just one of its abilities, Orochimaru explained as they walked, motioning for Anko and the others to follow him. As a teacher, Orochimaru was still very capable. Anyone he taught could learn exactly what they wanted from him. Then isn't this place really important? Anko asked instinctively. If the natural energy here was so strong and sage jutsu so powerful, shouldn't they mark this place? Natural energy is dangerous. Just look at that boy. His body and mind have been eroded by natural energy so badly that he can't keep his mind stable. Honestly, I'm surprised he's still alive and hasn't been completely consumed by the natural energy, Orochimaru said, pointing to the boy on the snake's back. Natural energy is hard to control. Even the 3 sage regions can't guarantee that someone will master sage jutsu perfectly. But sensei, you still haven't told me why we don't need this place, Anko pouted. Because there are better places for us to choose from. Kagetsu, who was standing nearby, poked Anko's arm. The 3 sage regions, Mount Miyaboku, where Jiraiya-sama has his contract, Shikatsu Forest, where Sunade-sama has her contract, and Ryuchi Cave, where Orochimaru-sensei has his contract. Orochimaru-sensei told you that. Anko looked confused. Did Orochimaru secretly teach Kagetsu while leaving her out? It's not impossible. After all, lately, Orochimaru had been mostly ignoring her. Kagetsu's right. But you're still far from being ready to learn sage jutsu, Orochimaru said, pouring cold water on Anko's excitement. The sage trials in Ryuchi Cave weren't easy, they were extremely dangerous. Even Orochimaru himself wasn't confident about mastering sage jutsu. However, he had seen Jiraiya practice the sage jutsu from Mount Miyaboku, and he had witnessed the incredible power it brought. That strength was both fascinating and tempting. The figures of the 3 gradually grew distant, disappearing into the dense forest. 2 days later. In an inn. Anko squatted down, suddenly bringing her face close to Yugo's, who had just woken up. Why aren't you talking? Anko asked, puzzled. Since this boy woke up, he had been acting strangely, silent and withdrawn. He wasn't the same violent and crazed person he had been when they first met, shouting and attacking. Nor did he ask who they were, where they were taking him, or what they wanted. It was as if he had shut himself off, like a puppet with no will of its own. He didn't try to run away, he just blindly followed them. Ah. Why won't you answer me? Are you looking down on me? Anko had tried countless times over the past 2 days to get Yugo to speak, but he remained silent. She even started to think he might be mute. If not for the fact that he had spoken when they first met. Stay away from me. Suddenly, Yugo spoke, and Anko, who had been frustrated just a moment before, went quiet. She looked at him in surprise. Why do I have to stay away? Anko leaned in closer. I'm dangerous, Yugo replied, looking down at his open hands, his eyes filled with a sense of loss. Yeah, you're pretty dangerous. But Orochimaru-sensei told me that your violent outbursts are caused by natural energy overwhelming you, Anko said as she sat down facing him, trying to comfort him. Over the past 2 days, Anko had sensed a kind and gentle nature in Yugo. When they came across small animals in the wild, he would stop to gently pet them, and the animals responded by behaving calmly around him. It was like he had a way of attracting animals. Some of them even brought him their food or stashes as if to offer it to him, which made Anko a little jealous. During these 2 days, Anko kept trying to figure out how Yugo managed to connect with animals, but she had hit a wall each time. You know about natural energy? Yugo looked at Anko in surprise. Of course. Anko almost blurted out her connection to Orochimaru, but stopped herself. Instead, she shared a few things she could safely talk about to prove that she indeed knew about natural energy. I'm in so much pain. My body loses control from time to time, and when that happens, I want to see blood and hear screams. In the past, there were people in my village who could restrain me when I lost control, but later on, no one could stop me. The only thing I can do now is run into the forest and release it when I feel it coming. I don't remember much of what happens during those times. It feels like there's another me inside my mind. I didn't mean to attack you guys. I'm really grateful that you knocked me out. Yugo hung his head, his voice full of guilt and pain. So, is this the reason why you didn't run away and cooperated after waking up? Kagetsu's voice came from outside the door. Anko and Yugo turned their gazes to see Kagetsu entering the room with Orochimaru, who was carrying a large bag filled with food. At that moment, Yugo seemed to lose the ability to speak again and fell silent. Is it because you don't want to hurt others anymore and you're looking for someone who can control you when you go berserk? You're a very kind-hearted person, aren't you? Orochimaru placed the food down, his golden eyes observing the uneasy Yugo with admiration. Of course, Orochimaru wasn't admiring Yugo's kind and gentle nature. What he truly admired was Yugo's ability to absorb natural energy and survive after using it. Naturally, a kind-hearted person who doesn't want to cause trouble is far easier to handle than a rebellious one. Chapter 32, Chapter 18.2, Return. Is that what you had in mind all along? Anko seemed to realize belatedly. I'm sorry. Feeling like he had caused trouble for others, Yugo immediately lowered his head and apologized. It's all right. My purpose in going there was to find you, Orochimaru responded honestly. To find me? Yugo lifted his head, confused. He couldn't understand why someone would come looking for a person like him, who only brought bad luck and trouble. I need your help, Yugo. Orochimaru walked up to him, crouching down to meet his gaze. His golden eyes reflected Yugo's face, filled with greed and excitement. Me. Yugo pointed at himself, bewildered. He wasn't bothered by the greed and excitement in Orochimaru's eyes. He had seen too many looks of hatred and hostility directed at him. Yugo was always keenly aware of people's emotions toward him. While Orochimaru didn't seem particularly friendly, Yugo didn't sense any malice and wasn't concerned. What puzzled him was why someone would actually seek him out and need him. Your body is a treasure, Yugo. Let me study it. I'm sure you'll surprise me greatly, Orochimaru said bluntly, revealing his intentions. Orochimaru didn't mind deceiving people, but when it wasn't necessary, he was brutally honest. For instance, when he encountered those 3 children who brought them flowers in the land of rain, he had coldly told Jiraiya that the best way to help them was to kill them and end their suffering. He genuinely believed that in the war-torn environment of the land of rain, those children wouldn't survive, even if they had some small tricks up their sleeves. For children living in such a place, the kindest thing would be to end their hellish lives sooner rather than later. He didn't consider this idea to be cold-blooded. What he didn't expect was Jiraiya's decision to stay and take care of those children until they were strong enough to protect themselves. Ah. Sensei, are you going to use him for experiments? Anko instinctively looked at Orochimaru, then glanced at Kagetsu, who seemed to already be in sync with Orochimaru. Feeling left out once again, Anko puffed up her cheeks in frustration. I'm willing, Yugo raised his hand. As long as you can stop me from killing again, and prevent me from losing control, I'm happy to cooperate. Don't worry, Kagetsu added. We might even find a way to stabilize your emotions. Really? Yugo's eyes lit up at Kagetsu's words, his face full of excitement and hope. As long as we have enough data on your body, we can give it a try. The reason you lose control is that you can't handle the massive natural energy inside you. But if you can learn to control it, you can stop yourself from going wild. Kagetsu yawned and rubbed his eyes as he comforted him. Orochimaru glanced at Kagetsu but didn't say anything. Honestly, Orochimaru didn't care whether Yugo could control himself or not. He was a practical person. As long as Yugo cooperated and allowed him to study him, that was enough. All the small details were just extra costs. Orochimaru was too cold and detached to waste time or effort worrying about one test subject. Even if Yugo was important, if it wasn't necessary, Orochimaru wouldn't bother with his mental state or try to help him solve his problems. Yugo's mood lightened a bit, and he seemed more energetic. Although he didn't fully trust Kagetsu's promise, the fact that he gave him hope was something worth looking forward to. After all, even without that promise, he would still cooperate with them, right? 3 days passed on their journey. Boom. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from deep within the forest. I'll kill you all. A transformed Yugo swung a powerful punch towards Anko. Hidden shadow snake hands. Anko dodged in a flash, and at the same time, a snake slithered out from her sleeve, baring its fangs as it lunged toward Yugo. Just as Yugo was about to swing his arm and knock the snake away, his body suddenly froze. His raised arm stopped midair, and his yellow eyes scanned the area, landing on Kagetsu, who was hiding behind Anko, blocking Yugo's view. Shadow imitation jutsu. Kagetsu maintained the hand seal, but Yugo's wild natural energy was resisting, making it hard to hold the shadow imitation technique. It looked like Yugo could break free and regain control of his body at any moment. But Kagetsu didn't need to hold him for long. In the next instant, the snake Anko had summoned bit down on Yugo's neck. Yugo's hardened skin couldn't stop the snake's fangs, and once the poison entered his system, his strength began to fade rapidly. Poof. The snake connecting Yugo and Anko vanished in a cloud of smoke, and Kagetsu released the shadow imitation jutsu. But Yugo still didn't move, standing as still as a statue. Wow, your neurotoxin actually worked. Anko sighed in relief, seeing that Yugo had lost the ability to move. Orochimaru had turned Yugo's frequent rampages into a training exercise for them. He required them to find a different way to subdue Yugo every time he lost control before they reached their destination. This was to improve their combat skills and teamwork. To be honest, if it weren't for her mastery of the blood mode, Anko didn't think she would last long against a rampaging Yugo. Although Yugo didn't know any ninjutsu and relied purely on brute strength in battle, his fighting style was sharp and wild. With the help of natural energy, his body could shift into different forms to resist attacks from the two of them. Last time, she had managed to hold Yugo off for quite a while, and at the last moment, with Kagetsu's help, used the shadow imitation technique to take control of him. This time, things went a bit more smoothly, as they used a neurotoxin that Kagetsu had developed by using a type of snake from Ryochi Cave. Just a tiny amount of it was enough to incapacitate a large wild boar. Without immediate treatment, the victim would die from suffocation. Will he be okay? Anko, worried after seeing how strong the toxin was, looked at Yugo with concern. Based on the data from last time, the dosage I used won't harm him. Right now, the natural energy in his body is fighting with the neurotoxin for control over his nervous system. By the time the toxin is mostly cleared, the excess natural energy in his body should also be almost completely gone, Kagetsu said after observing for a while and using medical ninjutsu to check Yugo's condition. Chapter 33, Chapter 19, The Base. Lord Orochimaru. In a remote area on the border of the Land of Fire, several ninjas suddenly emerged from the ground, kneeling on one knee with their heads lowered before Orochimaru. Is there anything I should be aware of? Orochimaru, accompanied by 3 others including Kagetsu, paused and asked the ninjas who appeared before them. Everything is normal, the lead ninja immediately replied. Continue with your duties. I'll be staying here for a while, Orochimaru waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Where is this, Orochimaru-sensei? Anko's curiosity was piqued as she watched the ninjas quickly disappear. It's just a private base I set up outside, Orochimaru said as he led the group forward, stopping in front of a nearby mountain wall. He quickly made a series of hand signs, finally pressing his palms together. Like a summoning technique, he placed his hands on the wall. From Orochimaru's palm, dense black runes spread out like a web, covering the mountain wall. Under Anko's focused gaze, the wall trembled and began to move, revealing a dark cave behind it. Come inside, Orochimaru stepped into the cave first, with Anko following closely. Once all 4 of them were inside, the mountain wall slammed shut with a rumble. As the wall closed, the cave suddenly lit up. Torches ignited one after another, illuminating a path ahead, lighting up every detail of the once dark cave. It was a base built within the mountain. They followed the carved stairs down, eventually reaching a spacious area below. Along the way, there were various rooms, some even equipped with iron-barred cells. The first floor was filled with different instruments. The second floor had rooms that seemed to be living quarters. They briefly glanced at the third floor without going in. But the lingering cold air and the faint sight of more iron bars hinted at what kind of place it was. This is where you'll be staying. You can pick any room. We'll be here for a while, Orochimaru said after giving Kagetsu and the others a brief tour of the base. He spoke as they stood in the hallway on the second floor. Also, Kagetsu, you'll be my assistant tomorrow. Is that all right? Orochimaru turned his gaze to Kagetsu. Are we researching natural energy? I'm fine with that, Kagetsu nodded. He had become quite proficient in medical ninjutsu and had gained a deeper understanding of the human body. Helping Orochimaru as an assistant wasn't a problem for him. Given Orochimaru's personality, he wasn't the type to selfishly withhold knowledge. At least from their interaction so far, it seemed Orochimaru was genuinely teaching both Kagetsu and Anko. The next day, Yugo lay on the experiment table as a test subject for an entire day. Orochimaru's cold, obsessive behavior during his research made Anko, who was observing from the side, feel uneasy. What shocked her even more was how Kagetsu, younger than her, remained calm during the uncomfortable experiments, even occasionally discussing things with Orochimaru. For a moment, Anko felt like Orochimaru and Kagetsu were the only normal ones in the team. Could it be that her team, led by Orochimaru, was made up of strange people? Even Yugo, who was the test subject, seemed like a total weirdo to Anko. He could endure being bled, dissected, and studied for a whole day, and after a simple healing with medical ninjutsu, he would just sit up, put on his clothes, and act like nothing had happened. Doesn't it hurt? Anko quietly asked Yugo, who was putting on his clothes. She thought Yugo, when calm, seemed honest and kind, someone she could consider a friend. Watching him go through experiments that she couldn't bear to look at made her feel guilty. Pain? Not at all. Yugo looked at Anko's concerned face, feeling touched, but he shook his head. Kagetsu's medicine is really effective. My whole body is numb, and I don't feel any pain, just a little bored. Aren't you angry at them for treating you like this? Anko was confused. She thought Yugo would be furious at Orochimaru and Kagetsu, but his reaction was unexpected. I agreed to be a test subject, and before the experiments, Kagetsu explained the entire process to me and got my consent. Kagetsu kept his promise, there's no pain during the procedure, and no scars afterward. So why should I be angry? I feel needed, and being here, studied in peace, means I don't have to go outside and hurt people. I feel calm and reassured. Yugo shook his head, speaking calmly. You're such a strange person, Anko remarked, giving her opinion of Yugo. Meanwhile, in another room. Yugo's body is truly a treasure. Just looking at this data makes me feel an overwhelming urge to explore further. Orochimaru's usually calm face showed a hint of excitement as he reviewed today's experiment results. These results might be useless in the hands of someone who knows nothing, but to a brilliant researcher like him, their value far exceeded that of an S-rank forbidden jutsu. They had pointed him toward a new direction. This data made Orochimaru's desire for research surge like never before. The last time he had felt this excited was when he dealt with the cells of the first Hokage's would release. But that was partly out of curiosity and partly to secure research funding. This time, his research on Yugo involved his quest for immortality and the power of the sages. To put it bluntly, with Yugo as a research subject, Orochimaru now had a path to follow. Orochimaru-sensei, are you trying to master sage jutsu? Kagetsu stood beside Orochimaru, also holding data on Yugo's body. Who wouldn't want to? Those who master sage jutsu are called sages. Take the 3 sage regions as an example. The sages there have lived for at least 1,000 years. If summoning creatures can survive for so long by mastering natural energy, why not humans? A fanatical light flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. It was because of Ryuchi Cave and the other 2 sage regions that he dared to dream of and pursue immortality. But the senjutsu of Ryuchi Cave? Orochimaru's expression darkened. Until you have enough power to protect yourself, Kagetsu, it's best not to meet the sages of Ryuchi Cave. They're not the kind to negotiate easily. Chapter 34, Chapter 20.1, Kidnapping. Ah! A pitiful scream echoed through the area. A man with ash-brown skin, lying on the ground, appeared unconscious. His body had transformed, sprouting multiple spider-like limbs. These limbs, like spider legs, gave him agility and speed as he leaped around the field. His side-shaped arms sliced through the air, leaving deep marks on the surrounding walls. About 15 minutes passed before the once ferocious, mutated man suddenly staggered and collapsed. His scythe-like arms tried to push him up off the ground, but he had no strength left. Like a dying beast, he struggled desperately on the floor. The light in his eyes and the rise and fall of his chest gradually faded. Finally, he lay motionless on the ground. His mutated limbs began to fade away, revealing the face and body of an ordinary man. Experiment number 03, failed. Kagetsu drew a line on the document in his hand as he watched the scene on the screen. Retrieve it, said Orochimaru, standing beside him. There was no disappointment on Orochimaru's face. To him, this failure was far from enough to shake his confidence. All he cared about now was analyzing the test subject's body data, identifying the cause of failure, and through repeated trials and corrections, finding the final, correct answer. As Kagetsu went to the field to bring the body back to the lab, something unexpected happened. The seemingly dead body suddenly mutated again and sprang up. The man's arm transformed into a scythe again, while the rest of his body remained unchanged. His dull eyes were now filled with hatred and rage. But in the next moment, his attack froze, with the scythe-like arm stopping just a finger's width away from Kagetsu's forehead. It seemed as though his next move would pierce Kagetsu's head, but his body was unable to move. Still alive. No, you're just at your limit now, Kagetsu said, glancing at the men whose eyes were full of resentment. He briefly looked at the shadow connecting him and the men, and sighed. With Kagetsu's words, the light in the man's eyes completely vanished, and all signs of mutation disappeared along with it. Anko Mitarashi watched the scene indifferently. She had seen it so many times that she had grown used to it, even helping when needed, though her role was mostly as muscle. The corpse was placed on the experiment table, and the surrounding equipment was connected to it. Orochimaru and Kagetsu immediately dove into data analysis. Anko, feeling bored, looked on. She wanted to help, but the complex data was like a foreign language to her. Even though Orochimaru had created a shadow clone to teach her, it would still take her time to learn and understand. How much she could eventually grasp depended on her talent in research. Even though the body has been modified to handle a certain amount of natural energy, why did it still fail in the end? Orochimaru looked at the data in his hands, searching for any overlooked details. Was the natural energy taken from Yugo too wild? Or was there a problem with the sealing technique? Could it be possible that the issue lies with the chakra, Orochimaru-sensei? Kagetsu looked up at the puzzled Orochimaru. Chakra. Orochimaru lowered his head and looked at Kagetsu. You and Lady Sunade have explained to me that both a person's body and chakra have their own unique characteristics. Since chakra is the combination of a person's spiritual and physical energy, it means that each person's chakra is different. By making the experiment subject accept a certain amount of Yugo's natural chakra through sealing techniques and modification, shouldn't we also consider whether the will, spiritual energy, that comes with Yugo's natural chakra is affecting the experiment? That's an interesting point, Kagetsu. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. His vision of immortality was to maintain his youth by constantly changing bodies. The key to this process was transferring his mind and memories, using chakra, a form of energy capable of such things, into a new body to take control of it. Kagetsu's insight made Orochimaru's vision even clearer and more attainable. So, are you suggesting that the conflict between two different wills within one body causes instability in the experiment? Orochimaru tossed the experimental report aside. Yes, that's what I believe, Kagetsu nodded. Then, only one will can control the body. But Yugo's natural chakra is wild and destructive by nature, overwhelming reason. It seems the sealing technique needs to be adjusted and improved. The new experiment will have to wait. Besides, we're running low on test subjects at the base. Maybe I'll have to visit the bounty station and capture some rogue ninjas, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. Disguising himself to take on missions, using the information provided to find rogue ninjas, capturing them, and bringing them back to the base for experiments, then, after their deaths, using their corpses for other purposes. He'd even exchange their heads at the bounty station for money. This was one of Orochimaru's other ways of conducting research while earning funds, aside from his manipulative schemes. As someone who deeply understood chakra in all its forms, once Orochimaru got inspired, he could immediately think of numerous ways to carry out new experiments. If his living corpse reincarnation technique succeeded in the future, how could he weaken the reincarnated body's resistance? Compared to the deeply ingrained chakra of adult ninjas, wouldn't starting with children, through teaching and brainwashing, make their resistance weaker? The mental and physical erosion should at least reach a level comparable to the reincarnated body. Orochimaru began to imagine possibilities, lost in thought. So, the next time I go out, should I look for more talented kids from other ninja villages and adopt them? Maybe some with a Kekkei Genkai. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. The thought had taken root in his mind, and he could barely contain his excitement. Chapter 35, Chapter 20.2, Dead Hatake Tsukumo. Kagetsu, on the other hand, was deep in thought, recalling the jutsu Orochimaru had taught him, the cursed seal, which was still only a rough, unfinished technique. His eyes briefly glanced at Anko, standing idly by. As the first person to bear the heaven-cursed seal, Anko's situation was truly tragic. She was attacked by the very teacher she admired, leading to her deep hatred for Orochimaru. Reflecting on it now, Kagetsu thought that Orochimaru probably had no other choice back then. Orochimaru's secret experiments had been exposed by Danzo, leaving him no time or ability to take people with him when fleeing. He wasn't even sure if he could escape Konoha alive himself. Attacking Anko, giving her the heaven-cursed seal, and erasing part of her memory was not just a way to cut off their master-student bond, but also to leave himself an escape route. If Orochimaru had been killed by Hiruzen and the others, but Anko, with the cursed seal, survived, he'd have a chance to return. But we've been away from the village for months now, Kagetsu reminded Orochimaru. No matter what happened during a B-ranked mission, with Orochimaru leading the team, they should have completed the mission and returned within a few months. Has it really been months? I must have been too absorbed in my research, Orochimaru frowned, hesitated, and sighed. Prepare yourself. The excuse I gave last time has probably run its course. We should return to the village. We're going back. Anko perked up at Orochimaru's words. Although the mission outside the village was exciting, after a few months of being underground, she missed Konoha and her soft bed at home. Yes, if we don't return soon, some people might start getting restless, Orochimaru replied, a bit disappointed. After all, he had more research to handle back at the village. He could refuse to do it, but the consequences wouldn't be what he wanted. Danzo wasn't the best partner, but at least he paid well. When will I have the freedom to fund my research independently? Orochimaru muttered. Yugo, you'll stay here at the base, Orochimaru said, looking at the boy standing next to Anko. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to take him back to the village. But Yugo felt a bit panicked. Being around Orochimaru and Kagetsu meant he didn't have to worry about losing control and hurting innocent people. Whether it was Orochimaru or Kagetsu, they could always control him before he went berserk, helping him calm down. Now that they were leaving without him, his long-held peace was replaced by fear once again. Before we leave, I'll prepare enough neurotoxin injections for you. You can administer them yourself if you feel you're about to lose control, Orochimaru reassured him. Next time, I will prepare a better, targeted potion or sealing technique to balance the natural chakra within you, Kagetsu said, stepping forward to comfort the somewhat confused Yugo. Then let's prepare everything, Orochimaru agreed. We might not meet again for a few months. Originally, Orochimaru planned to build a prison cell and lock Yugo inside. As long as he didn't escape, the destruction caused wouldn't matter. But since Kagetsu had his own ideas, Orochimaru didn't mind the decision he made. In Konoha village. It's Lord Orochimaru. The gatekeeper ninja, seeing Orochimaru and his team looking exhausted, immediately became alert. After completing the paperwork, Orochimaru and Kagetsu realized something was wrong with the village atmosphere shortly after they entered. It seemed like something major had happened while they were away. Orochimaru waved his hand, signaling his team to disperse. When Kagetsu got home and saw his father for the first time, he asked, "Did something happen in the village?" "Why do you ask?" Shikakichi, caught off guard and not yet having a chance to exchange pleasantries with Kagetsu, responded softly. "The atmosphere in the village feels off. Something significant must have happened to affect it," Kagetsu said as he sat down opposite Shikakichi, tossing his backpack aside. "White Fang is dead," Shikakichi said, looking at Kagetsu's eager face. He decided not to hide the truth and spoke up. In fact, there was no need to hide it. The children at the Konoha Ninja Academy already knew. Even if he didn't say it, Kagetsu would likely hear about it from Orochimaru or his friends. Konoha's White Fang. Kagetsu was momentarily stunned. Yes. Because he failed his mission and caused harm to the village's interests, White Fang, feeling guilty, committed suicide at home a few days ago, Shikakichi said softly, patting Kagetsu's head. "Do you believe that story?" Kagetsu looked at his father with suspicion. "Are you trying to fool me?" "This is the official stance," Shikakichi said seriously, rubbing Kagetsu's hair roughly, making it all messy. "Well, let's go with that," Kagetsu replied after a moment of silence, nodding. Since there was an official statement, there wouldn't be any other public opinions. Even though his father's words were a bit harsh, they were a reminder. What about Kakashi Hatake? Kagetsu remembered the person at school who was quite favored and valued by the teachers. He graduated from the Ninja Academy a while ago. He was one of the youngest graduates. If everything goes as expected, he'll become a Chunin soon. Seeing that Kagetsu understood, Shikakichi withdrew his hand. He sighed instinctively when answering Kagetsu's question and shared what he knew. A Chunin at such a young age. Kagetsu thought about whether he should visit Kakashi, but they didn't have a deep relationship. Their only interactions were a few encounters and conversations at the Ninja Academy. Kakashi had always seemed like a cool, quiet genius who didn't fit in with the other students. After he was recruited as Orochimaru's apprentice and left the academy, they had even less to do with each other. Even his old friends, Akimichi Chofu and Yamanaka Yuki, had fewer chances to meet. Given their level of connection, Kagetsu felt there was no real need to visit Kakashi. Soon, Kakashi would probably become cold and withdrawn, focusing solely on completing missions as his top priority, driven by the impact of his father's death and the village's pressure. At that time, Kakashi would be distant and hard to approach, even someone as spirited as Might Guy couldn't reach him. Only in the future, with Minato Namikaze's Team 7, would things be different. With that in mind, Kagetsu decided to put thoughts of Kakashi aside for now. He planned to use his time returning to the village to thoroughly review what he had learned from Orochimaru over the past few months. Chapter 36, Chapter 21.1, Worm. Chirp, chirp. It seemed to sense Kagetsu's presence. A blue-green worm, about a meter long, wriggled toward where Kagetsu was standing. "Looks like you've been taken care of well while I was away," Kagetsu squatted down and petted the worm's body. Though it looked soft, the worm's skin was actually quite tough, feeling a bit like sandpaper. Kagetsu had tested it before. An ordinary kunai would face significant resistance when trying to pierce it. The worm's body could also enlarge and form a large shield. The worm nudged Kagetsu's hand with its head. "Here, try this," Kagetsu teased the worm for a bit before taking a scroll from his bag. After unsealing it, the contents were revealed. 2 pieces of fresh-looking flesh. Kagetsu placed one piece under the worm's mouth, feeding it like usual. At Kagetsu's command, the worm opened its somewhat terrifying mouth, revealing an octopus-like maw hidden beneath folds of skin. It slowly devoured the piece of flesh. After it finished the first piece, Kagetsu didn't rush to feed it the second. Instead, he used medical ninjutsu to carefully examine the worm's body. The flesh came from a part of Yugo's body after he transformed. It contained strong natural energy. Kagetsu had gotten it after applying to Orochimaru for it. Orochimaru was also curious if Kagetsu's worm could digest natural energy. It didn't take long for Kagetsu to notice a familiar change in the worm's body, something he had seen many times over the past few months. The mutation triggered by natural energy. Shadow imitation technique. In an instant, Kagetsu's shadow wrapped around the worm. One of his hands formed a sharp chakra scalpel, cutting a small wound into the worm's tough skin. With his other hand, he injected a serum through the wound. The serum was meant to help the worm's body accept and adapt to natural energy, reducing rejection. Soon, the violent natural energy inside the worm calmed down under the effect of the serum, but Kagetsu knew this was only temporary. According to the data from earlier experiments, the current serum could stabilize natural energy for a while, but it couldn't truly tame it. Splat. Kagetsu immediately jumped back. The worm had already begun mutating. Black spikes burst from the folds of its skin, covering its body like the quills of a porcupine. Has it lost its mind? Kagetsu's calls for the worm received no response. Instead, it drew the worm's attention. Trapped under the tight control of the shadow imitation technique, spikes on its body suddenly exploded outward like a shower of needles. Water style, water formation wall. A water wall spun up in front of Kagetsu, deflecting the black needles that had shot out at him. However, to Kagetsu's surprise, after the first wave of needles, another quickly followed. The worm's body kept producing more black spikes, shooting them out continuously. The process repeated over and over. Even the reinforced walls of the laboratory were now riddled with these black spikes. A coffin-shaped black rectangle rose from the shadow beneath the worm, engulfing it. Shadow weapons formed outside the coffin and pierced into it. Shadow coffin. Shikakichi maintained the shadow coffin technique as he approached Kagetsu. What's going on? Shikakichi, disturbed by the chakra outburst from the worm, looked at the black coffin and turned his head to ask Kagetsu. A small experiment mishap, Kagetsu said. Seeing Shikakichi's face darken, he added, but it's under control. Shikakichi ignored Kagetsu's words. His focus was fully on the shadow coffin, which was slowly fading away. When the coffin finally dispersed, the worm reappeared, bloodied and heavily injured. Its skin was torn and its flesh exposed, with blood oozing out. Squeak. The worm's painful cry filled the air. The next moment, under Kagetsu and Shikakichi's shocked gazes, the worm's severely damaged body began to heal at an incredible speed. What is that? Shikakichi's eyes widened in disbelief. The self-healing ability of a tenacious life form, Kagetsu said thoughtfully. The worm's stats did mention its exceptional vitality. Was this healing power a sign of that vitality? This made Kagetsu think of the S-rank forbidden jutsu creation rebirth, once demonstrated to him by Sunade. Do you want me to use the full power of the shadow coffin? Shikakichi asked cautiously, now prepared to completely eliminate this threat. He knew how much time and effort Kagetsu had spent on this worm, so he decided to ask first. Just help me keep it under control, Kagetsu said, forming hand seals and releasing his shadow imitation technique. Shikakichi quickly took over, using his own shadow imitation technique to restrain the worm. As Kagetsu completed his seals, intricate fan-shaped symbols spread across the ground from his hands, reaching the worm's body and sinking beneath its skin. Shikakichi was slightly surprised. Sealing jutsu. And it was a high-level sealing technique, completely different from anything the Nara clan typically used. Seeing the strange mutated worm, even Shikakichi, who usually didn't question Kagetsu's methods, couldn't help but feel curious about what Kagetsu had been doing outside the village during his absence. The worm, which had been covered with sealing symbols, finally calmed down, falling into a deep sleep. It lay motionless on the ground. However, its black spikes remained, and its skin had turned jet black, looking as tough as steel. This made the worm appear quite terrifying and ugly. Is it done? Shikakichi asked, sensing that the struggling from his shadow imitation technique was weakening. He realized Kagetsu had successfully controlled the worm but asked to make sure. It's done, Kagetsu nodded and sighed in relief as he stood up from the ground. The curse seal technique taught by Orochimaru should last long enough, giving the worm time to fully absorb the piece of flesh. This is such a hassle, Shikakichi retracted his shadow imitation technique, yawning lazily as he scratched his head. How am I supposed to explain this to your mother later? Kagetsu ignored his father Shikakichi's grumbling and glanced around his lab. The series of black spike explosions had caused significant damage to a lot of his equipment. In the past, he might have worried about the cost, but since returning to the village, Orochimaru had not only acknowledged him but had also granted him permission to use his laboratory. Compared to Kagetsu's simple lab, where everything relied on manual work, Orochimaru's lab was equipped with state-of-the-art tools, a true luxury. With access to something better, he no longer cared about his own lab. Chapter 37, Chapter 21.2, Worm's Evolution. The night passed. When Kagetsu woke up and went to check on the worm, he saw that it had returned to normal. While its skin was still a bit darker, it no longer had that glossy, pitch-black color. The black spikes had retracted, making it look soft and harmless again. As Kagetsu approached, he could once again sense the worm's joyful and affectionate emotions. The previously chaotic chakra had settled down, and the wild, uncontrollable natural energy from the night before had faded away. Instead of immediately undoing the curse seal, Kagetsu used medical ninjatsu to carefully inspect the worm's body. Everything seemed fine. Placing his hand on the worm, Kagetsu summoned the panel connected to the worm and himself, curious to see if any new changes had occurred on it. Panel information. Name, unknown larva. Quality, blue, you've chosen an evolutionary path for it. Once it's fully developed, it will cocoon and evolve to the next stage. Traits, plain and ordinary, but with a strong life force, exceptional adaptability, and excellent potential for modification. Skills, crawl, eat, spin silk, size increase, hidden, needle storm. Evolution path, power of nature, can absorb the surrounding natural energy, and digest it within. The natural energy will cause its life to evolve and transform. Effect, not visible yet. Split body, it has a natural appetite and can digest everything it eats. If it cannot digest something or gets too full, it will split into separate bodies to take on the burden. Evaluation, how much it grows depends on the skill and feeding of its caretaker. Conclusion, for now, it's just a worm with slightly better combat ability, though it still doesn't hold much potential. As he looked at the words on the panel, Kagetsu immediately noticed something different. Compared to the previous panel, this one not only had updated data but also included new entries, evolution path, and split body. The first entry proved that the worm was on a path of evolution through the power of nature. It could absorb and accumulate natural energy to advance and evolve its life force. This sounded somewhat like the path taken by the high-level summoning beasts from the three sage regions. The second entry, split body, completely solved the issue of the worm being too greedy or eating something that upset its stomach. With this new trait, Kagetsu could feed the worm more recklessly in the future. At least he no longer had to worry about feeding it something that could overwhelm it and cause it to break down. Was this change a result of the evolution brought about by the power of nature? Or was it the worm's own body sensing danger and evolving in response? Kagetsu couldn't figure that out yet, but it didn't stop him from taking the remaining chunk of meat from Yugo's transformed body, which was filled with natural energy and had been specially preserved, and offering it to the worm once more. The familiar scent of the meat seemed to trigger the worm. It squirmed back a little, as if recalling the discomfort it had experienced after eating it yesterday. However, under Kagetsu's reassurance and insistence, the worm hesitated for a moment before finally opening its mouth. Its jaw, lined with sharp teeth, latched onto the meat aggressively, tearing into it and gulping it down. Then, nothing happened. The natural energy flowing within the worm remained calm, without the uncontrollable, explosive surge that had been there before. Other than its color darkening, almost turning black, there was no further transformation in the worm's body. In fact, under Kagetsu's watchful eyes, the worm's body slowly started to shrink, becoming slimmer and more elongated. By the time morning arrived, the worm had lost about a quarter of its size, almost like it had gone on a diet. When Kagetsu poked it with a kunai, the worm's skin felt just as tough and resilient as before, but there was now a slight slickness to its surface, as if it had been coated in oil. Even using a high-concentration chakra scalpel, cutting through its skin had become much more difficult. Combat mode. Kagetsu wanted to test the worm's combat abilities now. He sent a command through their chakra connection, and the worm immediately stood up on the ground. It looked like a small, bare tree trunk. Suddenly, dark needles shot out from under the worm's skin. As the worm spun its body, those black needles followed its movements, firing in all directions. After just one wave of needles, Kagetsu immediately used his shadow imitation technique to stop the worm in its tracks. The worm, sensing it was restrained, didn't struggle and quickly retracted the needles back into its body. It then lazily lay down. Once the shadow imitation technique faded, the worm crawled to Nara's feet, affectionately rubbing against his legs. Kagetsu bent down and used his chakra-infused hand to pull out one of the black needles from the ground. The needle contained the toxins accumulated inside the worm's body. If someone got pricked without any protection, it could be extremely dangerous for most ninjas, especially if there was no antidote available. Moreover, if natural energy was used to enhance the needle, even some of the more well-known ninjas would be caught off guard if they didn't dodge it in time. The natural energy would make the black needles even more powerful. Kagetsu gently patted the worm's head, praising it. After raising it for a few years, this once timid worm, always afraid of being eaten by birds, had finally gained some combat strength. It could now be considered a proper ninja beast. At the same time, Kagetsu began to imagine something. If the worm's digestion and absorption abilities could reach the level of devouring and assimilating other traits, could he possibly enhance it with more genomes? For example, the wood release. Could the worm's digestion and division abilities withstand the devouring and assimilation properties of the wood release? Kagetsu thought for a moment and decided to set aside the tempting idea for now. Starting with something so intense might upset the worm's body. What if it couldn't handle it and got sick? After all, Orochimaru had plenty of bloodline limits and various other materials for experiments. There was no need to rush. The current situation didn't require him to go to the battlefield or face any immediate dangers that would need him to increase his combat power. For now, it was better to gain more reputation and status before thinking about how to pursue these tempting ideas. Chapter 38, Chapter 22, The Third Member. You want to learn how to craft ninja tools. In a clearing within a small forest, Orochimaru looked at Kagetsu with a puzzled expression. He couldn't understand why Kagetsu would be interested in something like ninja tools. From Orochimaru's perspective, Kagetsu's talent would be better used in mastering ninjutsu and expanding his knowledge. I just want to learn a little, Kagetsu replied firmly, meeting Orochimaru's confused gaze. He didn't plan on studying it deeply, but he wanted to gain a basic understanding of how ninja tools were made in this world. Ninja tools are a broad category. Orochimaru paused for a moment but then decided to explain. They include shuriken, kunai, swords, explosive tags, any tool used by ninjas. This also includes Sunagekyu's puppets and Kirigakyu's 7 unique swords. Besides that, there are also some legendary items said to possess great power. The ninja village with the most comprehensive knowledge on making tools is the village of the craftsman. Most other ninja villages only specialize in certain categories. I can get you some basic information on crafting ninja tools. That's more than enough. I just want to understand a bit more, Kagetsu nodded. Seeing that Kagetsu didn't seem to be faking his curiosity, Orochimaru didn't worry any further. As his teacher, Orochimaru didn't want to see Kagetsu waste his talent and time on something with limited potential. After all, Orochimaru specialized in chakra, ninjutsu, and even biological modifications. He didn't know much about ninja tools. Teacher, are you giving Kagetsu special treatment again? A sudden voice filled with resentment interrupted them as Anko landed gracefully on the ground. She stood up and pointed at the two of them with an accusing finger, shouting in discontent. No, I just got here as well. Kagetsu quickly waved his hands, denying any accusations. If he admitted it, he would be harassed and attacked by Anko in the days to come. In such meaningless disputes, Kagetsu had the classic Nara style of avoiding trouble. Humph. Anko glared at Kagetsu before turning to Orochimaru. So, what training are we doing today, teacher? I've accepted a mission for the two of you, Orochimaru calmly replied, unfazed by his students' bickering. After Anko quieted down, he continued. A mission? Are we leaving the village again? Anko asked, a bit excited at first, but then slightly unwilling. She had just returned home a few days ago. It's a C-rank mission, involving a giant beast that escaped from the Forest of Death. Orochimaru raised a finger and explained the mission details and target to Kagetsu and Anko. Although it's a C-rank mission, it's no less dangerous than some B-rank ones. If you're careless, you could get hurt. A giant boar-like creature. We need to kill it or drive it back to the Forest of Death, and make sure it doesn't damage the village's buildings and crops, right? Anko, relieved that they didn't need to leave the village, felt energized. Compared to Kagetsu, who would rather spend endless days in Orochimaru's lab, Anko preferred the thrill of battle. At least in combat, she didn't feel like she was a burden to the team. Wait, there's one more person joining us. Orochimaru stopped Anko as she was about to move. Another person. Both Kagetsu and Anko turned to look at Orochimaru. Is there a new member joining us? Anko wasn't sure how she felt about it. 3-person teams are a tradition. This one was recommended by the Hokage himself. As he spoke, Orochimaru glanced in the direction of the trees. Sorry, Lord Orochimaru. I'm late. A young figure emerged from behind a tree where Orochimaru had been looking, a look of apology on his face. An Uchiha. Anko blurted out instinctively as she noticed the distinctive fan symbol on the newcomer's sleeve. The Uchiha clan's reputation in the village was as renowned as the Senju clans had once been. To most people in the village, the Uchiha were known for their powerful abilities, the Sharingan, and their proud, aloof nature that set them apart from others. It was rare to see an Uchiha join a team not led by one of their own jonin. Introduce yourself, Orochimaru said without showing any unnecessary emotion. My name is Uchiha Shursue, and I'm a member of the Uchiha clan. I recently graduated from the Konoha Ninja Academy. I specialize in fire style, the 3 basic techniques, the body flicker technique, and kenjutsu. I look forward to working with all of you. Shursue introduced himself somewhat shyly. Wow. He doesn't seem as arrogant as the rumors say about the Uchiha. Anko commented, surprised to see that Shursue was a shy, handsome guy. I'm sorry, Shursue responded with an awkward smile. He knew the reputation his clan had in the village. If it had been one of the more extreme Uchiha members, they might have reacted harshly to Anko's comment. Name's Narakagetsu. I specialize in medical ninjutsu and shadow imitation technique. Anko, Mitarashi Anko. I'm good at fire style and Orochimaru style taijutsu. Since you're the newcomer, you can call me Big Sis. Anko leaned close to Shursue and introduced herself, trying to establish herself as the leader while extending a friendly hand to the new team member. Asterisk clap. Clap, asterisk. Let's focus on the mission first, Orochimaru said, clapping his hands to draw the team's attention. He looked at Shursue and continued, the Hokage has a high opinion of you. For the upcoming mission, you'll be our main offensive member. You 3 will work together to complete the mission, and you can collect the bounty yourselves once it's done. What about you, Orochimaru-sensei? Anko asked instinctively. I have other matters to attend to, Orochimaru replied. Then, with a puff of smoke, he disappeared, revealing he had only been a shadow clone. Damn it. Anko muttered angrily when she realized it was just a clone. She glanced at Kagetsu and the obedient-looking Shisui before declaring, since Orochimaru-sensei didn't say who should lead, I'll be the team captain for this mission. You two have no objections, right? Shisui hesitantly looked in Kagetsu's direction. Before joining the team, he had already gathered some information about Kagetsu and Anko from his clan. After all, one of the legendary Sanin, Orochimaru, personally recruited these students, and Kagetsu, who had trained under Sunade in medical ninjatsu, was known among the Jonin, even if some thought he had just been lucky. I'm fine with it, Kagetsu said, secretly hoping Anko would take the lead and handle the troublesome parts of the mission. He knew that when things got serious, Anko would still remember to rely on him, her external brain. I'm okay with it too. Shisui quickly agreed once Kagetsu expressed his stance. Anko smiled triumphantly, hands on her hips. First step, we need to track down the target. Can you do that? Anko turned her gaze toward Shisui. No problem, Shisui nodded. The academy had covered tracking techniques in their lessons, and these D-rank missions were meant to help new genin solidify and apply what they'd learned. Chapter 39, Chapter 23, Cooperation. It really seems like a big one. Kagetsu, along with his two companions, looked at the chaotic scene in front of them where trees had been uprooted and branches scattered everywhere. They spoke quietly among themselves. This level of destruction could only be caused by a large-scale summoning beast, Uchiha Shisui remarked, his expression turning serious. Even Chunin-level shinobi would have to be cautious facing such a creature. The three exchanged information based on their observations. They treated this mission as an opportunity to understand each other better and to establish a foundation for future cooperation. It was also a good chance to put the knowledge they had learned at the Ninja Academy into practice. Did you hear that? Anko suddenly raised her hand off the ground and looked in a specific direction. Thud, thud. A rumbling sound, like the roar of distant thunder, came closer and closer. The ground began to tremble, causing the three to instantly tense up. Scatter. Shisui shouted instinctively. As they all used the body flicker technique to leap away, a massive beast, over 10 meters tall, charged through the forest. It uprooted trees along its path, exposing its enormous body to the trio. It was a gigantic wild boar-like creature, with exposed tusks and 4 stout legs resembling thick pillars. The ground shook with every step it took. It seemed to treat this area as its personal playground. The wild boar beast shook its head, eyed another undisturbed part of the forest, and snorted loudly as it adjusted its stance, preparing to charge. I'll go first. Anko, who saw herself as the team leader, steadied herself on a tree and began forming hand seals immediately. She initiated her signature dragon fire technique. The power of the jutsu Anko now unleashed was far stronger than it had been during the Bell test battle they had participated in before. A scorching line of fire turned into a blazing pillar and hit the boar's massive body directly. The flames spread rapidly, covering most of the wild boar's surface. The beast let out a heart-wrenching shriek, and its enormous body instantly rolled over on the ground. The surrounding area trembled as if in response to its pain. At the same time, the giant wild boar's attention shifted to the three of them, whom it now saw as tiny insects. Damn. Its defense is that tough. Seeing that the wild boar could still move around after taking the full brunt of her dragon fire technique, its skin charred black, exposing the flesh underneath and emitting a cooked meat smell, Anko couldn't help but curse in surprise. But Kagetsu and Shisui had no time to respond to her. The wild boar, now enraged, thundered toward them with its hooves pounding the ground. Shisui, still in midair, pulled out 4 kunai tied with explosive tags from his back pouch and flung them towards the wild boar's direction. The 4 kunai collided with each other mid-flight, changing trajectory before embedding themselves into the area where the boar had been burned by the dragon fire technique. This maneuver alone demonstrated Shisui's excellent dynamic vision, his mastery of kunai manipulation, and his ability to seize the right timing. The 4 kunai, with their explosive tags embedded in the wound, exploded in a burst of fire. The giant wild boar, suffering yet another heavy blow, staggered and let out an even more furious and pained roar. Perfect opportunity. Dodging the wild boar's charge, Anko immediately noticed that she was facing its injured side. Acting on instinct, she threw 2 kunai with explosive tags attached to them, one after the other, trying to replicate Shisui's earlier attack. However, the boar, in pain, rolled around on the ground, rubbing itself against the dirt to extinguish the flames on its body. Anko's kunai bounced off its armor-like hard shell, sparking 2 explosions in midair. Be careful, it's going berserk. Shisui shouted in warning. An injured wild beast, especially an already aggressive boar, would fight until its last breath. Damn it. It's too big, and its defense is too strong. My jutsu aren't having much effect. Anko yelled as she continued dodging the boar, which now seemed to have marked her as its nemesis. Summoning Jutsu. All this time, Kagetsu had remained still, not yet making a move. Suddenly, he bit his finger and formed the hand signs for the summoning jutsu with his blood-stained palm. With a puff of thick smoke, a massive yellow serpent appeared on the field, swiftly slithering towards the boar. The two colossal beasts collided fiercely under the guidance of the three shinobi. The giant snake coiled around the boar's body, but the boar retaliated by biting down hard on the snake's neck. Just as the snake was about to dissipate into smoke, the boar, trapped in its grasp, suddenly saw a pair of blood-red eyes flash before it. The boar's bloodshot, rage-filled eyes lost focus in an instant. Its strength drained rapidly, and it fell silent, as if it had suddenly fallen into a deep sleep. With a final burst of smoke, the giant snake vanished. The boar's massive body collapsed onto the ground, completely losing its will to fight. Phew, phew. Standing on top of the fallen boar, Anko, who had been desperately chased around earlier, let out a heavy sigh. She looked at Kagetsu with a puzzled expression. How could you summon such a big snake? I thought the Nara clan was known for their chakra control, not chakra reserves, she questioned suspiciously. Summoning jutsu is a technique that dynamically measures chakra consumption based on the size and power of the summoned beast. For Kagetsu to call forth such a massive snake, his chakra reserves must be at least on par with, if not surpassing, her own. It was a good collaboration. Kagetsu ignored Anko's ramblings and extended a hand to Shursue, who had landed beside him. Good collaboration. Shursue, still maintaining his Sharingan, looked at Kagetsu's outstretched hand. After a brief pause, he reached out and shook it without hesitation. You too. Anko shouted in exasperation. You did great too, Captain. You kept the beast occupied long enough, giving us the chance and time we needed, Shursue turned around and said earnestly. His sudden compliment soothed Anko's frustration, making her beam with a broad smile. Well done. A raspy voice suddenly echoed from below. The three quickly jumped down from the beast's body, watching as Orochimaru slowly emerged from the ground. Orochimaru-sensei. Look, we managed to take down this big guy together. The energetic Anko rushed over excitedly, pointing at the giant beast lying on the ground. I saw everything, Orochimaru replied, patting Anko's head and ignoring her dreamy expression. His gaze shifted to Kagetsu and Shursue. It paused briefly when he noticed Shursue's blood-red eyes. Were you watching us from the shadows, Orochimaru-sama? Shursue asked, raising his hand. Since it's a dangerous mission and I couldn't be there myself, so I had to use a shadow clone, Orochimaru responded somewhat coldly. Once was enough for the incident with Nawaki. Let's go, I'll take you all out for a meal, Orochimaru said after killing the wild boar that was still entranced in the illusion, sealing it away in a scroll. Chapter 40, Chapter 24, Questions and Answers. What's your opinion on the newly joined Uchiha Shursue? After the meal, Orochimaru's shadow clone walked alongside Kagetsu on the way back to the Nara clan's territory and suddenly asked. He's strong, and his talent is obviously outstanding, exactly the type you, Orochimaru-sensei, like, Kagetsu replied. Deeper than that. Orochimaru seemed somewhat unsatisfied with Kagetsu's answer. What do you mean by that, Orochimaru-sensei? Kagetsu stopped and looked up to meet Orochimaru's gaze, responding with a question. He held back today. Orochimaru abruptly changed the topic. Maybe he was deliberately restraining himself to fit into our team. Kagetsu avoided discussing Shursue's strength. As a powerful observer, Orochimaru's insight and judgment were far more accurate than his own, allowing him to see many more details. The world of ninjas is quite cruel, Kagetsu. Even among the same village, you should always stay alert. I've heard of Shursue, he's a umbu talent that the old man is quite fond of, and he directly serves under him. After saying this, Orochimaru fell silent, escorting Kagetsu back to the Nara clan's territory. In the days that followed, it seemed like Orochimaru had forgotten what he said to Kagetsu that night. Uchiha Shursue's integration into the team went incredibly smoothly. A strong, humble, and polite Uchiha, unlike the inexplicable arrogance often associated with his clan, was able to earn the trust and friendship of those around him. At least, Anko didn't dislike Shursue and soon considered him a true member of the team. Of course, it was hard to say whether it was just Shursue's willingness to patiently train with her, explaining her mistakes and helping her improve, that made her so satisfied. Are you not bringing Kagetsu along for training? Having just finished a teaching session, Shursue looked at Kagetsu, who was lying on a branch in the distance, and curiously asked Anko. In the days they had spent together, Shursue noticed that Kagetsu rarely engaged in combat training. That's typical for the Nara clan, I suppose. I heard Kagetsu is considered pretty diligent. But if you hadn't joined us, I wouldn't have even had a training partner, Anko complained a bit. Kagetsu is our support and medical ninja, it's normal for him not to excel in combat. However, his support and medical ninjutsu, along with the Nara clan's intelligence, are still very important during missions. Shisui smiled. Kagetsu does have fighting ability, he just hates engaging in aimless battles. Anko corrected Shisui's impression of Kagetsu. If Kagetsu lacked combat power, she would have long become the leader. Shisui nodded thoughtfully. Although he hadn't seen Kagetsu demonstrate much fighting power these days, during their first mission as a team, Kagetsu had summoned a giant snake with his summoning jutsu, which at least proved his chakra capacity. Let's take a break, Shisui suggested, raising his hand. Then I'll go catch some game for lunch, Anko said, patting her stomach. After speaking, she dashed into the nearby woods. They had been mostly preparing their own lunches these days, which they claimed was to develop their wilderness survival skills. Kagetsu. A slightly nervous voice called out, waking Kagetsu, who felt tired and groggy after being pulled into Orochimaru's late-night research session. As he opened his eyes, Kagetsu looked up from under the tree with a mix of anticipation and hesitation. Where's Anko? He jumped down from the tree, landing smoothly in the open space in front of Shisui. He looked around but didn't see Anko, who always had a strong presence, and asked without thinking. She said she was going to hunt something for lunch, Shisui replied honestly. Is there something you want to talk about? Noticing Shisui's serious demeanor, Kagetsu decided to ask first. Despite the reasons for joining this team, he remembered Shisui as a good person from the original story, and because of his bloodline, Kagetsu wanted to keep their friendship. What do you think of the Uchiha clan? Shisui hesitated for a moment, but finally spoke up under Kagetsu's gaze. Kagetsu was surprised. He noticed Shisui's young face, which reflected a deep confusion and inner turmoil. What do you mean? Kagetsu sat down in the shade of the tree, looking at Shisui, who was sitting cross-legged across from him. I want your opinion on what the village thinks, and what the higher-ups say. Shisui said, relieved that Kagetsu was open to talking, and grateful that he could express his feelings. Is this something you want to ask, or did someone ask you to? And why me, a kid younger than you? Kagetsu rested his arm on his cheek, his eyes looking dull, almost like a dead fish staring at Shisui. It's my own question. Shisui quickly changed to a serious kneeling position, placing his palms on his knees and speaking sincerely. As for why I'm asking you, I think you're more mature than me and can give me an answer. After all, the Nara clan is known for their intelligence, and many of them are the village's strategists. Also, as one of Orochimaru-sama's most valued disciples, you should have insights into what some of the higher-ups are currently saying about the Uchiha. You know, the Uchiha clan doesn't have a good reputation in the village, and some of the older members are more extreme about certain things. You're quite perceptive. You think so much at your age, Kagetsu replied after listening to Shisui. It's just that the clan head spoke to me about some issues, so I learned about the situation, Shisui explained frankly, shaking his head. It's a complicated question that can't be answered easily. Since your clan head made you aware of some problems, what does he think? Kagetsu asked. The clan head wants me to be valued here by Orochimaru-sama. Shisui thought seriously about what the clan head had told him that day and summed it up. Just do your best then, Kagetsu said briefly. Ah. Is that all I need to do? Shisui looked at Kagetsu in surprise. Your clan leader hopes for a future where the Hokage will be kind to the Uchiha. Right now, he has no better candidates, so you have become a bet for the Uchiha's future. There may be others in the future, but just focus on doing what you need to do, Kagetsu explained without lecturing Shisui. Is it about the fourth Hokage? Shisui pondered for a moment. Chapter 41, Chapter 25, Conversation and Assault. Clan Leader. At the Uchiha clan grounds, after finishing his training, Uchiha Shisui went to meet the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. It's you, Shisui. Fugaku, who was teaching a young child, stopped his lesson upon seeing Shisui's arrival. He handed the child over to his wife and gestured for Shisui to follow him. Shisui waved at the child before turning around and following Fugaku into the house. Itachi really likes you, Fugaku said with a smile, motioning for Shisui to take a seat. I like Itachi too. He's very cute, Shisui replied, thinking about the young boy in the courtyard. A genuine smile appeared on his face. Itachi was a bright child. Even though he was still young, he already showed more maturity than his peers. His talent was exceptional. Shisui believed that one day, Itachi would become a powerful ninja. What brings you here today? Fugaku asked, using Itachi as a segue into the main topic. He had a feeling he knew what Shisui wanted to talk about. As expected, Shisui hesitated for a moment before speaking. I've inquired about what you mentioned to me before. Orochimaru. Fugaku interjected. No, it's Nara Kagetsu. Shisui shook his head and mentioned a name that surprised Fugaku. Nara Kagetsu. I remember he's Nara Shikakichi's son, Fugaku nodded thoughtfully. Yes. Lord Orochimaru is very busy, and even when teaching us, he only uses shadow clones. Among the three of us, Kagetsu is the one Lord Orochimaru values the most and is the only one who can meet him anytime. From what I've observed over the past few days, Kagetsu comes across as steady and has his own unique insights on many matters. Shisui lowered his head, as if feeling a bit guilty. So, you sought him out for an answer? Fugaku asked, his expression unreadable. I'm sorry. I truly believed Kagetsu could provide me with an answer. Shisui apologized sincerely, bowing his head. Did he give you one? Fugaku's tone remained calm, contrary to Shisui's expectations. He wasn't angry but instead continued to probe. Yes, he did. Shisui, following Fugaku's gesture, sat back up and recounted his conversation with Kagetsu in full detail, leaving nothing out. Is that really what he said? Fugaku had initially felt disappointed and didn't expect much useful information from Shisui, but Kagetsu's response caught his interest. Yes. Shisui nodded firmly. Both of them fell silent for a while, each lost in thought. After a few moments, Fugaku snapped out of his reverie and noticed Shisui's young face, filled with anxiety, confusion, and hesitation. Seeing Shisui wanting to speak but holding back, Fugaku smiled faintly. What do you want to ask? Do you think Kagetsu's words make sense? Shisui finally voiced the question that had been swirling in his mind for a long time. From a child's perspective, being able to see things this clearly and offer such advice is quite remarkable. As expected of the Nara clan, known for their strategic minds. Fugaku first affirmed Shisui's point, but before Shisui could fully display his joy, Fugaku shook his head again and said, however, it's obvious that he doesn't have enough information about our situation and the village's higher-ups. The clan's situation isn't bad enough to use you as a sacrificial pawn. To be honest, I was surprised you managed to join Orochimaru's team. You've already become a member of the village's Umbu. The one who can truly make decisions here is none other than the third Hokage. When I said those things to you before, it was only because I hoped you could get closer to Orochimaru. After all, ever since White Fang's death, the strongest candidates for the fourth Hokage have been narrowed down to the Sanin. From what I know, Lady Sunade has left the village and isn't interested in competing for the position. That leaves only Jiraiya and Orochimaru, with Orochimaru being the most promising candidate. If Orochimaru becomes the fourth Hokage, you might have the chance to become his personal guard, just like how the third Hokage was to the second Hokage back in the day. Fugaku explained patiently and in detail, worried that Shisui might not understand. So, the relationship between the higher-ups and our clan isn't as bad as I thought? Shisui asked, pleasantly surprised. Of course not. This village was founded together by the ancestors of the Senju and Uchiha clans. Uchiha is an essential top-tier clan in the village. The conflict with the higher-up stems from the second Hokage's distrust and suppression of us, along with our ambition to hold the Hokage position. After all, 2 Hokages have already come from the Senju clan, and the third and fourth are both likely to come from the Senju's line of students. Originally, your grandfather, Lord Kagami, had a chance, but he died suddenly, Fugaku said with a faint smile. This is just a power struggle between us and the higher-ups. It's not as serious as some make it out to be. I think it's because they heard the voice of the Uchiha that the third Hokage transferred you into the Umbu directly under his command and then assigned you to Orochimaru's squad. Thinking about it this way, Orochimaru has a higher chance of becoming the fourth Hokage than Jiraiya. Although Kagetsu didn't analyze or explain these things to you, his suggestion was correct. You should consider it. If possible, you should strengthen your relationship with him. Who knows, he might become the fourth Hokage's advisor in the future. I understand now. Shisui felt a lot more relieved. As long as there wasn't a complete break between the village and the clan, he was happy. Go see Itachi and take him out for some fun, Fugaku said, his face softening into that of a kind father. Although he had high expectations for Itachi and often trained him with a stern expression, he firmly believed that Itachi's future would surpass his own. Itachi's talent far exceeded anyone else's in the clan. If possible, he would love for Itachi to follow Shisui's path, integrating into the village and joining places like the Umbu for training. I will. Shisui stood up, bowed respectfully to Fugaku, then opened the door and left. Are you Nara Kagetsu? Someone wants to see you. In a dark alley, a figure dressed in Umbu attire with a mask suddenly appeared in front of Kagetsu, who was on his way home. Who wants to see me? Kagetsu, sensing a certain coldness and malice from the person in front of him, became alert instantly. His arm, hidden in his sleeve, dropped slightly, and a small snake swiftly darted out, disappearing into the night. Just follow me. Don't do anything pointless to resist. The person's voice was cold and emotionless, like a machine carrying out a task. I should be able to let my teacher, Lord Orochimaru, or my parents know who I'm meeting, right? Kagetsu asked while preparing to defend himself. The hostility from the person in front of him was becoming increasingly obvious. Kagetsu couldn't think of anyone in the village whom he had offended so badly to be targeted like this. Looks like I'll have to subdue you first. The figure drew a short blade from his back and pointed it at Kagetsu. Chapter 42, Chapter 26, Technology Development Department. The intruder's figure vanished in an instant, and then a sharp wind noise echoed from behind Kagetsu. Thud. The blade collided with Kagetsu's neck, producing a heavy, dull sound. What's this? The eyes visible through the intruder's mask showed a flash of confusion. The next moment, his body lost control. His feet were glued to the ground, and his entire body stiffened. Shadow imitation technique. In the dimly lit alleyway under the cover of night, shadows gained strong concealment and extension capabilities. At such a close range, there wasn't even time to dodge. The intruder had attacked with the intention of landing a single, decisive strike. His position had placed him directly onto Kagetsu's shadow. But what truly shocked the intruder was what happened next. A dense series of runes began to spread from the darkness under Kagetsu's feet, snaking along the shadow and covering his body. This is curse mark binding technique. The struggle in the intruder's eyes intensified. The combination of shadow imitation technique and curse mark binding was a skill Kagetsu had mastered to the point of near instantaneous casting. Originally, this combo technique was developed to counter Yugo's berserk outbursts. When facing a rampaging Yugo, the only option was to instantly apply strong, continuous control. This sense of timing and control was something Kagetsu honed during the months of back-and-forth combat practice with Yugo. In the beginning, he had needed to team up with Anko to seize the right moment and engage in dangerous battles to achieve his goal. But as he became more proficient in this process, dealing with Yugo's berserk state became much safer and easier. Releasing the shadow imitation technique, Kagetsu turned around and faced the attacker, who was half a head taller and dressed in an Umbu uniform. The man's body was now covered in curse marks, which had spread all the way to his exposed fingertips. Using the back of your blade. It seems you didn't come here to kill me. So, what do you want to capture me for? Looking at the back of the blade that had attacked him, Kagetsu confirmed the odd sensation from before. It had felt more like a blunt impact. You managed to corner me in this secluded place, so you were specifically waiting for me, weren't you? You're very calm. You knew I often take this route home after training, right? This means you're familiar with the road layout of Konoha and have some knowledge of my daily routine. Judging by your attire, you belong to the Umbu, an organization that serves the Hokage and only follows the orders of the Hokage himself. If the third Hokage wanted to see me, he could just ask that lazy father of mine. There's no need to resort to such measures. I've heard from Orochimaru-sensei that within Konoha, there's another Umbu organization known as Root. It serves as a training institute for the Umbu, but this branch of the Umbu is under the control of a certain advisor named Danzo. Your emotions finally wavered. Seems I hit the mark. Kagetsu maintained eye contact with the intruder the entire time as he spoke, observing every subtle change in his emotions, using some mental observation techniques he'd learned from the Yamanaka clan. After he mentioned Danzo's name, he caught a fleeting emotional reaction from the intruder. Kagetsu sighed, no longer interested in probing further. He knew that what happened next should be left to those more capable of handling it. Quite surprising. Not long after, a figure suddenly appeared in the darkness and landed on the scene with a rush of wind. The familiar, magnetic, raspy voice made Kagetsu, who was hiding in the shadows, finally breathe a sigh of relief. Umbu. No, it has the scent of root, Orochimaru said as he examined the intruder, who was still bound in place by the curse mark binding technique and had been reinforced twice. His golden eyes narrowed into slits. Orochimaru-sensei. Kagetsu greeted his teacher. It seems he didn't intend to kill you. Orochimaru also noticed the reversed blade position, instantly deducing the general situation and reconstructing the events of the battle. He tried to knock me out, but couldn't break through my armor mode's defense, Kagetsu explained simply. Leave this to me. You can tell Shikakichi about it. Orochimaru paused for a moment, then summoned a large snake that swallowed the attacker whole. The snake disappeared with a puff of smoke. Is there trouble? Kagetsu asked, looking up. It's just a warning from a petty old man. You were caught up in it, Orochimaru explained. Orochimaru had already figured out the cause and reason for the attack, but he didn't plan on explaining it to Kagetsu just yet. He took Kagetsu's hand. Let's go. I'll take you home first, and then I'll go meet my old teacher. After safely escorting Kagetsu back to the Nara clan grounds, Orochimaru left immediately, leaving behind Kagetsu and Shikakichi, who sensed that something was amiss. Following Orochimaru's instructions, Kagetsu explained everything that happened today to Shikakichi in detail. Shikakichi, his face somewhat grave, thought it over before letting Kagetsu go and rest. In a dim underground location. An old man leaning on a cane watched his subordinate kneel before him, revealing his one good eye in the candlelight. You said Orochimaru went to see Hiruzen. Yes. We monitored Orochimaru entering the third Hokage's residence. He stayed there for a long time before leaving, the kneeling ninja responded respectfully. I see. The old man nodded, watching his subordinate rise and leave quietly. Hiruzen. The elderly man wrapped in bandages and leaning on a cane pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. His exposed eye glanced at the third Hokage, who was working inside, and briefly at Naruto, who was silently working on the other side. He then focused his gaze back on the third Hokage, who looked up and met his eyes. "Why did you call me here?" he asked. "Last night, Orochimaru's disciple, Naruto, was attacked by the ANBU. Danzo, do you have anything to say about that?" The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, his aged face hidden behind a cloud of smoke. "The ANBU's attack? What does that have to do with me?" Danzo snorted, retorting righteously. "Do you know what Orochimaru did?" The third Hokage, as if expecting Danzo's denial, rubbed his temples in frustration before speaking again. What could he have done? Danzo stood in front of the Hokage's desk, his eyes sweeping over the silent Shikakichi with disdain. He handed over the attacker to the interrogation unit, the third Hokage said, closing his eyes. Yamanaka Inoichi, the head of the unit, interrogated the attacker personally. "Do you want me to continue? What could he have possibly found out?" Danzo narrowed his eyes. "Orochimaru helped remove the numerous seals and restraints you placed on the attacker beforehand," the third Hokage said, frowning as he exhaled a puff of smoke. He opened his eyes and stared at Danzo through the haze. "What is he trying to do?" "I have a clear conscience." Danzo snorted. "Do you know why our teacher chose me as Hokage instead of you?" The third Hokage suddenly asked an unrelated question. "That's only because you were quicker than me in offering to stay behind." At the mention of Saratobi Hiroen's question, the usually calm Danzo suddenly lost his temper and shouted angrily. "No. It's because our teacher knew very well that you are someone who only understands ruthlessness and lacks the ability to compromise. You're cunning but ignore the bigger picture. Short-sighted and lacking long-term vision. If someone like you became Hokage, you would only bring disaster to the village." The third Hokage answered slowly, each word full of weight. "You're spouting nonsense." Danzo slammed his cane on the ground several times, the veins on his hands bulging with rage. He was instantly infuriated by his old friend's accusations. "Take a good look at what you've done. How dare you harm people in the village? First Tsukumo, now Kagetsu, and then in the future what? Are you planning to come after me next?" Hiruzen retorted angrily. Danzo stared deeply at Hiruzen's furious face but suddenly fell silent and calm. "From now on, the village's security will be handled by the ANBU under my direct command as Hokage. Your route will only deal with external matters. Additionally, due to your recent misconduct, Root's budget and personnel recruitment will be restricted," Hiruzen stated firmly, laying down Danzo's punishment. "You'll regret this, Hiruzen." Danzo's grip on his cane tightened. He would have preferred a scolding or being embarrassed in front of Shikakichi rather than this punishment, which significantly cut down his power. "I am the Hokage, am I not?" Hiruzen responded coldly. "Humph." Danzo turned sharply, flinging the door open and storming out of the Hokage's office. "Does this punishment satisfy you and Kagetsu?" Hiruzen asked tiredly, rubbing his forehead as he watched Danzo leave. "I have no objections, Lord Hokage," Naruto replied respectfully, standing up and bowing. "Teacher, what about your promise to me?" Orochimaru emerged from a hidden door, his eyes fixed intently on Hiruzen. "The funds cut from Root will be allocated to you, and Danzo won't have a say in recruiting members from the Inoshikacho trio. You can discuss it and make your selections," Hiruzen confirmed. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed as he locked gazes with his teacher. "This isn't what you promised me last night," Orochimaru murmured, licking his lips in dissatisfaction. "Do you know how much manpower and money it takes to create a new department? The village's economy has improved, but we're still not in a position to spend recklessly. Even as Hokage, I need to hold a Jonin Council vote to establish a new department. Sunade's medical department wasn't built overnight either," Hiruzen shook his head. "But in the end, it was proven that establishing the medical department was the right choice. Sunade's proposal was correct. Your delays are meaningless and do nothing to help the village," Orochimaru retorted bluntly. Hiruzen immediately lit his pipe. "At the very least, show me and the other Jonin the value of this new department, all right? Based on your proposal, the technology development department's cost in terms of money and manpower would be even higher than the medical department's." "I just can't see how it benefits the village," Hiruzen said, troubled. Looking at the village's chaotic finances, even the Hokage felt the strain. The medical department was only established a few years ago, and the investment hadn't yet paid off. Now, starting another money-draining project. You don't realize how expensive things are until you have to manage them yourself. This isn't what we agreed upon. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed further, resembling slits. "How about this? I authorize the establishment of your department, let you recruit freely, and provide some initial funding. But if you can't deliver enough results, you'll have to bear the financial burden yourself. Is this solution acceptable?" Hiruzen paused, then proposed a compromise. Chapter 43, Chapter 27, Truth. Hataki Residence. Kakashi Hataki gazed coldly at his unexpected visitor, Kagetsu Nara. He had just parted ways with his teammates on bad terms over a mission issue. Although it didn't bother him much, Kagetsu, who he barely had any interaction with before, suddenly showing up left Kakashi feeling a bit confused. Is there something you need, Kagetsu? After a brief silence, Kakashi finally spoke up. He noticed how Kagetsu had been scanning the room continuously since stepping in. He didn't have time to waste here, he still had training to do. There's some information concerning you. I thought you had the right to know, Kagetsu said, finally letting his gaze settle on the slender young man with wild white hair that spiked up like a hedgehog. Kakashi's masked face betrayed no emotion. Is it related to a mission? Kakashi asked. No, it's related to your father, Tsukumo's death, Kagetsu replied, taking out a scroll from his cloak and placing it on the table, gently pushing it towards Kakashi. Immediately, a chilling aura emanated from Kakashi's entire being. Aren't you going to take a look? Kagetsu, seemingly unaware of the terrifying pressure Kakashi was radiating, merely pointed at the scroll and reminded him. My father died by suicide after a mission failure, Kakashi said flatly. Is that what you truly believe? Kagetsu questioned. Everyone says so. My father's death itself proved it. Kakashi's visible eye revealed a deep-seated pain. His father's death was a wound that had yet to heal with time. A strange sense of fear welled up within him as he looked at Kagetsu and the scroll on the table. Ninja missions, especially those carried out by someone like White Fang Tsukumo Hataki, are generally classified, aren't they? Kagetsu rested his elbows on the table, propping up his chin with his hands, his voice lazy. For such missions, aside from the higher-ups and those involved, no one else should have any way of knowing the details, right? Kakashi's eyes twitched slightly at Kagetsu's words. Having completed numerous missions with the Umbu, he was well aware of the confidentiality procedures. So you understand. Then, consider this, Tsukumo's mission failed, and immediately the whole village knew about it. Even regular villagers who aren't ninjas knew. Did you ever question that? Kagetsu pressed. It was leaked by my father's teammates. They believed his actions led to the mission's failure. Kakashi clenched his fists tightly. Every ninja has mission failures on record. Even the Sanin or the village leaders. I believe that Tsukumo was a seasoned ninja who must have considered the impact of abandoning the mission and the loss it would cause to the village before making his decision. Unless it was a mission on the scale of triggering a world war, given Tsukumo's contributions and capabilities, he shouldn't, and wouldn't, have been blamed by the entire village like that. Kagetsu shook his head and said. It was his teammates who thought that a ninja should always prioritize the mission, Kakashi repeated, his tone growing colder once more. Do you enjoy getting along with your teammates, given how much you prioritize missions? Kagetsu suddenly asked. Such things don't matter. As long as the mission is completed, that's enough, Kakashi said, closing his eyes. Then I suggest you take a good look at this intel. At the very least, don't you want to know the real reason why Tsukumo chose to take his own life? Kagetsu pushed the scroll to the edge of the table, right within Kakashi's reach. Kakashi's expression shifted unpredictably, but under Kagetsu's gaze, he finally reached out with a trembling hand, picked up the scroll, and performed the seals he'd learned from Umbu to unlock classified information. It didn't take long to read through the intel, but the contents of the scroll evidently delivered a severe blow to the still young Kakashi. His pupils quivered violently, and tears streamed down his cheeks, leaving 2 deep trails on his face. Is this really true? Kakashi asked, closing the scroll and forcing himself to suppress his surging emotions. He looked at Kagetsu with tear-filled eyes. It's from the interrogation unit, provided by Yamanaka Inoichi. Kagetsu mentioned the interrogation division as a source. Why would they do this? Kakashi felt as if a large part of his heart had suddenly been hollowed out. He had always believed that it was his father's mistake that led to everything that had happened. But now, the intel revealed that the overwhelming condemnation from the village and the mission's failure were all a result of internal politics and darkness within the village. Because Tsukumo-san's reputation was too high, Kagetsu replied frankly. He blocked others from becoming Hokage. Blocked others. Kakashi looked at Kagetsu in shock. My master Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Lady Sunade, and a man named Danzo Shimura, Kagetsu said, noticing Kakashi's expression change when he heard the last name. You've heard of him, right? He's the one in charge of the Root, a training division for Konoha's Umbu members. Yes, I know Danzo. Kakashi felt his strength fading as he spoke, each word heavy and burdened. Orochimaru-sensei said Danzo is someone who works in the shadows and will do anything, no matter how dirty, to get what he wants. And under his ideology, the Root is the same way, Kagetsu explained, using Orochimaru's name to make his point more convincing. So, he's the one who spread those rumors. Kakashi clenched his teeth as he remembered the dark old man who once tried to recruit him, wanting to pull him entirely into the root. Who else could do it? The root holds the same responsibilities as the Umbu, and Danzo understands every mission that every ninja in the village undertakes. Not even my teacher Orochimaru could manage something like that. Kagetsu affirmed without hesitation. And what about the third Hokage? Kakashi's eyes were bloodshot as he stared blankly at Kagetsu. Let's just say Sakumo-san was never the third Hokage's choice for Hokage. Maybe he just wanted to suppress Sakumo-san's influence, but he didn't expect Sakumo-san to be so unyielding, Kagetsu murmured softly. What's your goal in telling me all this? Kakashi suddenly asked. I have no particular goal. I just want you to know the truth and not be swallowed by darkness. My teacher informed me that Advisor Danzo has always wanted you to officially join the root. As long as you know who he is and what he's done, I've achieved everything I came for. Kagetsu stood up and said goodbye. I think you need some time alone, so I'll take my leave. You should destroy that information. Danzo has just been punished by the third Hokage, and he might summon you soon. If you don't want to join the root, you could try applying directly to the Hokage's personal Umbu unit. Konoha Orphanage. The head of the orphanage, Nono Yakushi, looked nervously at the sudden visitor, Orochimaru. As someone skilled at gathering information, she knew better than anyone how dangerous and troublesome the pale-skinned man before her was. Orochimaru-sama, this place is very simple and I have nothing to offer you, Nono said. Her demeanor was gentle and warm, giving others a feeling of being bathed in sunlight. There was something naturally endearing about her, making it easy for people to rely on and trust her. I know. I'm here to invite you to join my newly established technology development department, Orochimaru said casually, unaffected by Nono's wariness. If she hadn't been cautious, he would have found it odd. Sorry, I haven't heard of this department, Nono Yakushi said, shaking her head. This is the appointment order from the third Hokage, Orochimaru said as he pulled out a scroll and tossed it over. I believe you should be able to tell if it's genuine. Nono took the scroll, carefully examining it before confirming its authenticity. What can I do? Nono returned the scroll. Do you really need someone like me, a spy? No, Orochimaru denied her assumption with a shake of his head. What I value is your medical ninjutsu. The wandering nun is quite a well-known figure in the shinobi world. I belong to the root, Nono stated. I can transfer you here. During this time, I have the authority to recruit personnel from various divisions to build the technology development department. I know you care about that orphanage. I can offer you more funding than Root ever could, Orochimaru said softly. You're still so skilled at getting to people's hearts, Nono thought of the children at the orphanage, those pitiful yet lovable kids in her eyes. Her heart softened immediately. I know you're not like Danzo. You care about these children, don't you? Danzo sees these kids as leverage to control you, and what you've done for him is far more than what he's given you in return. Join me, and you won't have to bear the agony of being a spy anymore. All I need is your medical skills to assist and train some personnel, Orochimaru licked his lips as he extended his invitation. Is it really that simple? Nono looked at Orochimaru. Of course. As long as you can do one thing for me, I'll fulfill everything I promised. A faint smile appeared on Orochimaru's pale face. What do you want? Nono let out a sigh of relief. She was worried Orochimaru wouldn't make any demands at all. You should be quite familiar with Root's collection, right? Tell me about them. Whether it's the cells of Hashirama Senju, other research materials, or any of Danzo's activities that posed a threat to the village, tell me everything you know, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with interest. You need all that. Nono frowned slightly but soon relaxed. Root no longer needs any of it. From now on, all scientific research will be under the Technology Development Department. I just think Danzo will hide something and won't hand everything over obediently. I don't have the time or patience to play hide-and-seek with him, Orochimaru replied. Chapter 44, Chapter 28.1, Advisors. Hokage Office. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Saratobi, looked at the enraged Danzo and the expressionless Orochimaru, feeling a headache coming on. Are you really going to let Orochimaru hollow out the root? Danzo slammed his cane against the ground forcefully, his chest heaving in anger as he roared. I only took a few research materials, nothing more. Besides, keeping those things in the root's hands is a complete waste, Orochimaru retorted, ignoring Danzo's murderous gaze and meeting his hostility head-on. Orochimaru. Show some respect to the Hokage's advisors. Danzo is, after all, a comrade of your teacher and has made great contributions to the village. A voice rebuked from the doorway as the two village advisors, Kohara Udatane and Hamura Mitokado, stepped inside. Hiruzen, Danzo may have made mistakes, but your punishment shouldn't be to empty out his root, Hamura said as he positioned himself in front of Danzo. That's not true. I only took materials that weren't even being used and two people I needed. All of this is within the authority given to me by Sensei. The root's overall strength hasn't been affected at all, Orochimaru countered. Hiruzen, even while the village's economy is improving, we simply can't afford the establishment and investment needed for a new department, Koharu advised, avoiding a direct confrontation with Orochimaru. Yes, a new department requires training new talent and ninja, along with various other necessary investments. This is a long-term commitment. The village must consider its future carefully, right? Hamura echoed Koharu's concerns. What are your thoughts then? The third looked at the three standing together, then glanced at the stoic Orochimaru, his tone turning serious. Keep things as they are. It's better for Orochimaru to continue working with the root, Hamura suggested. You know as well as we do, Hiruzen, that those experiments aren't suitable to be exposed to the public. A new department would draw everyone's attention in the village. At that point, a lot of things won't be kept secret anymore, Koharu added from another angle. Hearing the advisor's words, Danzo's lips unconsciously curled into a slight smile. Just as he knew Hiruzen well, these two who had spent countless years by Hiruzen's side also understood him deeply. They knew how to shake Hiruzen's resolve. As expected, the third's expression showed a hint of hesitation at Koharu's words. He felt more powerless with each passing day, the decisiveness of his youth slowly eroding away. He had long surpassed the average lifespan for a ninja in the shadow of constant war. Among the Kage, only the elderly Inoki of Iwagakure was older than him. At this point, all he wanted was for the village to develop peacefully and without turmoil. Koharu's words had undeniably struck a chord in him. Isn't that even more reason to set things right? Seeing the hesitation in his teacher's eyes, Orochimaru's gaze flickered with disappointment. He spoke up proactively, it's precisely because the root operates so coldly and without restraint that all these tragedies have occurred. The establishment of the Technology Development Department is to set up rules and reduce unnecessary sacrifices in the village. Only in this way can we prevent tragedies from happening again and again. Danzo suddenly turned to look at Orochimaru, the one who had just spoken. Root is cold and ruthless. He did admit that much. But who had been in charge of the wood release and other experiments? It was always you, Orochimaru. Even if there were mistakes on my end, can you, Orochimaru, really call yourself a good person? You're just as cruel and unfeeling toward those test subjects. How could you say such things? Are you still the Orochimaru I used to know? Orochimaru. Mitokedo Hamura frowned. Advisor Hamura, all of this happened because of the man next to you, Danzo. He targeted my student. Did he ever care about the village, about me, about the Nara clan, or even about my teacher? Orochimaru's voice was cold as he interrupted Hamura before he could speak further. I recall that the Ino Shikacho trio were the ones who strongly supported Hiruzen-sensei in stabilizing the village, right? If that's the case, how about I invite advisor Akimichi Torafu to join the discussion? Mitokedo Hamura was left speechless by Orochimaru's words and gave Danzo a glare, silently cursing his extreme methods. Danzo, who had only intended to use Kagetsu as a slight threat to make Orochimaru behave and focus more on his research to at least show some results, now had an even darker expression. He hadn't expected such a trivial matter to escalate into such a huge mess. If only he had sent a jonin from Root back then. Enough. The third Hokage finally made up his mind. He decisively ended the argument with an authority reminiscent of his former self. I've agreed to Orochimaru and Shikakichi's request regarding personnel transfers and the establishment of the Technology Development Department. When the Hokage started concluding matters, the two advisors could only stay silent. However, in the next moment, the third Hokage did offer them some consolation to save face. But the village's current finances aren't sufficient to support the establishment of a new department. Aside from an initial fund allocation, the Technology Development Department will have to secure its own funding for the time being, the third Hokage added. Humph. Danzo snorted coldly, not getting the outcome he desired. He turned and left the Hokage's office, leaning on his cane, feeling humiliated. At the same time, the fire in his heart to claim that position burned fiercer than ever. Seeing Danzo leave, both Mitokedo Hamura and Udatane Koharu sighed, choosing not to speak further. Chapter 45, Chapter 28.2, Uchiha Clan. In the small woods behind the village. This was where Orochimaru's team often trained. As the smoke cleared, the intense battle finally came to an end. It seems you all haven't neglected your training lately, Orochimaru's pleased voice echoed across the training ground. Uchiha Shursue, Anko, and Kagetsu stood opposite Orochimaru, looking a bit battered as they supported each other. Damn it. We can't even beat one of Sensei's shadow clones. Anko complained, glaring at the smoke dissipating from Orochimaru's clone, revealing the real Orochimaru standing at the edge of the field. We're still just genin. We need to acknowledge the gap between us and Lord Orochimaru, Shursue said, feeling a bit helpless about Anko's casual comments. He couldn't just speak his mind like Anko did. Your performance has surprised me. Shursue, I see your talent. You're good at body flicker technique, and I'll prepare a set of analytical principles related to it for you later, Orochimaru said. Orochimaru was indeed impressed by Shursue's talent, but he didn't mention teaching ninjatsu. Kagetsu, have you started to incorporate shape and nature transformation into your shadow imitation technique? It seems you've grasped what I taught you very well, Orochimaru said, his gaze settling on Kagetsu, clearly pleased with her progress. What about me? What about me? Anko pouted, crossing her arms in dissatisfaction. You are the best at my Orochimaru-style taijutsu, Orochimaru praised her evenly, his kindergarten principal demeanor instantly bringing a bright smile to Anko's face. Kagetsu and Shursue exchanged glances, agreeing that every team seems to need one carefree teammate. Let Anko be happy, her joy was simple enough. During their break, a request from Orochimaru made Shursue's eyes widen in surprise. You want to visit the clan leader? Shursue asked, a bit caught off guard. Yes, Orochimaru replied. The clan leader will surely be happy to see you, Shursue said, taking a deep breath and nodding. He knew he was just a messenger, but that didn't stop him from expressing his understanding of the clan leader. At least in Shursue's view, this was the beginning of communication between the village's higher-ups and the clan, even if it was just Orochimaru for now. Let's do it tomorrow. I'll go tomorrow night, Orochimaru said, giving a timeline before dismissing the team. He was busy, as the technology development department was just a framework, filled with numerous matters that needed his attention. He was already planning to find a consultant from the Nara clan to handle daily affairs. The suggestion you made last time was interesting. Although would release is a bloodline limit formed from the chakra of both water and earth attributes, its vigorous life force is like it's filled with yang release. To suppress the devouring and expanding nature of the first Hokage's cells, we first need to find another power that can counter it and bring it into balance, Orochimaru explained as he walked with Kagetsu through the underground laboratory inherited from Root, which was currently serving as the technology development department. I've gone through all the books in Konoha related to wood release, as well as the historical texts of the Senju clan. I believe this power is likely to be found within the Uchiha clan. If we regard the power within the first Hokage's cells as a manifestation of yang release, then the Uchiha clan, which represents In, should be able to balance this power. Do you want to use the Uchiha as test subjects? Kagetsu asked sensitively. Of course not. The current Uchiha clan doesn't have anyone capable of opposing the first Hokage's cells. I've heard that above the three Tomo, the Uchiha clan has a legendary eye called the Mangekyo Sharingan. The most famous wielder is Uchiha Madara, who is said to be on par with the first Hokage. I think that to counter the power of the first Hokage's cells to devour and assimilate, an Uchiha, as an experimental subject, must at least possess the strength to unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan. Otherwise, I feel there's no difference between the Uchiha and other experimental subjects, Orochimaru shook his head. He was not yet completely reckless in his experiments, especially when it came to the sensitive and tricky Uchiha clan. Is that why your attitude towards Shursue changed so quickly? Kagetsu recalled Orochimaru's change in attitude towards Shursue. He is just a backup, Orochimaru licked his lips, he still has a long way to go before he reaches a level I'm satisfied with. The Uchiha are a very paranoid clan. If they believe we are researching their bloodline limit, it's hard to predict what actions they might take. Kagetsu recalled the Uchiha clan's increasingly unstable emotional traits as their Sharingan activated, feeling worried. Are you worried that I might take some violent measures? Orochimaru sensed something from Kagetsu's emotions and smiled, what you said is quite good. Inheriting the position of Hokage would provide access to the resources of an entire village. While I'm not sure what my teacher really thinks, isn't it good to get more people on my side? As one of the prominent clans in Konoha, the Uchiha's wealth is only second to the Hyuga. Tomorrow, I just want to discuss some funding issues with Fugaku. Is this to help with the project on how to properly awaken the Uchiha's eyes? Kagetsu was surprised that Orochimaru remembered their previous conversation. That's a good excuse, Orochimaru nodded. He believed that getting results from the ninja clans would be easier than from Danzo, as long as he could provide what they needed. This is a matter of technical priority. I remember I asked you about your ideals. You said you wanted to research all bloodline limits and the origin of chakra. Orochimaru suddenly spoke up. For now, let's set aside the origin of chakra, but Konoha has 3 major bloodline limit clans with a legacy of 1,000 years. Chapter 46, Chapter 29, would release successful. Are you sure Orochimaru wants to visit me? Uchiha Fugaku looked at Shursue in front of him, his expression somewhat uncertain. Yes, Lord Orochimaru told me himself. Shursue nodded affirmatively. He felt a hint of joy in his heart, thinking that he had become a person who could ease the relationship between the village's higher-ups and his clan. He was genuinely happy. Did he mention the reason? Fugaku suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked further. As the head of the Uchiha clan, he didn't mind the higher-ups visiting him once in a while. What he cared about was the significance behind this personal visit from Orochimaru, who was currently the most promising candidate to become the fourth Hokage. Lord Orochimaru didn't say, but I guess it might have something to do with the Technology Development Department. Shisui shook his head, but still offered his speculation. The Technology Development Department. Fugaku pondered. This department, established by Orochimaru himself, had drawn quite a bit of attention lately, including from the heads of major ninja clans and elite jonin. Compared to independent jonin, the heads of ninja clans were more inclined to consider the implications of such actions. In Fugaku's eyes, believing that Orochimaru had a high chance of becoming the next Hokage meant that the third Hokage was paving the way for his disciple's future. Up until now, only a handful of departments within the Leaf Village had the authority to recruit, train, and deploy specific ninja personnel. One was the Leaf's ANBU, along with the Root, which was a sub-branch of ANBU, another was the medical department established by Sunade, and the Intelligence and Interrogation Department, which handled information gathering and interrogation. And now, there was Orochimaru's Technology Development Department. Please tell Orochimaru that I will be waiting for him at home. Fugaku nodded. Though he wasn't skilled at making decisive decisions, that didn't mean he was oblivious to the current situation or unwilling to ease the tension. Ever since he became the head of the Uchiha clan, his greatest wish had been for his clan members to be able to integrate into the village, and for the next generation to produce an Uchiha Hokage. All the clan members dreamed of this wish. However, Fugaku hoped to achieve this dream through peaceful means. The radicals within the clan, on the other hand, were considering using force to take over if the village didn't agree. The chance for the fourth Hokage seemed slim. Even if the third Hokage was willing to take in an Uchiha disciple now, it wouldn't amount to much. But for the fifth or sixth Hokage, there was still hope. As long as Orochimaru could become the fourth Hokage. Kagami passed away too early. Looking at Shisui in front of him, Fugaku sighed inwardly once more. The next day, Orochimaru's team finished training in the forest. After receiving accurate information from Shisui, Orochimaru immediately led his team and followed Shisui to the Uchiha clan's territory. It's Lord Orochimaru. What is he here for? I heard he's here to visit the clan leader. Is it because he values Shisui's talent and wants to officially take him as a disciple? Even though he's not an Uchiha, it's still a good opportunity. Many members of the Uchiha clan were surprised to see Orochimaru and his team inside their territory. It was rare for someone to visit the Uchiha clan grounds, especially one of the higher-ups from the Leaf Village. This area was mostly frequented by members of the Umbu, delivering missions and intelligence. Orochimaru-sama, Uchiha Fugaku bowed respectfully at the entrance, inviting Orochimaru inside. Is this your child, Itachi? Orochimaru noticed the boy being held by a woman. He stepped forward and gently patted the child's head. Shisui mentioned to me that he's a very talented Uchiha. Fugaku's face immediately brightened. For him, having his child's talent and strength acknowledged by a shinobi of Orochimaru's level was an honor. Such things were common in the ninja world. For example, the title of the Sanin originated from the recognition of the Rain Shinobi demigod, Hanzo. Regardless of why Hanzo gave them the title or whether Orochimaru and the others saw it as humiliating, gaining the acknowledgement of the strong was one of the quickest ways for weaker ninjas to rise to fame. The group sat down at a table in the courtyard. Orochimaru's golden eyes glanced at the family of three seated across from him. He took the initiative to speak. Fugaku-kun, you should be aware of my technology development department, right? Yes, Fugaku nodded. The establishment of this department was well known among the Jonin, it would be impossible for him to claim ignorance. Are you interested in investing in it? Orochimaru asked abruptly. Invest? Are you referring to manpower, or something else? Fugaku's heart tensed up for a moment. He wasn't afraid of providing some personnel, but he feared that Orochimaru was trying to make the Uchiha clan pick a side without offering any real commitment. The Uchiha clan wasn't at a dead end yet, they were still one of the prestigious clans in the village. As clan head, even if he leaned towards Orochimaru's side, he couldn't immediately agree to anything that would force them into an alliance. Manpower, resources, money, Orochimaru laid out his terms openly. The establishment of the Technology Development Department is bound to produce some results. There has already been some progress with the first Hokage's would release, but I think it's not enough. If the Uchiha are willing, I'm willing to provide some technological support to your clan. I don't quite understand what you mean. Are you referring to support in the form of ninjatsu? Fugaku frowned. As a powerful clan, the Uchiha clan didn't lack ninjatsu, and they were especially adept at using their Sharingan in combat. The copying ability of the Sharingan had allowed them to amass an impressive collection of jutsus over the centuries. The Mangekyo. Orochimaru softly uttered the word that caused Fugaku's expression to change dramatically. The Mangekyo. Fugaku's voice rose, almost breaking. He stared at Orochimaru in shock. If it weren't Orochimaru sitting across from him, he would have thrown him out the moment he heard this. I can help research how to unlock the Uchiha's Sharingan more effectively, as well as methods to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. All I need is your clan's cooperation in providing the necessary information and resources. Orochimaru confirmed his offer. A Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku's voice rose to a pitch almost breaking as he stared in shock at Orochimaru. If it were anyone other than Orochimaru sitting in front of him, Fugaku would have immediately dismissed them for such words. I can help you study how to make the Uchiha clan awaken the Sharingan smoothly, and even discover the method to unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan. As long as you provide the necessary information and resources, Orochimaru affirmed confidently. This is unbelievable. Fugaku's hands were trembling. Itachi looked at his father in confusion, not understanding why the usually composed and stern man would suddenly become so agitated. But his sharp mind made sure to remember the word Mangekyo, which had shaken his father so deeply. Nothing is impossible. Think about it. If the Uchiha clan could possess a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, even if it's not on par with Madara Uchihas, it would still solidify the clan's status and prestige, wouldn't it? Orochimaru's voice was calm and steady, but to Fugaku's ears, it sounded like the whisper of a demon, one that knew how to tempt and manipulate. I need to call a clan meeting. Fugaku frowned, thinking it over for a moment before sighing deeply. He then bowed slightly to the men across from him. I'll be waiting for your response. Oh, and let me share a secret with you, the Senju clan's wood release experiment has already succeeded. There is now a test subject who possesses the wood release Kekkei Genkai. As Orochimaru stood up to leave, he suddenly paused and turned his face slightly, dropping yet another bombshell that left Fugaku's mind reeling. Wood release. The Senju clan, who had almost completely merged into the village through intermarriage with other clans, had regained the power of wood release. Fugaku found himself struggling to maintain his composure as he thought about it. Chapter 47, Chapter 30, God Tree. A few months after the establishment of the Technology Development Department. I must admit, I underestimated you, Kagetsu. Orochimaru stood in the newly renovated Technology Development Department, staring intently at a strange plant before him, his eyes gleaming with genuine interest. Your research data saved me a lot of trouble, Orochimaru-sensei. Kagetsu looked at the plant he had nurtured, a sense of satisfaction rising within him, the fulfillment of an idea brought to life. The plant in front of them was over 3 meters tall, its roots deeply entrenched in the ground. The trunk and branches twisted with a powerful, almost serpentine strength. Pale bark covered the tree, etched with dense, curse-seal-like patterns. A faintly discernible human face seemed to emerge from within its trunk. I didn't expect you to use grafting and fruit-bearing techniques to reduce the assimilation power of the first Hokage's cells. Compared to the so-called Hashirama test subjects, this creation of yours can truly be called a masterpiece. Orochimaru's words reflected his genuine admiration. Kagetsu's research had indeed opened up a new path for him, expanding his horizon beyond mere human experimentation. It's not a complete success yet, Kagetsu shook his head. Only the final step remains, right? Orochimaru smiled slightly. I've already had someone inform Fugaku to bring a few Uchiha Jonin over. The two of them silently observed the special tree cultivated from Hashirama's cells, each lost in their own thoughts. The silence was soon broken by the arrival of new people. A few swift figures flashed through the doorway, led by Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by several Uchiha clan members radiating strong auras. Shursue followed closely beside Fugaku. Orochimaru-sama. Fugaku greeted Orochimaru first. He and the other Jonin from the clan immediately focused their attention on the tree in the center of the laboratory. What is this? Fugaku could sense a surge of vitality emanating from the tree. This is what I promised your Uchiha clan, Orochimaru said calmly. Fugaku's eyes brightened, and he instinctively looked toward Orochimaru. His expression showed excitement, but he hesitated to speak, as if weighing his words. What do we need to do? Fugaku suppressed his excitement and asked Orochimaru. It requires the power of the Sharingan, or rather, the ultimate in-release ability that the Sharingan represents. Following Orochimaru's cue, Kagetsu stepped forward and instructed the Uchiha Jonin on what they needed to do. After listening to Kagetsu's instructions, the Uchiha Jonin all turned their gaze to their clan leader. With Fugaku's nod of approval, they followed the procedure, activating their Sharingan and placing their palms firmly against the tree's trunk. My chakra is being absorbed by this tree. The expressions of the Uchiha Jonin changed almost instantly. Their palms seemed glued to the tree, and they could feel sharp thorns piercing through their skin, along with their flesh and blood, as the tree voraciously devoured every last bit of their chakra. They couldn't stop that powerful devouring force at all. In that instant, they even sensed that this tree was alive. It was a peculiar life form, somewhere between a plant and an animal. Don't worry, this is a normal occurrence. It's just taking samples from you all. The process will stop once your bodies reach their limits. You won't be completely consumed by it, Kagetsu reassured the tense Fugaku and a few other Jonin who seemed ready to intervene. Within a few minutes, the three Uchiha Jonin, who had been full of energy when they arrived, were now pale, sweating profusely, and looking severely dehydrated. Just as the three Jonin could no longer endure the massive loss of chakra, the terrifying suction force in their palms suddenly weakened significantly. The three Jonin even vaguely sensed through their chakra perception that the tree in front of them let out a slight burp. When the suction force from their palms finally began to diminish, the three Jonin immediately pulled their hands away from the tree's surface. They staggered back a few steps, their bodies unstable. Is this really an experiment that can help us evolve our Sharingan? One of the Jonin, Uchiha Akihiko, asked angrily as he looked at Kagetsu. As Jonin, they had the right to know and be involved in the clan's matters. Even though Fugaku was the clan head, he couldn't ignore the opinions of these Jonin in many situations. Thus, the Jonin in the Uchiha clan knew about the cooperation with Orochimaru. Even if some had objections, Fugaku had managed to suppress them forcefully by using word release and emphasizing the need to consider the clan's future. Over the past few months, the Uchiha had invested a massive amount of resources into the technology development department, which even affected the training of other clan members. This put pressure on Fugaku, as well as the Jonin who had initially supported him. They all felt the subtle dissatisfaction from various factions within the clan. When Fugaku received Orochimaru's notification, he almost let out a sigh of relief. Back then, he could firmly choose to side with Orochimaru, but if there were no results after these months of relentless investment, he would undoubtedly face strong questioning from within the clan, especially from the hawkish faction led by Uchiha Setsuna. He didn't know if this experiment would succeed, but he was undoubtedly the one most eager for success. Calm down. Kagetsu and Orochimaru stood on either side and began forming hand seals. A large amount of chakra surged from their feet into the tree's roots. Gulping sounds echoed through the laboratory, sending chills down everyone's spines. To the astonishment of Fugaku and the others, flowers began to bloom rapidly on the tree branches, followed by the emergence of fruits. 3 green, cherry-sized fruits hung from 3 separate branches, swaying gently in front of everyone. Based on your positions, each of you should pick a fruit that belongs to you, Kagetsu instructed the 3 somewhat confused Uchiha Jonin. Reminded, the 3 carefully picked the 3 cherry-sized green fruits. At the moment they touched the fruits, a familiar feeling washed over them, leaving them momentarily dazed. Touching the fruit felt like touching a part of their own bodies. So what now? Should we eat them? Uchiha Akihiko asked, holding his fruit, eager to try it. He sensed a special attraction from the fruit, as if eating it would enhance his strength. My advice is not to eat it, Kagetsu replied. It represents another side of your emotions. It will create a realistic illusionary dream based on your thoughts and personality, but it has a time limit. If you can break through it, you'll gain an increase in your eye power. If you can't, you'll either become completely immersed in the dream, losing yourself entirely, or your mind will suffer a heavy blow, greatly reducing your future chances of improving your eye power. Chapter 48, Chapter 31, Pills. How should we use this? Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward, instinctively asking after hearing Kagetsu's words. Use it as the main ingredient to create a pill, Kagetsu replied, glancing at the 3 Uchiha Jonin who were pale-faced and severely exhausted. He continued, they need time to recover their strength and adjust their physical states. They also need to be mentally prepared. This experiment is dangerous. During this adjustment period, they can decide whether or not they truly want to participate in the next phase. Fugaku looked at Akihiko and the other 2. As a clan leader, he wasn't someone who imposed his will too forcefully, especially not on these 3, who were his confidants and close friends. Is this pill really effective? Akihiko, feeling Fugaku's gaze, looked at the fruit in his hand, one that seemed deeply connected to his own bloodline limit, and hesitated. You can choose one person to take it first as a trial, Kagetsu suggested. Will it help us awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? Akihiko's eyes were full of intense desire as he asked this question. For the Uchiha clan, their pride in the Sharingan was embedded in their very bones and blood. Aside from the Senju clan, their arrogance extended toward all other ninjas and clans. The Mangekyo Sharingan was a legendary evolution above the 3 Tomo Sharingan, possessing incredible power. No Uchiha who prided themselves on their eyes and craved strength could remain calm in the face of such temptation. Do you really think that's possible? Kagetsu's rhetorical question instantly cooled Akihiko's excitement and dashed Fugaku's hopes. Isn't this fruit supposed to enhance the Sharingan? Fugaku asked in a low voice, stepping forward. What do you think this is? A miracle cure? Its purpose is simply to stimulate the evolution of the Sharingan through illusions. To put it simply, it constructs a mental world tailored to your personality, interests, and thought patterns, pushing you toward a scenario most likely to trigger your eye's evolution. If you have enough potential, you might succeed in evolving your eyes to a higher level. But if your talent is limited to just the 3 Tomo, it will only enhance your current 3 Tomo Sharingan. But all of this is based on the premise that your spirit remains enscathed in the constructed mental world. Making it into a pill is just a way to minimize the risk of mental breakdown while retaining as much of its potency as possible. Kagetsu looked up at Fugaku and explained. Fugaku looked at Kagetsu, then glanced at the silent Orochimaru standing nearby. For a moment, he couldn't understand what this master and disciple were planning. However, he wasn't particularly disappointed. A powerful 3-tomo Sharingan was already enough to reach the level of a Kage. As for the Mangekyo Sharingan, it was indeed a pair of incredibly powerful eyes, with unparalleled ocular abilities, but even in the Uchiha clan's records, such eyes were shrouded in mystery. In the past century, only 2 people had been definitively recorded as having awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Madara and his younger brother, Uchiha Izuna. Other members of the Uchiha clan, if they can awaken the 3-tomo Sharingan, are already considered highly talented and have the potential to become at least Jonin-level shinobi. Fugaku-kun, here are some pills to help them restore their strength. You can give these to the 3 of them to replenish their physical energy and chakra. Orochimaru stepped forward, holding out a long, transparent box containing 3 thumb-sized green pills. Fugaku had initially intended to give Akihiko and the others standard military rations pills, but seeing the transparent box Orochimaru handed him, he hesitated briefly before accepting it and distributing the pills to Akihiko and the other 2. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the 3 Uchiha sat down cross-legged and swallowed the pills. Akihiko immediately felt his weak and exhausted body brimming with newfound strength as the pill reached his stomach. It was as if his nearly burned-out chakra reserves were suddenly refueled. His physical stamina recovered rapidly, and his previously heavy body regained its agility. His chakra also replenished quickly. Stimulated by the pill, his Sharingan, which had closed earlier, reactivated, and the 3-tomo in his blood-red eyes slowly began spinning again. In just a few minutes, the 3 of them had almost fully recovered to their optimal state. Moreover, there was none of the hollow, overdrawn feeling typically experienced after consuming military rations pills. Orochimaru, standing to the side, narrowed his eyes into slits, looking tempted. However, with Fugaku standing nearby, he restrained himself. 3 small, white snakes slowly slithered out of Orochimaru's sleeves and made their way toward the 3 Uchihas, who watched intently with their 3-tomo Sharingan activated. Give them a little bit of your blood. It's necessary for the next phase of the experiment, Orochimaru instructed. The 3 Uchihas hesitated for a moment. Seeing their clan leader nod, they obediently allowed the small snakes to bite their fingertips and suck a little blood. Afterward, Orochimaru and his apprentice, Kagetsu, left Fugaku and the others behind and returned to the room filled with experimental instruments. Who would have thought that even from those failed experimental subjects, we could extract such a substance? This is truly wonderful. It can induce rapid cell division, restoring physical stamina, chakra, and even healing injuries. While the pill is active, it can achieve an effect similar to Sunade's forbidden jutsu, creation rebirth. No, it should only reach the level of some high-level medical ninjutsu recovery techniques. Muttering to himself, Orochimaru analyzed the blood samples and observed the physical conditions of the 3 Uchihas. He realized that by broadening his perspective and changing his approach, Hashirama's cells had turned out to be a treasure trove beyond his expectations. Although extracting the necessary substances for these pills was challenging and came with a risk of assimilation side effects, the built-in medical and recovery properties made them a game changer for a shinobi during critical moments. It was like the Akimichi clan's 3-colored pills. Even though the last one came with a severe risk to life, the Akimichi clan members still carried them, ready to swallow them in dire situations. And the Uchiha seemed capable of resisting the side effects of these pills. Was it due to the ocular power of the Sharingan? Orochimaru squinted thoughtfully. In his pursuit of immortality, delving into a few interesting bloodline limit studies didn't seem like a bad idea. As time passed, a few hours later, Kagetsu and Orochimaru emerged from the laboratory, placing 3 light blue pills in front of Akihiko and the other 2. A reminder, this experiment is dangerous. I have no way of knowing what kind of mental world will be constructed for you. But it will definitely be a brutal and painful experience. You'll have difficulty recognizing that it's an illusion, and I won't be able to know what you're going through inside. But no matter what, make sure to keep your mind stable. Kagetsu warned seriously. Chapter 49, Chapter 32, Success or Failure. I'll go first. Uchiha Akihiko glanced around and stepped forward, taking the initiative. He reached into the box and grabbed a pill, then, under the watchful gaze of Fugaku and the others, closed his eyes and swallowed it. Instantly, a chilling chakra began to emanate from Uchiha Akihiko's body. The kind of chakra that felt dark, oppressive, and heavy, filled with an unsettling aura that everyone present could sense and capture. 2 lines of blood trailed down from the corners of his tightly shut eyes, leaving crimson streaks on his face. The intense emotions stirred within his spiritual world were clearly reflected on his features and chakra, laid bare for everyone to see. Just as Fugaku's expression turned serious, his Sharingan revealing 3-tomo and his ocular power fully focused to observe the flow of Akihiko's chakra, Akihiko's eyes abruptly snapped open. The extreme coldness of his chakra, along with the bloodshot madness in his gaze, immediately made everyone realize something was wrong. Hidden shadow snake hands. Without hesitation, Orochimaru spread his hands wide, and a mass of venomous snakes burst forth from his arms, hissing as they shot towards Akihiko with a sharp whistling sound. In the same instant, Kagetsu connected his shadow to Akihiko's. The other two Uchiha Jonin swiftly used the body flicker technique to move out of harm's way. Akihiko's body noticeably slowed for a moment as the shadow connected to his feet. His mind seemed to still be trapped in an illusory world, and in that instant, he erupted with an even greater surge of chakra, breaking free from the shadow imitation technique's hold. He immediately formed hand signs at a dizzying speed. Fire style, great fireball technique. Blazing flames erupted from his mouth, coalescing into a massive fireball midair, scorching the snakes with a sizzling sound. Fugaku and the other two Uchiha Jonin, moving in sync, launched a coordinated attack. Fugaku, whose ocular power was pushed to its utmost limit, seized an opening and knocked Akihiko unconscious with a precise chop to the neck. What's happening to him? Looking at Akihiko lying on the ground, Fugaku and the other two Uchiha Jonin turned to Kagetsu, hoping for a clear answer. His mind was overstimulated, and he temporarily couldn't distinguish between illusion and reality. Kagetsu stepped forward, performing medical ninjutsu to check Akihiko's condition in front of Fugaku and the others. He then calmly drew a vial of Akihiko's blood. Fugaku-san, once he wakes up, make sure he comes back for a follow-up checkup. Kagetsu casually slipped the vial into his palm and handed the remaining 2 pills to Fugaku as a reminder. So, was this a success or a failure? Fugaku asked, somewhat anxiously. In my opinion, it was a success, but we need to see how his mental state holds up next. I suggest the other 2 Jonin wait a bit before taking theirs, Kagetsu replied. Akihiko's ocular power seemed to have increased. One of the Uchiha Jonin remarked uncertainly, recalling their earlier confrontation, and looked at Fugaku and his other companion. Let's head back to the clan grounds first. Fugaku gestured with his hand, looking around the somewhat chaotic lab and signaling for them to leave before discussing further. Uchiha Kagetsu, however, did not leave with them. Instead, he stayed behind to help restore the lab. Do you want to study the Uchiha clan's bloodline? In the small, private laboratory, Orochimaru suddenly asked Kagetsu. I do have that intention. Kagetsu nodded. In this lab, he could keep secrets from everyone, but he couldn't hide anything from Orochimaru. Even if Kagetsu said nothing, Orochimaru could tell what he was up to from the use of equipment, the resources consumed, and the backup data. Are you trying to get the Sharingan? After thinking for a while, Orochimaru concluded that Kagetsu's purpose for studying the Uchiha was to obtain the Sharingan. Having never suffered under the Mangekyo Sharingan, Orochimaru didn't have an obsessive enthusiasm for the Uchiha and the Sharingan. He simply viewed it as a powerful bloodline limit. No, I'm just curious and want to study it. Kagetsu shook his head. He was currently pleasantly surprised by the changes in his panel. Talent card, Kurotsuchi Mayuri. World, Bleach. Quality, purple, 7900/10,000. Effect, growth type research talent. Field, your talent in biological and neural research far exceeds other development fields. Passive, biological modification. Bloodline research. Accumulation, any research requires a large amount of knowledge and material experimentation. All the knowledge you possess will be understood and remembered more efficiently, providing alternative knowledge feedback as a reward. Achievement, for every recognized creation you make, the higher the recognition, the more your physical abilities and strength will improve. Recognized research products, dog food, bug repellent, god tree, release secret technique, shadow coffin, S-class ninjutsu, blood armor. Rewards, physical ability +10, chakra +600. Obsession, to become a scientist surpassing Urahara Kisuke. Obsession Task 1, Hogyoku. Task, after Urahara Kisuke and Aizen, you want to create your own Hogyoku. Name, God Tree. Quality, purple. Characteristics, has the ability to absorb specific chakra types and produce corresponding chakra fruits based on the planter's settings. Skills, absorb, transform, store. Hidden attributes/skills, would release, seal. Description, this is a special plant with certain evolutionary powers, situated between a living being and a plant. If it can be nurtured with better absorption materials, it will have a higher growth potential. Recognition, 130 out of 1000, physical ability +31, chakra +100. Clan head, Akihiko has awakened. A Uchiha Jonin who followed the clan leader back to the clan quickly reported to Fugaku. When Fugaku hurried over, he saw Akihiko staring blankly, looking dazed and as if he had just survived a disaster. Akihiko. Fugaku gently called out as he approached Akihiko, waking him from his daze. Clan head, Akihiko said, shifting his gaze to Fugaku's face. His lips moved a couple of times before he responded. How are you feeling? Fugaku asked softly, sitting at the edge of the bed. I feel terrible. Akihiko knew Fugaku was asking about both his physical condition and the effects of the fruit. It feels like I've died once. After a pause, Akihiko continued with his eyes still closed. I spent a long time in that illusionary world, experiencing so many things that now blur the line between reality and illusion. I can't even be sure if what I see right now is real or just an illusion. The only thing I know for sure is that I don't have the ability to awaken Mangekyo Sharingan. I went through hell in that illusionary world and still couldn't succeed in opening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 50, Chapter 33, Testing. Are you feeling any side effects now? Fugaku asked, a bit disappointed but not overly concerned. If the Mangekyo Sharingan was so easy to unlock, the Uchiha clan's records wouldn't keep it so secretive. No, Akihiko replied, seriously checking his body and shaking his head. Then it seems this pill isn't as effective as that Nara kid claimed. Clan leader, do we really want to keep investing in this? The Uchiha Jonin leading them felt uneasy. Although the Uchiha clan was powerful, with many assets in the village, their recent investments had greatly affected various aspects of the clan. Without a doubt, Fugaku, as the clan leader who pushed this plan, would face heavy criticism and a loss of prestige. For Fugaku, who had only recently become the clan leader, this was a huge blow. He found it hard to accept. No, it is still effective, Akihiko said from his position on the bed, having activated his Sharingan to its maximum potential. Even though my eyes haven't evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan, I can feel that my visual power is much stronger than before taking the pill. Perhaps my visual power is now close to that of the clan leader. Is your body okay now? Fugaku asked, his eyes lighting up. Yes. Just that my eyes feel a bit swollen and painful because of the added visual power. Akihiko maintained his Sharingan, releasing his visual energy. Come on, Fugaku led Akihiko and the others to the training ground where Itachi trained. They faced each other and formed hand signs. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique X2. The two started with the Uchiha clan's signature fire jutsu. Two massive fireballs collided, merging and exploding into a deep crater in the ground. The two figures moved swiftly across the small training area, the sound of kunai clashing like heavy rain on leaves. The two observing Jonin unconsciously activated their Sharingan, fixated on the battling figures. Even though they had exceptional dynamic vision, they could only vaguely make out the two fighters. They imagined themselves in the battle, thinking about how they would handle it. The conclusion was that if they were to face either of the fighters, they would quickly fall behind and only be able to defend themselves. They understood that Fugaku was strong, but Akihiko. They all grew up training together, so they knew each other's strengths well. Akihiko had previously been on par with them, but now he could keep up with the clan leader's movements and attacks. This was clearly the result of a significant boost in his visual power from the Sharingan. Without increased insight and foresight, a battle with such a large gap in visual power would lead to being crushed. The Uchiha's obsession with their eyes stemmed from the belief that an increase in visual power meant a tremendous increase in strength. If Akihiko could achieve this, could they also? The two Jonin simultaneously recalled the two pills they had brought home. Their earlier frustration vanished in an instant. How could money compare to the power and evolution of their visual strength? They even started dreaming about how they would grow to the level of the clan leader and Akihiko after taking the pills. As the two Jonin were lost in thought, the sparring match concluded. Ultimately, Fugaku, with better control over his eyes and body and greater strength, gained the upper hand and won. Akihiko, with a kunai against his neck, accepted his defeat without feeling down. In fact, despite losing, he had an unmistakable look of excitement on his face. As someone who occasionally sparred with the clan leader, this was the first time he could match Fugaku blow for such a long time. He could even feel that the sudden increase in his eye power put a lot of strain on his body. Often during their sparring, he felt that his body couldn't keep up with his eyes. If he could get used to the increase in eye power and let his body catch up, his fighting ability should improve even more. That pill truly enhanced his eye power. The only downside was that it left him with a jumble of illusionary memories in his mind. However, once he broke free from those illusions, the psychological and emotional impact would drop sharply. If he found himself trapped in those false memories after waking up, he could always use some sealing techniques to forget them. Very good. After their sparring, Fugaku and Akihiko performed the reconciliation seal, and their excitement was hard to contain. It made Fugaku's usually serious expression break into an involuntary smile. Akihiko's increased strength meant an increase in Fugaku's influence within the clan. If the other two loyal Jonins also experienced a surge in power after taking the pills, he wouldn't have to worry too much about the pressure and criticism from the clan elders. Naturally, the gossip within the clan would also die down. Your physical condition is excellent. As for the fluctuations in your eye power, that's normal. Kagetsu examined Akihiko during his follow-up checkup, making assessments based on the readings from the instruments. Will his eye power recover? Fugaku asked anxiously, having rushed Akihiko in for a checkup after hearing that his eye power was starting to decline the day after their sparring. Akihiko, lying on the examination table, quickly turned to look at Kagetsu when he heard his clan leader's question. If he hadn't experienced the wonderful sensation of his eye power skyrocketing, he might have been able to tolerate it. But after experiencing it, any decrease felt like torture. Yes. That sudden surge was just the aftereffects of waking from the illusionary world. It can only surge again during moments of intense emotional fluctuations. To stabilize it, you'll need to train and condition your body and eyes. After a while, you'll return to normal, and it will become stable. Kagetsu's response immediately relieved both Fugaku and Akihiko, who had been on edge. If you need it, I can prescribe a bottle of medicine. Apply it to your eyes while resting, it will quickly relieve the pressure on your body and help you adapt faster, Kagetsu said, looking curiously at Fugaku and Akihiko. I need it. Akihiko replied firmly. Just 2 days ago, he might have called Kagetsu a kid from the Nara clan. But now, he could respect and treat him as equal.